goal is to stop genocide. You see, you don't necessarily have to prove that genocide occurred to prosecute someone for the incitement of it. Why would you want to allow someone to continue to incite genocide until they were successful? Well, you wouldn't. You'd want to prevent it, wouldn't you? So, they will argue a violation of free speech. But remember what we said yesterday. Free speech does not equal freedom of hate speech or freedom of consequences from your hate speech. An incitement to genocide? A crime. So they will argue that it is a slippery slope. And if you do this to us, you can do it to anyone. Well, I tell you what, we've done it before and we will again. This isn't a private individual speaking on social media, giving out their private views, because, you know, a single individual like that, you could probably just give them a bit of a telling off and, well, they'd realise that there are certain things you can't do. But it's not an isolated case or anything like that. I mean, it's literally funded and run and pushed by the Russian government. So they will hold up a mirror and try and accuse others of which they are guilty. But you see, when they talk of freedom of speech, you've got to also keep in mind there is no freedom of speech in Russia. Everyone who says something that they don't like, for some reason they find out, and that person is labelled as a foreign agent or jailed. So, here's the way a Russian propagandist explains this. So, if I support the decision, and if I don't support the decision, okay. So, if I support the decision and say that the defence minister is acting correctly, and that the defence ministry has done nothing wrong, so if I don't support the decision, and say that the defence minister is acting correctly and that the ministry has done nothing wrong at all, then I'm publicly calling for Russia's territorial integrity to be violated or publicly discrediting the armed forces. So that's a criminal code, Article 280, Part 1, or the same article, but Part 3. So basically, if you support it, you can get done for like calling for Russia's territorial integrity to be changed. And if you don't support it, you can be called for discrediting the public armed services. Either way, you end up in prison for several years. Now, the catch-22 is that, you cannot basically talk about any of it without sailing very close to some of these lines. And, well, you know how it is. Sometimes you don't even need to say anything at all. If somebody thinks that you might be just, feeling a bit disloyal inside your own head, you can end up in prison for that. So, Russian propagandists have had it pointed out to them before, and the Russian government have had this pointed out to them, even in UN meetings. I must be feeling better. Right. So, even in UN meetings, they've had this pointed out to them, and they just kind of like shrug and double down on it, or pretend it's not as bad as it is, or they just sort of like, yeah, what? And, well, either of those answers aren't really good ones. So, they've made no changes whatsoever. In fact, if anything, they've increased the funding. Oh, and they've given a number of propagandists awards, for their service to the motherland and all of that nonsense. They're unlikely to change the rhetoric, and they're much more likely to still declare that they themselves are the victim. So, the chairman of the State Duma Commission to investigate the facts of interference of foreign states in the international affairs of Russia, he's called Vasily Piskarev, said that George Clooney Foundation needs to be recognised as an undesirable organisation. Big shocker there, eh? So, on May the 31st, the Foundation's Director of Legal Affairs, I'm going to call her Anna because I'm not quite sure how to say her surname. Maybe Neistat, maybe Neistat, not sure. So Anna announced that the organisation would seek the issuance of arrest warrants for journalists from the Russian media, and named some, but didn't name them in the sealed action. So in the sealed warrants that have been issued by the ICC, they haven't actually named them. They've kept the names sealed so that all of them feel the same paranoia. Quite nice. And so the Russians go on to say, as for the vile actions of the American NGO against our journalists, this will not go unanswered. Let us consider the possibility of recognizing this organization and their followers as undesirable. Mechanisms to counter illegal sanctions against journalists and media are also provided for by our legislation, and we can use them as retaliatory measures, he was quoted as saying on his Telegram channel. Press secretary of the Russian president, Mr. Peskov, called the fund's employees crazy. Today, on June the 1st, an official representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zakharova, called on UNESCO and the OSCE to pay attention to the activities of this fund. Remember, though, right, the evidence. Well, you only need to look at Julia Davies. Her daily updates show more and more evidence of this. Well, on the 4th of June 2023, Scabby Beaver said herself, "What comes to mind right now, and I will say it again, is to destroy every living thing in the Kharkiv region as a punishment and a deterrent to the Ukrainians." By the way, that's incitement to genocide. And they're still brazenly talking about it, and they brazenly lie in the UN that they do it at all, and they will continue to lie again. You only have to look. And what we're finding recently is that they're extremely peeved off by this move. And it's quite funny that the bodies that they have appealed to absolutely do not care. And they also say, "Oh, it doesn't matter, we don't care about it. No, issue your warrants, they mean nothing." But yet they're really visibly cheesed about it. So I think they're a tiny little bit panicked now. I mean, where have they got to run to? That they're not really in a position to be able to leave Russia at this point. And, well, we know exactly where they are. If they go anywhere, they will end up getting picked up. That's quite funny. Well, if they go anywhere outside of a certain bubble, anywhere outside of the authoritarian axis. So a tribunal in the West is possibly only a small part of their actual worries. You see, they've got a lot of big concerns at home, and if they know too much about how things are falling apart, that might also explain why they're a little bit antsy. Same thing goes for those that are underperforming but overpaid. As a propagandist, do you remember somebody called Kiva, Kiva? No one seemed too upset when he died. Well, they only seem to have concerns for themselves. And so the Clooney Foundation is making them very concerned for themselves. In fact, Vladimir Solovyov went out saying, "These cheap beasts don't understand anything. Voice of America is a foreign agent. They are CIA, and all of them should be caught and imprisoned. In other words, you can't arrest me. I'll arrest you right back. And he also goes on to complain of certain people issuing an arrest warrant, which the particular people that he's shouting about there aren't the people issuing the arrest warrant. So that's quite funny. Now then, you're going to have to give me 2 minutes, Prince, and then I have some woe about railways. Oh, yes.
Ooh, railway row. Evidently, I cannot speak. So yeah. Yes. Oh, somebody else posted the fly. Why? Oh man, this is a good one. I don't know how that happened though. That's the pondering. Is how on earth did? Wow, it was a big one. Okay.
Tell us.
What? It was.
tell.
It was like it's like a 10-second. I mean, this is a 10-second video, and like one of the last things you see on the video is a body. I mean, this guy must have got some air. Oh, I'm just gonna say I don't think that he made it through that. He got some major air mockers. He had to have. And now you don't you don't see him immediately, but the last thing to fall on the ground, it's just like it's impressive. Look at it. Look, I just sent it to you. Look at it, and it's the last like couple of frames. After the smoke clears, look up in the top right, sort of, and kaplooey, and like yeah, out of nowhere, boom. See it?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I may be better now. Give me 2 ticks.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing because you're sitting there with a hot mic and I think you're watching a video. Anyway, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has announced that he's an idiot, and he has an intention to create a peace coalition. Peace coalition. Yeah, whatever that is. Let's see if we can find out. In the future European Parliament, he voiced his initiative in Budapest at a peace march. Yeah, that's quotes. Peace march, a rally against Hungary's involvement in the Russian-Ukrainian war. Orban believes that, oh, good Lord, the Orange Menace's victory in the U.S. and subsequent creation of transit. Oh my God, no, I can't even read this. Let us remind Viktor Orban of the his brown nose and orange nose, and let us also remind him of all of the protests that has happened in Hungary, calling for his removal from office. People who are totally against him, totally people who do not want to even, yeah, would like him to go away. Go ahead, mockers. I'm not stopping you.
No, I was just waiting till you were finished. Viktor Orban is well, I don't know if you noticed after that particular crowd event, that all the people got back onto buses and were bussed back to their places where they'd been bussed out from. So very much an AstroTurf situation. And
how much were they paid?
Oh, God knows. They might just have been told you have to come, otherwise you'll lose your jobs. You know, that sort of thing. It was very Russian. That's all I'll say. You know how they bus people to. Remember that time where they bussed a load of people to a concert type thing where Putin was, and then after the concert there was just like masses of like paraphernalia that they'd been told to wave in the air that they just all dumped as they left. The whole place was just surrounded by propaganda trash. Yeah, I kind of feel as though that was the same sort of thing. It was, hey, everybody, get on the bus. We're going somewhere. And then when they got there, it was like, yeah, look that way and cheer. So I have a feeling that these people were severely astroturfed, and his rally in particular was not a spontaneous grouping of people. Shock, hey? Shock and horror. I'm shocked. Anyway.
I'm appalled.
Yeah, I am going to cross my fingers now and hope that I am better. Oh, sorry.
You have been saying that all morning, but you know, it's
Thing is, I don't feel particularly ill. I just feel a little bit hot and cold, and then like all of a sudden, my body goes, "Oh, by the way, you've got no choice about this." So yeah, I'll be all right. I'm sure. Send me a nurse. Anyway, let me tell you about your hot micing on me now, sweetheart. Let me tell you about a bit more woe, because this is from my friend Prune, and this is why I said, don't you dare leave her alone, because I have this. So, this is about a third of the way through the most recent train update. And I'm starting here because we've pretty much done the stuff prior. And this seems like a nice place to start. So, let us keep in mind before we go forward, beyond the standard warning of Russia just lying about everything, it's important to remember what it means when something gets reduced in the capacity of transport for rail. So, if a shipping in a sector is down, it could be because demand is down, and it means that even with a reduced cargo, Russia is still overextending itself. So, infrastructure projects do not support the transportation of construction materials. So, this is something that apparently, if you have a construction project and you want to move your construction materials around, you've got to pay extra for that. So, nothing is provided, as it were. Anyway, Russian Railways is definitely overextended because they can't ship everything that everybody wants to ship. So they're able to hike up their prices for shipping. If demand is down, now demand is apparently down. So overall capacity is worse than we thought, because obviously some businesses just aren't currently operating because, you know, they've been exploded. Or, like with the coal mines, 2 coal mines that are currently shut down, they've just got so much coal and they've got nowhere else to put it. And it's not being transported fast enough away from wherever they're producing it. So, yeah, it's piling up. So, yeah, demand is down in a way. So construction cargo transportation remains at a 5-year low following the completion of some major infrastructure projects. Now, remember all these half-built projects that have just been sort of burning? Yeah, I wonder if some of this is part of that, because the Russian government's been making drastic cuts to infrastructure spending to fund the war. Obs. Although Putin has not stopped, making big announcements. Remember that high-speed railway line? That new high-speed railway line that they're going to build? But they're not. You know, that place. So he keeps making these big announcements, projects, new railway lines, blah, 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 blah. Now, China seems to have passed on funding some gas pipeline projects that they were hoping for. So that might actually reduce their reliance on some needs here. But even so, money. They don't seem to have the money to do that anyway. So, according to railway transport operators, in May, average daily loading was 5% lower than last year, and only crushed stone loading was 15% lower. So that's construction material, stone. Now, they will tell us what they think it's attributed to, but it could still be issues with the railway itself. So experts attribute dynamics in the pause of building due to presidential elections and government reshuffles, noting that future activity of building projects will also depend on the cost of loans. And I'd just like to say, business dynamics moving in relation to elections. I don't know. I just thought they would put other factors into their decision making. Anyway, key rate, remember, 16%, could be 17% very soon. In actuality, probably actually already is. Rail transportation of construction cargo shows the worst dynamics in 5 years. So, you see, part of building stuff is having to move the construction cargo where it's needed. Yeah. Well, it seems that they've sort of abandoned a lot of these building projects. So, according to the data sent from January to May 15th, the average daily loading was 7% lower than last year. In May, the figure is estimated at 675,000 tonnes, 5% less than the year before. So what they're saying is these are indicators of slow growth, but it's not slow growth, is it? It's shrinking. So the main decline in the transportation of crushed stone, which was at the beginning of May, showed worse dynamics in April. So indicating a decrease in the intensity of construction, primarily for large infrastructure projects. Now, these are all those construction sites that appear to suddenly be on fire. It's almost as though they've been abandoned and, maybe we'll try and get an insurance job out of it. There's another problem for any of these construction projects as well. Big shortage of labour, and what some might call unskilled labour, but I'll be honest, even unskilled labour, well, go and try and do it yourself. There's a skill. There is a skill to it, you develop all sorts of ways to do things more efficiently. And, well, yeah, put it this way. If you think you can just go and pick fruit and do really well at it because, well, I can pick fruit. Yeah, just go and see how the people really do it. And then you'll realize that, yeah, you have to develop skills. Anyway, so massive labour shortage. Huge problem with construction because, of course, that was a mostly male-based pool. In addition, a lot of migrant workers work in construction. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there seems to be an awful lot of those people just missing from the workforce for one reason or another. So just back to crushed stone as an indicator. In April, the average daily loading of crushed stone was 228,000 tonnes in May. In April. And in May, 221,000, which respectively are 13% and 15% less than in the months 1 year earlier. Sorry, it was just written in such a way that it was confusing. The geography of transportation, reflecting the construction of highways, has changed as well. Thus, transportation in the direction of Tatarstan in April increased by 30%, and in May by 18%. Remember, in Tatarstan, that's where they're building that big Shahed drone plant. No, sorry. They're not anymore because on the 2nd of April it got attacked. Yeah, it was quite emotional for them, that one. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they probably still managed to salvage some of it and still probably doing their building of drones. But even so, when a place blows up, because it's directly targeted like that. Afterwards, people aren't as keen to stay there. It's funny that, isn't it? A whole bunch of oil and gas people have been just deciding that they don't want to work in these facilities anymore. And apparently that place in Tatarstan, Alabuga, sorry, just had to add that. A lot of their parents actually turned up and pulled kids out of the college because of this. Because, well, they weren't learning anything anyway other than how to build drones. So, transport went up in that direction, yes, in order to obviously support the military, industrial, whatever's there. And at the same time, transport to Moscow and the Moscow region decreased by 40%. And 24%. So what we're looking at here, there were two, weren't there? There were two indicators. Yeah, anyway, decreased by 40% in April and 21% in May. And a commissar source in the construction industry. So that was construction materials we're talking about, sorry. Just so you remember that. Changes could have been influenced by road repairs on the eve of the BRICS summit in Kazan, or the extension of the M12 highway to Yekaterinburg. You see, what does that say? Potemkin village, doesn't it? That they only fixed up the stuff that the delegation was going to see. And they just freely admitted it. Oh, yeah, we might have fixed up that road just because the BRICS people were coming. So the ICO adds that loading is not yet supported by work to eliminate the consequences of the floods in the Urals and Siberia. Remember that these two places have been so badly flooded, it's very possible that some of their train transportation has been affected as well. In the Far East, there was fire coming up to the train lines where they weren't able to fight the fires properly either. Oh, they just seem to have all sorts of problems. Anyway, remember from the agriculture update that in the areas of the Urals and Siberia, the soil is very, very waterlogged in the area. And data on the loading of construction cargo by JSC Russian Railways, which, unlike statistics, they don't include cement and some industrial cargoes for some reason, but they also show a decrease. According to the monopoly of JSC Railways, over 4 months, the loading of construction cargo decreased by 14.6%. Now, this is what they say the reason is. Certain difficulties in organising the transport of construction goods, they note, were associated with extreme weather conditions. Wonder if there was any other difficulties that they had. Was it just the weather? They seem to have got a quote from everyone, and they say the problem is demand, that people just aren't purchasing this stuff or just aren't building. And one group called the Sherpa Group points to an investment pause due to the high key rate. Now, that is a fair reason, but also there's these reasons as well, that nobody's going to build anything that they think the government might steal off them. You know, nationalisation. And no one's going to build anything if they don't have any investment. Like, for example, foreign investors who were going to, assist them in building something and then send some people to work there. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. So nobody wants to bring any money into Russia. And it's extremely hard to get any money that was already in Russia out. Some companies are staying in Russia because it would actually make a massive cost for them to leave, and it would be more beneficial to the Russian government for them to actually leave. They'd have to pay them a massive amount of, all these fines and fees and taxes they'd probably end up paying Russia for the privilege of leaving them. And some people, like some companies, like Pepsi, for example, they're so big that they're pretty much into everything. And yeah, to leave, they would actually be doing Russia a favor. So they've stayed. Because, well, if they'd have left straight away, fine. But now they've got themselves into this position. It is actually, they're sort of stuck, trapped like rats. Oh, sorry. So anyway, they also have to deal with the fact that their brand has all this terrible exposure to the situation that they're in. So because you didn't leave straight away, now you can't leave. And also your brand exposure is killing your reputation. Oh, well, that'll be your own fault for being greedy corporate whatnots. See, I'm feeling better now. Loads better now. It's all gone. Good. So, anyway, the head of Infoline Analytics, Mikhail Burmistrov, considers government reshuffles to be a most important factor, limiting the launch and start of new financial projects. Yeah, that and the fact that there's no finances for those projects. Now, remember the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service going around issuing warnings that, well, you weren't allowed to say in the media that food prices might be going up. They got very, very oversensitive about that. Now, it can be confusing, but the FAS was also pressuring a company called Infoline, who are an analytics company, because, believe it or not, they were producing analytics and the Russian government didn't like the numbers. That's right. So they've been also told that their predictions are not welcome in the Russian government. And you know why? Because it was indicated on there that food prices might be going up. You know what, Prince? I think food prices are going up and the Russian government doesn't want anybody to know about it until it happens. So there are articles that also point out to a few railway projects, including the high-speed railway that was mentioned before. You know, the high-speed railway that's never going to happen. And what you find is that all of these predictions for the future that Russia are making, we're going to be able to do this, we're going to be able to do that, we're going to build this, we're going to build that. Well, it kind of relies on the railway working. And there's about 3 particular projects that rely completely on the high-speed rail being fully operational. They haven't even laid a single concrete block in relation to this thing, this high-speed rail. And just like to point out that if they're going to build something major like that, they probably need to not be at war. Oh, and all the stuff that they needed to build it, they usually brought a lot of that in, you know, that at least the technical expertise. They've got the raw materials and stuff, you know, but the trains, the high-speed cables and all that sort of stuff, they don't really have access to a lot of that anymore, so that'll be a shame for them. And so they keep saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do the other. We're going to be able to transport this amount of fuel and blah, blah, blah. But what they've not taken into account is that they haven't built that high-speed railway and they're not likely to. Just saying. So what will probably happen is they're going to become ever closeted about their capabilities and how well or not well their refineries are running. Because remember, you don't have to strike a refinery with a drone for it to have a problem. They can go down for routine maintenance, or they can go down for the fact that they've not been maintained. Both of these are very good reasons for it to be offline. In fact, we've had a few examples of this. A FFC unit went down because of mechanical issues, and sanctions made it impossible to bring it back up again. Now, in this case, it is noted they might be able to rebuild something themselves, maybe to get it back up and running again. But it's going to be months of downtime in the meantime. Now, that outage did not take down the refinery itself, as there was another unit, but it did drastically reduce the production. And these are the sorts of things that the Russian government has not been reporting because, well, they want to hide them. And yet this information got out. Now, it's very possible in the future that information just won't come out. They'll suppress it, find a way to clamp down on these things leaking out. And so we won't necessarily know, but we'll see the consequences of it, because when things like this happen, the rail has to take the additional burden of dragging new fuel from refineries that can increase their production, but maybe further away, to the locations that cannot meet their needs by the local refinery. Can you see how this might sort of be difficult when you've got a real lack of capacity? In order to be able to do that, they've got to take something else out. And what if that's really necessary as well? So, priorities. Oh yeah, I remember, coal is a priority. Funny how you can't eat coal though. Anyway, so it kind of throws the whole system off, as you might imagine. Oh, and also remember that anything Russia decides to ban, like, for example, the export of fuel, or they might lift the ban just suddenly one day, which they did recently. You know what that does? It messes like heck with train logistics. So you can imagine the guy from, a representative from the train monopoly saying, "We've just managed to fix this particular problem, and now you're about to change it again?" Yes, that's right. So the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service did not support the return of discounts on transportation for coal. Please take a moment to appreciate that the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service in Russia is defending a monopoly, the Russian railways. That's right, folks. This is Russia. So, there is also a reference that Prune found. Companies complaining that the only place they can try and save money on shipping is by negotiating at the port. And she's lost her source, so she'll have to add it later, and it's really peeved her off. So anyway, the discussed return of preferential coefficients for long-distance rail transportation of coal export is not supported by the FAS. And it seems this Federal Anti-Monopoly Service are being dragged into all sorts of things recently. In addition to the shortfall in revenues of Russian railways, the FAS notes that coal miners and affiliates have a sufficient number of gondola cars and marine terminals to control the bulk of the transport costs. So it's just a question, Russian railways still turning a profit? Are they? You see, much of the higher prices today are as a result of Russian railways' poor decisions in the past. But analysts believe that the profitability of transporting coal to the south and the northwest is not very efficient, and failure to renew benefits threatens the loss of 30 to 40 million tonnes of coal exports this year. Because why send them that way if it's that expensive? Kind of bad, isn't it? Anyway, One sec. God, I feel so much better. That's really settled my stomach, that. Ooh. Right, anyway. Remember,
Has to do
Putin.
that, doesn't it?
I know. It's really weird, isn't it? Yeah, do something really bad for you and makes you feel so much better. Lovely. Right. So, remember, Putin has a vested interest in keeping these things going. And not just because of his sort of connections to the owners and stuff like that. I mean, you know, some of these people are his family, for goodness sakes. If coal, the industry, were to fall down, where would their jobs go? Well, you see, they've already let a whole bunch of people go because they just can't keep producing coal with nowhere for it to be shipped to. And people will move. In fact, in some regions, the coal mine is the only reason that there's a place that exists there in the first place, you know, population. Now, there are already vast swathes of Russia that are virtually unpopulated, mainly because they're pretty harsh conditions to live in. And also, nobody built a road there. I know, so ideal, really. And this will cause more areas to become unpopulated because there's no jobs in that location. Just saying. So the Federal Anti-Monopoly, them people, does not support the resumption of the application of reduction factors to the tariffs of the Russian railways for export transportation of coal. And that's going to have some consequences. You see, until June 22, preferential tariffs were given and were in force for long-distance transportation of export coal. And then the benefits here were temporarily cancelled. However, they keep being extended, you know, like that. We're going to produce some aircraft. Oh, they're a bit heavy. We're going to put the date back and back and back again. And oh dear, they're 10 years late currently. I know how things go. So right now, the cancellation of these tariffs has been extended till the end of the year. I'm sure that won't cause them any problems. So in April, the Ministry of Energy proposed to resume the application of decreasing tariffs for Russian railways, transportation. The measures aimed at reducing the share of logistics costs, supporting the Russian coal industry during the period of low world coal prices. But of course, Russian railways opposed this initiative. According to the Russian railway monopoly, the return of decreasing coefficients, taking into account leverage, would lead to a loss of 295 billion rubles of income. And they can't possibly give up any money. Oh, gosh, no. Or almost a quarter of the total investment programme of the JSC Russian Railways for 2024. Oh, that's a lot. So also, when returning the decreasing coefficients, is what they call them, reduced tariffs basically, income from coal transportation will not be able to fully reimburse the operating costs, Russian railways pointed out. Sorry, investments? What's investments? They don't invest in anything, do they? Anyway, we keep saying evading sanctions. You see, they can do it, but it still hurts them. Things get more expensive, and suddenly the railroad's budget is very tight. The FAS supports the thesis of the falling income of Russian railways. It follows on from the document. Although the size of the falling income of the monopoly is estimated by the service at about 145 rubles in 2024. Who do we believe here? Because we don't trust them either. So whenever they produce figures, we're kind of like, well, you're both producing figures that are bad. So we'll just say it's bad. Let me see. According to the preliminary estimate of the monopoly, their negative profitability would be 40%, which is a lot. So the FAS emphasises that coal companies, as owners of their own gondola cars and terminals, can influence the transport costs themselves by using their own transportation items. Again, here's the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service defending the monopoly. According to them, the supply of coal to the port cost from 4.1 thousand to 5.5 thousand rubles per tonne for the main export directions. In case of resumption of the reduced tariffs for coal, the savings would be from 300 to 800 rubles per tonne, depending on the route. The share of unregulated logistics components in transport costs is emphasised in the service, on average at about 64%, or 3.4 thousand rubles per tonne. In the segment of transportation in gondola cars, more than 50% of all exports are carried out in the car fleet of the companies themselves, who also control the sea terminals, which occupy about 60% of the total volume of coal transshipment. A lot of words here. Coal companies have not commented on this issue, but basically they're saying that the reduced rate is vital in the southern and northwestern directions. Otherwise, it would just be too high for people to pay the cost. So according to him, prices of coal remain extremely low. And with the current railway tariffs being chucked on, and of course transshipment rates in ports, the supply of coal is actually unprofitable. And of course, you've got to remember that it's getting heavily taxed by everybody again at the same time. I know, it's just one thing after another, isn't it? So Mr. Kudalov believes that, I don't know who he is, he's just suddenly named, believes the use of lowering rates would increase transportation and provide additional revenue for the Russian railways and unload the scarce eastern direction, which today is actually the only route for exporting thermal coal. Remember, there's still different types of coal. And one of the reasons why there's a problem with transporting these things, well, they still have a locomotive problem. And so due to this, the expert warns there is a risk of losing up to 30 to 40 million tonnes of thermal coal exports in 2024. Sounds a lot, doesn't it? But what if it was worse? Well, according to marine coal exports from the Russian Federation in January to March, they decreased by 21% year on year, now to 33 million tonnes. In April to January to April, in fact, the other way around, the transshipment of coal in the ports of the Russian Federation decreased by 15%, according to the Association of Sea Commercial Ports. Now, let's remember that Russia hides information on gas and diesel. They may also hide some shipment information too, for obvious reasons. And that means you can get a feeling for what's going on based on what else is or isn't shipping. You see, you can close down some data, but if you don't shut down all of it, there's still indicators. So they've stopped providing Rostat with weekly data on the production of gasoline and fuel. But these hidden values make other numbers act unexpectedly. So, hang on a minute. She's just found her reference. I found it. Oh my god, I feel better. Anyway, so this is a 12th of April 2024 article, which I'm not sure if I actually got to write about, but basically coal companies are trying to achieve discounts on coal transshipments in ports, as this is the only place in the logistics chain that they can now influence. That's what they said. Anyway. So I realised I haven't talked about this article before, and we probably should, because you might see some of the bigger problems. I'll load it into my information in these threads. So, I've just told you that coal shipments are down, but it's not just down because the Russian railways can't ship it. No, demand is actually down. There was a mild winter everywhere, practically, apart from Russia. So, countries outside of Russia have coal left over, and they don't necessarily need it in the same quantities that they did previously. And it hasn't got warm enough to increase demand for air conditioning. So demand for coal again is still really low. And Russian railways could only ship 75% of the company Colmar's coal. Now, imagine what happened if demand was up. So if demand was up and they can still only ship 75% of it, they're still not going to be able to meet any of the demand, are they? Anyway. So Russian coal companies face the prospect of reducing production this year due to the decline in prices. This spring to levels of April to May 2021. That's right. Going back in time. So, coal exports are becoming unprofitable due to the increase in logistics costs, import duties from China, and exchange rate export duties imposed by the Russian authorities themselves. Have you noticed this is nothing to do with the West? Aren't we so terrible? So, although companies hope that world coal prices will strengthen in the summer, have you noticed how lots of people are trying to diversify and get away from burning coal? Anyway, just saying. So, something to mention, I did speak about the Russian tariffs. You see, the Ministry of Finance applies and removes these at will. And they apply them temporarily, and then they just don't ever take them off again, or they just abolish duties at random. So, it's sometimes very arbitrary, and you're just like, what are they doing? And, well, they probably don't even know themselves. That's the thing. So, world coal prices, against the backdrop of a warm winter in the Northern Hemisphere, dropped to spring 2021 levels by early April. In March, thermal coal on the FOB Vostochny basis fell to $89.7 per tonne against $120 per tonne in March 23 and $162 per tonne in March 22. Well, prices are still higher than 2020 when they dipped below $70 per tonne. However, coal exports from Russia still crept down. Sea shipments in the first quarter amounted to 33 million tonnes, which is 21% lower than the same period 12 months before, and 11% lower than the fourth quarter of 2023. According to Kepler data, the main reason is low export prices for coal combined with rising costs for the Russian coal companies. You see, the rising costs are indeed causing a problem. The largest producer of thermal coal in Russia is SUEK, and they explain the decline in prices due to seasonality and warm weather. The period of peak winter consumption has passed, and the summer increase in demand associated with increased electricity consumption for air conditioning has not yet arrived. In addition, trading activity is limited by the high level of fuel reserves remaining in warehouses after the relatively warm winter. Oh dear. So, for some reason, they expect demand for thermal coal to remain high, especially in Asia. By the end of 2024, we expect an increase of coal imports in China, South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, and a number of other countries in South Asia. They expect. So, they're not saying it's going to happen. They're saying, we hope it happens. Now, Putin is supposedly taking a trip to Vietnam soon, perhaps in combination with a trip to North Korea. However, all of this doesn't change the problem that authorities of the coal regions are currently waving their arms, going, hello, there's a problem. And since the article was written, one of those authorities of the coal regions has just become the new Minister of Energy. Yes, that's right. So anyway, chairman of the Supreme Council of Caucasia, Sergei Sokol, sorry, I'm trying to fend off hiccups. It's not one thing, it's another. Said that the coal mining enterprises in the region are sending employees on forced leave due to a decrease in production volumes, due to problems with export quotas and railway tariffs. Almost all open pit mines are now operating at half their capacity, he wrote in his Telegram channel. According to him, coal companies and exporting Caucasus coal through the western ports of the Russian Federation incur losses from 400 to 1,500 rubles per ton. Given the falling prices and the restrictions on Western travel, the only alternatives now remain India and China. But due to transport and logistics difficulties, you see, Caucasus coal is imported to Southeast Asia, including via the Northern Sea route. Hang on. So, due to transport and logistics difficulties, the final cost of coal is transport costs. So, in his opinion, taking into account the seasonal reduction in demand and the period of summer track repair work for the Russian railways, which I don't know if you've noticed, but they seem to have had an awful lot of additional track repair work to do recently. Just, squirrels eating their cables or something. Anyway, lots of track repair work. Well, he says the prospects until the end of 2024 do not give reasons for optimism. He sounds as though he's figured it out. So he goes on to say, all market participants recognise that the main factor affecting the profitability of companies compared to spring 21 is a sharp increase in logistics costs. On average, Russian railway tariffs for thermal coal the year increased by 22%. 22%. That's a lot. Wowzers. So, anybody else noticing how a bunch of people keep pointing to double-digit inflation of prices, but yet the official inflation rate is still in single digits? So taking into account the indexation in December 23 and the extension of the cancellation of the discounts for transportation, the rental rates for gondola cars, although decreased in March, are still 44.3% higher than a year ago. 44%! Blimey heck! Anyway, shall we have a quick word about balls, Prince? I've obviously caught you out, but yes.
What?
Balls.
You're talking about balls.
Well, people keep yelling. Well, go on, sorry.
People are out of balls. Russia has no balls.
Well, yeah, people keep yelling about the lack of balls. That's right, the lack of ball bearings. You see, Russia couldn't get them. And so we were all thinking, everything's going to collapse. However, it didn't. They did manage to sort something out. So there was like this call, look, ball bearings don't matter, Russia's going to win. But they ignored all the warnings. And those other warnings were more likely to cause the thing to fall down. So anyway, similar thing happened with artillery ammunition, if you note. You see, for some reason, people take one piece of information and assume they know what the result will be. And then if it doesn't turn out the way they thought in the end, they think that it was wrong or fake or whatever. But Russia may have evaded sanctions and got ball bearings from something else, from somewhere else. Well, good for them. But the ball bearings that they were able to get hold of are going to have been much more expensive, don't you think? Because, well, there's a certain amount of risk in providing these sorts of things to Russia that you yourself may end up sanctioned. So, of course, the cost of that risk goes on to the cost of whatever it is they're purchasing. And if they're purchasing something really vital like ball bearings, well, you could basically name your price if you're the only person that they can get them from. I mean, be quite fun actually to just see exactly how much of the piss you could take with the price. So anyway, where do you think those costs go? Yes, that's right. A 44% increase in gondola rental, perhaps. Now, it's something that Prune has noted is happening often. And, well, if we are this deep in a thread about railways and coal, Prune feels that we must appreciate these nuances. You see, this is the stuff that I like, as well as the big old boots. I like the fact that we can say that they're falling apart because, well, everybody's like, oh, yes, they're still going, they're still holding themselves up, Well, yes, they are, but it's becoming more difficult and more expensive by the day. And you know what we said about bankruptcy? Very slowly, and then everything at once. And, well, I'm waiting for the everything at once, because once thing starts really falling down, it's going to drag other things down with it. And you'll be glad to know I'm feeling much better, by the way. So, yes, we have got this far into a railway and coal thread because it's actually very important. So, let's get back to the part about transshipment in the port being the only place that coal companies could negotiate a lower price. However, bless the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service, they came in and didn't agree with them. So the next part, there's probably going to be an update on this later from Prune because she seems to be quite, there's a bit more on this. So a conflict occurred, a particularly loud one, in the transshipment through the OTECO, or the OTECO, terminal in Taman. In February, coal companies stopped shipments there, citing that the transshipment prices through this particular terminal were just too high. Russian railways estimated losses in loading for 2 months due to this problem for themselves at 6 million tonnes, which forced the government to then intervene. According to Kommersant sources, at one meeting, the first Deputy Prime Minister, Andrei Belousov himself, strongly recommended that the owner of OTECO, who is Mikhail Litvak, he strongly recommended that he himself ensure the transshipment. Now, you might recognise that name because he's now the Minister of Defence, of course, Belousov. So, the press service of the terminal reported then that they had met the coal company's reduced tariffs. Because pretty much they had no choice. They were told they absolutely had to by the government, and that was that. So I'm imagining that that's probably losing them some money because they weren't doing it in the first place because it wasn't profitable. Yes. So they've met the company's reduced tariff, and according to Argus, 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 by the end of March, Raspadskaya, which produces more expensive coking coals, resumed their shipments through the Taman port. So several more manufacturers from Kubas and Khakassia now plan to resume export through that terminal because the costs are lower. However, it does mean that the terminal itself, the company that owns and runs the terminal, is probably allowing them to do that at pretty much a loss. So it's causing them to be, squeezed. You see, the squeeze on coal is squeezing everybody along the line now. Even the people who just send it somewhere, they too are having to prioritize coal over like stuff that actually makes money. Awkward. So anyway, in 2024, duties became an additional burden for coal companies. China returned the import duty on Russian coal to the amount of 3 to 6%, depending on the types, which then forces exporters to reduce prices. China, being one of the largest and most important markets for coal from the Russian Federation. We think that Xi and Putin probably had an agreement on coal, but we don't know exactly who had the most power dynamics. And it would be interesting to know. It's very possible that Xi has the upper hand in this agreement, and that Russia will find themselves again being bent over, basically. So we'll look at that, of course, if we get any more information about it. But remember, coal has priority. Putin gave coal a special presidential pass. Now, was that something to do with Xi Jinping's requirements? Or did he just have some other reasons, like, his mates own coal companies? Anyway, at the same time, Russian suppliers are in an unequal competition with exporters from Australia and Indonesia, whose coal is not subject to import duties to free trade agreements. So, in order to be able to sell their own product, Russia has to undercut them, which means that they're cutting their own throats on the profit. Oh well. To compensate for the effect of Chinese duties, the Russian government decided to abolish the exchange rate duties on coal introduced in 2023. But, however, the Ministry of Finance did not want to lose the budgeted revenues and was going to compensate for the abolition of duties by increasing something else. Now, it was not possible to agree on an increase of personal tax, so as a result, export duties of 4 to 7% were returned. So, so he took it, he gave it back with one hand and took it away, even slightly worse, with the other. And he wonders why he has such a low approval rate. That's right, this is Anton Siluvanov, the guy who was made to sit in the bus with the journalists because there just wasn't enough room to have him with the real people when they were on their visit to China en masse, if you recall. I think they just didn't want to sit with him because he smells. Anyway, as we saw, he adds and removes tariffs and, these percentages on an almost weekly basis. And they have put these things in place and then just quietly got rid of them again in some cases because it's just not worked out, But there's no reason to say that he couldn't come up with another fabulous idea and do something else lunatic like that. And like I say, he's consistently just changing his mind about whether they need to be tariffs or not. Mainly probably because he's receiving pressure from every angle and he keeps making a decision. And then it's like, no, that doesn't help. So he has to make another decision. And no, that makes things worse over here. So I think he's just being constantly reactive to the fact that everything is terrible. Oh, and to note, the Russian federal budget in January to April 24 was a huge deficit. That's right, huge. Now, Siluvanov, Russian Minister of Finance, very disliked by everybody, has then gone on to warn about the possibility of further tax increases. You know, that's a big deficit you've got there. Shame if it got a lot bigger, eh? And so he's already signalled what he thinks he's doing about it, raising taxes. You see, if his goal is to make sure that nobody in the country is going to be able to make much of a profit, then he's succeeding very well at that. And you know what? In the future, all of us here and Prune will probably be able to find each other in a crowd if we yell Anton Silunanov. You'd have to yell it, like, be able to say it as well. But anyway, we'll all be like, yes, we've heard of that guy. So getting people to pay attention to these sort of nuances is not necessarily, an easy task. Because, well, they're hiding stuff. They've got some bad behaviour that hides some of the stuff as well. And, there are lots of other things that we can concentrate on right now. But this energy indicator, just with regards to the fact that the railways can't move the stuff, it costs too much. They can't transport it out because it costs too much. So they make it cheaper. So somebody else is then forced to live without profit. And it's going one after the other. And until recently, the most sensitive type of sanctions against the coal sector was the EU embargo coming into force in August 22. And the companies were forced to redirect more than 60 million tonnes of their exports to Asia. Remember the traffic jam on the railways, that they said they had real problems with capacity of rail, not because they were, struggling with trains, but because they didn't have enough rail lines laid to transport all this stuff to the east from the west, because previously they've been transporting everything westwards because we were buying it all. And so they didn't put any infrastructure in really to transport larger amounts eastwards. So they kind of effed up. Massive traffic jam. So you go to the Russian railways and try to redirect the coal. But that didn't happen because there's no customer base anywhere else but the Far East. So the Far East traffic jam wouldn't be as big of a problem as it is now if it weren't for a few other things that Russia did. You recall those Houthis, Prince?
Yeah.
Those Houthi rebels that are attacking ships? Yeah, well, that's kind of Russia's fault as well. And, well, it turns out that Russia had a number of their ships interdicted by Houthi rebels. And there was a few rows about that in the background. Oops, they did it again very recently. It's just what happens when you don't flag your ships properly. People get confused. Anyway, there's a quote here from an article. In 2024, Western countries switched to point strikes. Suec and Mechel were included in the list. According to Chinese Coal Transport Association's sanctions may actually have hurt a fifth of coal exports from the Russian Federation. There's another double-digit thing, 20%. Ouch. So, according to the SDN list, implications that the assets of companies are blocked and American citizens are prohibited from interacting in any way with people and companies included in it. Well, we don't need to interact. We can just watch while we eat our popcorn, yes? So, since American sanctions have a secondary effect, they make it extremely difficult to make payments. You see, large banks just don't like being cut off from the dollar financial system. I think we need to use the GIF of the Department of Treasury where, the sunglasses come down. So, in particular, the tightening of sanctions has already had a negative impact on coal supplies to South Korea. According to Kipler data, South Korea imported 857,000 tons of Russian coal by sea in March, which is the minimum volume over the past 4 years. And, it's possible that Russia's support of North Korea has not endeared them to the South Koreans. Those balloons. When somebody shouts at you all the time, "We have missiles! We have missiles! Look at our big missiles!" and waves them around, and then throws bags of poop and garbage at you. Yeah, I don't know. Just what? We have missiles. Throws bags of poop. Okay, fine. Weirdos. So, South Korean utilities have decided to start replacing Russian coal with an increase in imports from South Africa and Colombia. South Korea's imports from Russia in 2023 were relatively stable, increasing by 1%, in fact. But now they're not. Now they're looking to diversify. Oh dear. So I'm sure BRICS will look after Russia, won't they? So sanctions for violations of restrictions imposed on persons included in the SDN list can be imposed on the South Korean counterparts, such as banks, port operators, transport companies, and even sea and river vessels, which suddenly makes an awful lot of Russian business very toxic. In fact, a whole Russian port got sanctioned, if you recall. That's right, the largest sea carrier in the Far East. South Korean sea carrier Sinokor and its subsidiary Huenga Line will no longer be accepting orders for delivery from the Russian port of Vostochny in Primoy because the whole port got itself sanctioned. So, any interaction with them, their maintenance, and use will also form sanctions risks for those people interacting. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely. And the lawyer was upset, shall we say, when explaining this. But industry interlocutors of Comsant believe that the consequences of sanctions for these companies will be increased discounts on the coal sold, as well as difficulties with freight and ship insurance. You see, those sanctions that, they're not going to work, they're not going to bother us, these sanctions, well, evading them is really, it hurts because you've got to do business with the only people who are willing to take the risk. And a lot of the time, then people are going to charge appropriately. Oh, well. So there was also noted expected reduction in coal purchases by other unfriendly Asian countries, such as Japan and Taiwan. Well, yeah, I'm not surprised, actually. Now, it's always worth pointing out that this is technically the West fighting Russia through non-violent means. And however much Russia whine and complain, they haven't even been hit with any big sticks yet. They've been given loads of chances to change course, have they not? And people forget that there are a lot of means to crush somebody without necessarily reverting to violent means. And this is what America's doing. They're leveraging their hugeness and their the clout that they have in the markets to be able to do this. And for some reason, Russian propagandists think the solution is for someone like the United States to see them as an imminent threat. It seems like a mistake, but they don't necessarily listen to us, do they? Anyway, the Ministry of Energy expects that the 2024 coal production in Russia, which takes into account the areas of the Donetsk and Luhansk, they're actually adding them into the statistics this year, which says that they're trying to bump up their figures, doesn't it? Now, even so, those figures are only just about the same or just more than what they were producing in 2023. But we know they haven't taken into account the logistics issues. So also there's a possibility of shrinking capacity on the railway. It's very unlikely they've taken those into account. But I note how they've massaged those figures by adding 2 additional regions in order to make it look slightly better than it was last year. Oh well. It's when you see the obvious things that they're doing, you're like, oh, they really are trying to hide how bad it is. But kind of like children, they kind of, just leave glaring obvious, did you eat that cookie? So you say to the child with chocolate round his mouth and he goes, no. Yeah, kind of like that. So anyway, Russian Railways hasn't quantified their capacity themselves yet. They're just kind of flying by the seat of their pants and hoping it'll all be okay. And, I'm sure it will be for a while. So anyway, chief strategist of the investment company Vector X, he's called Maxim Kudalov, says that it's very likely that more expensive coal mining of D and G grades will decrease. So 2 particular grades of coal will just stop being mined as much because they're just too expensive. Market conditions, high rates of coal shipments in port, temporary abolition of the decreasing coefficient for coal transportation. That's the reduction that they got for transport. And export duties. You see, these are the 4 riders of the coal apocalypse. At this point, Prune had to make a meme of the 4 riders of the coal apocalypse. Feel free to go and look at that. But here they are in their glory. Number 1, market conditions. Number 2, high rates of shipment imports. Number 3, abolition of reduced duties for transportation. And number 4, the export duty itself. Number 3 needs a nickname or something because it's a lot to say. Maybe we'll call him Spot. Anyway, at the end of the first quarter, we are already seeing coal production shrinking by almost 5 million tonnes. In fact, Coal, as I stated, actually shut down production. Coal companies are limited in their reaction options, you see. It's not possible to reduce the cost of production as it is already approaching 4,000 rubles per tonne. Closing the most inefficient mines will reduce the cost by no more than 5 to 7%. And Maxim Kudalov believes that some companies are likely to freeze their investments or maybe get sued. You see, a Chinese equipment supplier, the TAP Group, has filed a claim for 4.35 billion rubles against a Siberian subsidiary for refusing to pay for the supply and installation of their equipment from China. Yes, that's right. They bought a load of equipment from China, installed it in their business, and then said, sorry, money? What? Yes, exactly. And so now they're being sued. I just think that's hilarious that they're making such good friends with Chinese. So now the main thing, they say, is to hold out this year, for a year and a half, in fact, prevent the conservation of, well, basically, they say coal miners should actively work with creditors for this period of 18 months and then it'll all be fine. So he says favourable terms of debt restructuring could be offered, and in 18 months' time, we won't have this problem anymore. Why? What's changing in 18 months' time? I think he's talking crap. You see, there was an article in April. The decline in production from thermal coal producers is quite possible. So there was noted that companies striving to maintain production volumes, but when they decrease production volume, it leads to an increase in unit cost. Yes, that's right. The price is still going to go up. Now, Colmar indeed tried. They suspended the work of 2 factories due to excess coal. But, of course, without a decrease in the coal supply, they can't up the price, basically. So it doesn't look like it's going to go well, because if they can't move it, they can't produce it. If they can't produce it, prices go up. But prices are already very high, and they're pretty much making a loss anyway. Oh dear. So things really haven't gotten any better, have they? They've perhaps made some small tweaks to make things a little bit better here and there, but well, the new Minister of Energy is a coal guy, isn't he? So he's going to provide them probably with a little bit of temporary relief, but he's not going to be able to give them much because he just is not in a position to negotiate. And none of this can be negotiated away. You see, you can't get rid of the actual problem of physical logistics without building more logistics. And they're not doing that because they're fighting a war. So it's not going to increase their locomotive availability. It's not going to increase the tracks that they run on. And it won't suddenly make more infrastructure appear. You just can't make money if you can't get your products to market. So anyway, there was new information that we mentioned earlier, a little bit interesting, given recent events. So on the 28th of May, they started transshipping through Taman again because they'd had a fight over the tariff fees, and it was eventually reduced. So in May, 171,000 tonnes of coal were exported through that company's terminal compared to the 0 from March and April. So they weren't shipping out of that port at all in March and April, but they've started now. Remember, getting the stuff there in an eastern direction is a little bit more difficult. And remember that wreck from yesterday? That was, what was it, 29 coal cars? Was it 29? Yes, 29. And this was, yes. They knocked down 2 power transmission towers and tore down all the wires. They blocked both sides of the rail. And the movement of trains was suspended while they had to remove all of that stuff. And for some reason, there was most definitely a fire in the trees around there. So, gosh, don't know what happened there. And the tracks, indeed, themselves were damaged, shall we say. Now, even though they've repaired this and got things working, as you can imagine, because they're so very stretched with all the logistics, no matter how quickly they're repaired, any sort of slowdown creates a backup. Now, Russian railways would really rather coal travelled west, where there's much more infrastructure, rather than travelling east. So that's where it's helpful that the port is in the west, yes? Wait until you see where it is. Oh my God, it's Taman. It's right there, close to the Kerch Bridge. You know, that place that got bonked just the other day. Um, so, uh, when you enhance the images, there is masses of coal that are stored there. Anyway, something happened there kind of recently, didn't it? Yes, that's right, it did. Um, let's have a look at what happened there. It's a transshipment port. That's right. It was the oil depot at the Kavkaz port, and 3 oil tanks appear to have been targeted. And you know what? When you look at the images, you can see that there's some coal shipping right next to where this thing was. Just worth pointing that out, that it isn't just the oil that's being affected. No. They can't transport the coal through there either. Fuel, you see, fuel. It makes the world go round, does it not? Except it doesn't. Not in Russia anymore. Anyway, the restoration of transshipment should support exports and production. But experts still consider the efficiency of exporting coal from Kubaz through Taman to be extremely low. Might be rather nerve-wracking atmosphere to be that close to the Kerch Bridge, to be quite honest. Although, they're not quite as close as others, are they? So, the oil depot at Taman has been hit before, just last year. So, I'm just wondering how they're going to feel. Now, yes, it just got interesting. We just linked up these things to an actual attack by Ukraine. Amazing, hey? So, OTECO, whoever they are, they resumed coal shipments in May, according to Kepler data from Kommersant. According to analysts, over 3 weeks of the month, 171,000 tonnes were exported through the company's terminal in Taman. In March and April, OTECO did not ship coal due to a boycott of coal companies dissatisfied with the tariffs, of course. So anyway, the volume of OTECO coal exports it at minimum values. So they're not making any money off it anyway. And what we've got to work out is it that the risk has gone up through to drone strikes, or is it just the expensive port prices? Or why not both? So, OTECO Mikhail Litvak manages a bulk terminal with a capacity of 70 million tonnes of coal per year. One sec. And a liquid terminal in the port of Taman as well. Coal transshipment through this terminal was 25.5 million tonnes. Now, previously, they were very mad about OTECO's rates of $40 per tonne. So it's been confirmed that it is now $18 per tonne. And let's just go back to April. You see, talking about thermal coal selling for less than $90 per tonne. At the time, $40 per tonne is a lot to pay just to ship it. Oh, they haven't paid we've not factored in any railroad taxes or anything like that either at that point. So, yeah, they have to keep prices high because of the high tariffs that they're paying. Blah, blah, blah. Main consumers at the terminal were, oh my goodness, right, Suek, KRU, Raspadskaya, Cybern Tracate, and SDS Coal. The companies have not commented, but remember, as of 2024, Suek is persona non grata. They can't be sent outside the country. They're on the list of no touching. And even China don't want to do business with them. So the Taman OTECO terminal has already agreed on applications for the transport of more than 1 million tonnes of coal for May. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, though, does it? I mean, what if things went bang? Remember, they also have an extreme disconnect with what they say they can do and what actually happens. So it's very possible those quantities may not even be able to be shipped to the port by the railways. Or something else could happen, like maybe Russia accidentally bombing their own country again. Or perhaps squirrels or, explosive badgers, something like that. Um, what about if they put up another A-50 and it crashed into something? Because obviously Ukraine would shoot it down. Just all these little things. So um, Russian railways are continuing to try and, well, they're trying to tell companies that they need to ship west rather than east. Ship west. We've got infrastructure in the west. Stop shipping things over to the east. Can that go west instead? Um, so they're actually going to start relying more on these ports, which are much closer to Ukraine's booms. Just saying. So, due to the difficult situation in the world coal market, the rate of $18 per tonne before discounts, taking into account further discounts, could be reduced to $16 per tonne. Ooh. But somebody else is paying for that out of their pocket. So, do you think the government went in and pressured the company to reduce that from $40 to 18? Yes. Yes, they did. It seems like they did. And you know what the Russian government are like. They might just nationalize it later anyway. So, Russian railways reported to Kommersant that they're recording a gradual recovery in demand for coal transportation in the direction of Taman. Because guess what? The Russian railways are pretty much forcing it to be shipped in that direction because they're making it really expensive to ship it in any other direction. Now, they say this should have a positive impact both on the total volume of loading on the network and on the distribution of loads between different export destinations. In other words, they're crossing their fingers and hoping this works. But according to the Russian railways, so far, the volume of coal loading in the direction of the ports of the Azov/Black Sea Basin is still only half of what it was a year earlier. They're begging people to ship more west. Only these places in the west, well, they're getting exploded. So there is every reason why they wouldn't necessarily want to do that. But what the government wants. Anyway, yeah, they've started to transship through Taman again to help their production volumes. It's all getting ever so slightly better. But then, oh no, we've still got problems. Yes, transshipment is not only the only cost they have. In fact, the share of logistics exceeds 50% of their product price. So, coal companies are saying, you think you've got problems. And the Russian railways are saying, you think you've got problems. You know that thing where sort of like two Spider-Man are pointing at one another, can't decide who's the real one? Yeah. Well, they're kind of like this. It's your problem. No, it's my problem. No, it's your problem. No, it's your problem. So, oh dear, there was another discussion about the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service coming in and stomping their boots all over the place. Well, they basically said, you've got to have coal miners and affiliates that have a sufficient number of gondola cars and sea terminals to control your own transport. It's not the fault of the railways. Okay. So let's see. 59.5 million tonnes of coal was transshipped in the ports of the Russian Federation in January to April. But it doesn't tell you how much the Russian railways were unable to ship, all the stuff that's building up in warehouses. So far, the estimated efficiency of external supplies of thermal coal from Kubaz through Taman remains low. Now, Kubaz is in the Kemerovo Oblast, you'll be glad to know. It's sort of down middle a little bit. So The new Minister of Energy used to actually be the governor of this particular area, by the way. And according to his calculations, companies can lose about $14 to $15 per tonne of Cuba's thermal coal if they export it through the western port of Taman. Oh well, they're being forced to now. Never mind. So there is a chart, and I'm just going to retweet the chart because Prune has gone to the trouble of making it, and you can sort of see that exports are down. So more railway news. I have, but you know what? I have John as a new co-host, and he's been sat here for about 10 minutes with nothing to say. So I'll just say hi first. Hi, John.
What up, Mockers? How's the northwest of England today? You okay, are you? Very interesting on the coal. Doesn't sound too good, does it?
Well, it's one thing after another. And, you know, these little things, I mean, right, it's great to see them smashed on the battlefield. It's absolutely amazing. But I also feel as though they've got to the point where they're holding themselves up with string and rubber bands. And I'm waiting for them to snap. I've been waiting for 2 years for them to snap. I know. Obviously develop some patience. But when I see reports like this where they're producing something, but they can't ship it, and even if they are shipping it, they're having to ship it at a loss because of the fact that the government's stealing all the profit out of it. And, of course, everything's becoming more expensive because, you know, avoiding sanctions. Well, if you do it, good for you, but you're probably going to be paying through the nose for anything that you pick up, aren't you?
Well, it kind of reminds me of the Sochi Olympics a bit, you know, and all the money they spent on that, and where did the money come from? It was all kind of the oligarchs. You've had all this money, you've had these plum contracts, you've had all these excellent benefits and all the stuff you've done. So give us some money now. And I guess it's kind of the same kind of thing, isn't it? You take the hit. We're going to make this work. And how long are they going to be happy with that, I wonder?
Well, that's it. Some of them aren't. Certainly the guy who's in charge of Rostec, he doesn't feel that he should have to pay any additional monies. Well, you see, they make all of the war stuff. I mean, everything from, like, you know, MiG fighters to helicopters to guns, lots of transportation vehicles, and yeah, I think they actually make air defense systems as well. Yeah, they do. So all of that stuff. And him, that
all
guy.
All the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's not that good anymore, really, is it? The quality has gone down slightly. But yeah, he's basically said, oh, you want us to keep producing this stuff? You're not going to be making any savings in this industry. Don't even think about trying to ask me to reduce costs, Mr. Belousov. So, of course, they've got to find the money elsewhere. And it's fun. So, a little bit more railway news for you. You see, this just reinforces what Prune keeps telling us. So, on the 27th of May 24, there was an article written in Cement Market. Yes, in Cement Market. This is where Prune goes for her research. I'll have you know she does. So, cement does not fit into carriages. Pardon? As a result, delivery times and costs have increased. Well, I don't know. I thought cement came in sort of like a powdery form. I would have thought it would fit into most things. So let's just say the first sentence of this article reinforces exactly what Prune has been telling us. Faced with growing demand, limited railway capacity, and a shortage of wagons, with an increase in cement transit times by 36 to 86% per year, manufacturers are asking the government to intervene in the situation. Because guess what? They've just admitted it. Limited railway capacity. So, the cement company, they're producers, not end users. And so, help me, Russian government. I can't get my products to market. Additional costs and difficulties in reorientating the flow to motor transport have led to an increase in logistics of costs by 15 to 25%. So they're shipping some stuff by truck, if it's possible. But you know what? That is much more expensive than shipping it by rail. You know why? Because fuel costs have rocketed. Yes, that's right. So also, it might be difficult to buy trucks because the government seems to have used them all. So in the summer, the situation may result in delays of deliveries of cement to the regions of Siberia, the Urals, the Volga region, the South and Northern Caucasus. Remember, in many places, there isn't any possibility of shipping by road because they didn't build any roads. Literally, rail is their only option. Oh well. So, the shortage of logistics capacity creates the preconditions for the formation of a shortage of construction materials in some regions. So, this was a letter sent by a company called Tessemeros JSC to the Deputy Prime Minister Marat Kushnulin and Vitaly Savelyev. That's what I'm going with. And they're basically saying, railways are overextended. Help. Now, how is a country supposed to grow and develop and expand if you can't transport construction materials? It's a good question. Could they overcome this? Probably, eventually. But the problem is, none of them are really being factored into any of their forecasts. You see, they're still hiding these problems. And the longer they go on sort of pretending they don't exist, the less gets done about them. I know, it's a bit like, just saying, I'll just put that off till later. And it just, it becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger problem. So it doesn't look like they're focusing on solving it at all. And none of these problems are easy or fast fixes. I mean, in order to fix the rail issue, they have to build more infrastructure. But once they've built more infrastructure, they have to have the locomotives to run on that infrastructure. So they can't increase capacity without doing at least two very expensive things there. They're not spending any money on it, are they? Because war. So the manufacturer of the concrete has asked to take measures to stabilize traffic on the networks of the Russian railways. They're saying, please fix things so we can actually transport some of our products. And the railways are kind of going, not our problem. You see, the company want to reduce the shortage of truck drivers as well. You see, the truck drivers are kind of busy. They're driving trucks in Ukraine, probably, or maybe not even driving trucks. Maybe they're being given golf carts. So the priority of transportation of cement and building materials, well, they're asking, can they get non-discriminatory access to the railway infrastructure or more truck drivers? Well, truck drivers are busy. And I'm quite sure there'll be plenty of soldiers who would be really more than happy to drive a truck for the cement company, but Russia won't let them. So when they needed to fix problems between refineries and the Russian railways, the Ministry of Energy had to be brought into referee. And the government and the apparatus of Mr. Kushnulin did not respond promptly to any questions made by the press. So it sounds as though they just don't have any answers to give, or they don't want to give any answers. Can't imagine why. Can't imagine why. So the decline of Russia's infrastructure is continuous. I've just had to skip over a bit where there was a major tangent because we women do this, you know. I don't know if you've noticed, John, we'll be talking about something and then we'll just go squirrel and tangent off about something else entirely. And I'm talking to you because I want you to speak for a moment so I can drink my coffee before it goes cold.
Oh, that's very kind of you to talk to me, Marcus. Just kidding. Yeah, you go ahead, have your coffee. This is a really interesting thread, actually. And we went tangent off into tangents. But I kind of came in halfway through, I think. And clearly it looks like they're seriously kind of under capacity. They haven't got enough capacity to move all the things that they need to move. So
Well,
I was trying to get my mouth going and trying to get my brain into gear speaking. But what's the kind of the root cause of this? Is this they're trying to move things where they weren't moving before, or they're having to reroute stuff, or is it the military stuff that's all being moved? What's causing the crisis in capacity?
you need to have a box at the bottom that says all of the above. You see, military capacity has pretty much taken over the western end of the logistics situation there. So they're a bit packed up with military stuff being moved around. So there's not as much capacity over there. But also all the Western or Western aligned countries, shall we say, all the democratic nations who don't like what Russia's doing have stopped buying their stuff. And so all their capacity was built to send everything to the West because we're big consumers. And now there's much less consumption from the Western direction. So they want to ship everything east. But oh dear, we didn't build any infrastructure in that direction. And now we're at such a position that we actually going to really struggle to. Oh, and most of the Far East is on fire anyway, so that's kind of fun. Yeah, it's altogether getting a bit difficult. And of course, what's happening with the reduced capacity, all these different big companies are fighting for the same space. So what's happening now is they're coveting their gondola cars and things like that. Whereas in the past, they'd have just rented them to each other and stuff. Oh, no, no, no. Now these are ours because everybody needs them. So, you know, it's sort of that very selfish situation where I'm all right, Jack. So each company is trying to get their own negotiation, and the government keeps sort of trying to side with them. And then the anti-monopoly service comes along and sides with the monopoly. And so they're all just basically having a fight over a very small amount of space that's getting smaller and smaller because, well, they're busy fighting rather than doing anything to solve the problem. And it's getting to the point where there's no money in it for some people. And they're just going, well, I tell you what, if there's no profit in that, we'll just stop doing that. So the coal companies have shut down a couple of mines, A, because they can't move the stuff, but B, because they're making no profit. Sent people home. Now, if you're a worker and you go into work one day and there is no work and they send you home, it's very unlikely in Russia you're going to get paid for that day or any of the days that you're not there working. In fact, even when you are there working, it's not always guaranteed that you're going to get paid on time or ever anyway. You see, it's a bit of this situation where if the company's tight of cash, they just knock it on down to their employees and they say, we'll pay you next month. But of course, you've got bills to pay this month. So those people take out a payday loan. And so then when they get paid the next time, all their money gets eaten up by the payday loan. So they have to take out another payday loan to buy their groceries and stuff. And vicious circle. It just goes round and round and round like this, and nobody has any money. In fact, the only people who are really making money are the people giving out the payday loans and anybody stealing it out the system. as the system goes along. Oh, that'll be the government. That's right. The government are stealing all their profit out of the system. So let's get back to the decline in the infrastructure. What we're going to see is how things have really slowed down. You see, they said coal was at a reduced demand. So the cement people, so not as much coal was needing to be transported. And the cement people switched to trucks for some of their loads, and things still got worse on the railways. They're having an increasing amount of delays due to locomotives. You see, locomotives, some of them are 20 years old, John, and they just don't make parts for them anymore. And they scrapped the maintenance team some years ago, something like, more than 10 years ago. It was definitely before 2014 that they stopped having in-house maintenance. And they did, outsource maintenance, which is fine, as long as you can get the engineers to visit without fear of being arrested. But of course, nobody wants to visit them to do that work anymore. So how about changes with the gasoline market? Let's start here as a point. Like changes to gasoline bans or refinery hits, that sort of stuff also has a knock-on effect on railway logistics. So in January to April, one company here, JSC Tismeros, the average period of movement of loaded cars increased by 86%, but empty cars by 36%. And that wasn't even construction season. Remember, Russia was been much colder than usual. So there's still decreases in all of this. So the speed of single shipments on the Gorky Railway for the year decreased from 105 kilometres per day to 45 kilometres per day. In other words, things just aren't moving fast enough. So because they were unable to move it quick enough to its destination, there were delays of days. This led to a decrease in shipments, of course. Well, there are two cement companies here, and I love this. This one is called Mordov Cement, as in cement from Mordor, in my head. And Nevyansk Cement. They're both complaining that they cannot ship their products. And they said they couldn't ship up to 25% of their products the last period. And that number keeps increasing. And it's limiting any sort of growth. Now, there's another company here, Achinsk Cement, which adjoins the Krasnoyarsk Railway. And even them, they're having difficulties with finding cement hoppers to move their stuff around. Now, this in particular is problematic because that cement was going to be used for the launch of the third production line in Siberia. You see, railway transport often has no alternatives in these areas. Once again, did we miss that? In Siberia, railway transport, there is no other options. Siberia is quite a large place, you know. Theoretically, you could cut Russia in half just by chopping out Kazakhstan. Remember? Most of the transshipment for Russia, in fact, all but like one of their main railway lines goes through Kazakhstan. Just saying. Now, Russian railways hit back and said that more than 95% of their cement shipments arrived on time. And who makes the rules anyway? Hold on. So the increase in time, according to the railway monopoly, could be affected by the increase in the range of cement transportation. You see, basically, they're saying you can't expect it to be shipped at the same speed if we're shipping it further. They've got a point, but they also said the range of cement transportation was also affected by low temperatures and heavy precipitation. In other words, froze and then it flooded. And I've got to also point out that this is Russia. They're not used to low temperatures. You would think, John, that they would be able to deal with low temperatures, wouldn't you?
You would think that would be one of their special powers. Yeah, absolutely. If they can't deal with it by now, when will they be able to deal with it?
Well, indeed, indeed. So there's another company here, Soyuz Cement, and the volume of transportation by rail amounted to 2.3 million tonnes, which was a decrease of 3.2% year on year, while consumption increased, however. So basically, they've got orders for cement, and they can't fill them because Russian railways can't keep up. Manufacturers have been forced to use motor transport, which is much more expensive. So, logistics director of Cementum, there's another company. She's called Irina Narishinka, bless, says that the delay in delivery of loaded cars on the Gorky, Kubiashev, East Siberia, North Caucasus roads is up to 200% of the regulations. Now, who enforces these regulations, and are there any consequences? Because this is Russia, remember? They make rules and they just break them all the time. So, she goes on to say, this is due to the refusal to design downtime at sorting stations and lack of shunting traction. And it is worth noting that it was there was video of a guy pushing one of these cars due to the lack of a shunting locomotive. So it is also a problem with the locomotives. So to Semeros, whoever they are a logistics company, I think. Or sorry, no, they do stats. They noted the limited carrying capacity of the Trans-Siberian Railway, and BAM in the eastern direction is 180 million tonnes this year, which is much less than what they say their cargo base is, which again suggests huge limited capacity. Oh well. So, according to Vladimir Guz, whoever he is, cement workers can compensate for the turnover of cars only by attracting new cars. Together with the increase in tariffs, the cost of leasing and other factors has led to an increase in the price of rail transportation by 15 to 25%. And these costs lead to increases for the final product and eventually bankruptcy. So it's all going well. The experts observe similar dynamics for road transportation, where the market again is pressured by the expansion of weight and dimensional control systems. Cement logistics as a whole has risen in price by around 20% this year. Transport leverage usually forms an average of 20 to 30% and sometimes up to 50% of the cost of cement for the consumer. So anybody purchasing cement for, growth of their business or growth of their logistics chains, perhaps, you're going to find it extra expensive. So Semeros admits that supply problems will affect Ural, Siberia, and Volga districts. And Vladimir Guz talks about the risks for the southern districts and the northern Caucasus. It's almost as though they're cutting these places off from themselves. President of the Osnova Group, Alexander Rutschev, draws attention to the fact that the issue of cement is very acute in summer, when the volume of shipments should be triple to autumn and winter. Now, just to note, they can't transport it now. So what are they going to do in the next 3 months when they have massive extra need? So they go on to say the inability to receive the material emphasizes that the executive director of Suez Cement, Daria Martinica, states can lead to non-fulfillment of plans, financial losses for both customers, developers, and suppliers. But nobody has added these outcomes into any economic forecasts. And this is the sort of horror that Prune keeps uncovering when she digs into any of their nonsense. So there you go. And now I'm going to let you talk for a little tiny bit, John.
Okay, it all sounds like a bit of a house of cards, doesn't it? I guess, well, we've been saying it for a long time, but I guess, you know, the more, I think you called it a Jenga, didn't you? The more pieces that get pulled out, it becomes more and more unstable until just one little piece and the whole thing comes tumbling down. Yeah, it's kind of a couple of things that struck me as you were describing that whole situation. Yeah, okay, great. Shift some of it onto roads, put it on trucks, but I mean, the roads in Russia, especially outside of the main urban areas, are not the best, I don't think. So that could be interesting. And also, if we're talking about, you know, a 20% increase in cement costs, and that's going to put a huge inflationary pressure on construction costs, isn't it? So if they're going to try and build stuff, then that's not going to work out so well for them, is it? So that was really interesting, Mockers. Thanks for that really detailed thread on.
We have to thank Prune, I'm afraid. Prune is, the engineer here who keeps looking into these things and finding they've got just awful problems. And these deep dives that she does, I find really interesting because, well, I've been listening to Konstantin from Inside Russia as well, and he has the same views that they're getting to the point where they cannot do half of the things they need to do. And problems abound. So yeah, one thing after another. And you're right, it's like a game of Jenga, where pieces are being pulled out, and eventually parts of it are going to start to fall down. And when that happens, the rest of it will come with it, I reckon. There will be like just a mass exodus of people trying to save themselves. I'm not sure how that's going to go for them, but anyway.
Yeah, that what's her name? Prune's doing some great work. Sounds a bit like a sort of a beef eater kind of thing in a different area, which is fantastic. But nobody brings it alive like you do, Mockers. Nobody reads it like you do. And also, I should perhaps say at this point as well, I was trying to take a nap before I came on air, and I was listening to Prince, trying to read some Korean place names, and it kind of stopped me from sleeping. So thanks for nobody reads Korean place names like Prince does, and I'm not sure I could do much better, but they are really hard. Because the collection of letters there does not seem to fit with the pronunciation. And even after all this time spent over in this side of the world, I don't think I've worked out how that works. So there you go. Anyway, thanks, Prince.
Well, we are the absolute queens of mispronunciation. So I don't worry about that.
I just kind of try and avoid them and avoid reading things with difficult place names in, and then I don't have to show how bad I am at pronouncing things. But you know, we do our best, don't we? We can only work with what we've got, and I think we're all doing a fine job as best we can.
We try. Now then, this is coming from Russian channels, and I love this. So many Russian propaganda military channels have written about a Russian convoy of military vehicles that was attacked in the Kursk area near the border with Ukraine, the Sumy region. According to them, this happened near Sudzna. According to some Ukrainian sources, a column of 18 units of equipment was attacked. The results of the convoy are as yet unknown, but one of the Russian sources said, Kursk region, 3rd year of the war here. Precise strikes to the head and tail of the column, and then the enemy hit the area completely. The vehicles in the middle managed to disperse as best they could. You do know that a Russian general is going to receive a medal for this, but could it be that the Russians, after all this time, still were trying to do exactly the same thing as they were doing when they made a march on Kyiv? Yes. Social media channels of the Russians are awash with groaning about the utter destruction of their offensive. Let's just have a few comments from what they're saying. Our offensive has been stopped. Oh, good. The Ukrainians are conducting an offensive instead of us. Oh no. HIMARS are working on us all the time. Oh. Russian troops are absolutely unable to complete our assigned missions. Their drones prevent our infantry from even moving. You know, Russia seized 233,000, 640 feet of land in Ukraine in a month, losing 38,940 soldiers in the last month. Each soldier occupies 6 feet of land. Exactly. So, for every 6 feet, they lost somebody. Their great offensive continues. Offensive noises, perhaps. You see, life is very hard for a Russian soldier these days. And it's not just the Russian foot soldiers who are taking heavy damage, no. The artillery systems destroyed in May 24 is more than they appear to have destroyed in a long time. In fact, looking from May 23 all the way to now, the last 3 months, they've been exceptionally high with, in March, 976 artillery items. In April, 942. And in May, 1,160 items of artillery destroyed. Gee whiz. That's a lot, isn't it?
That's like 3,000 in 3 months. I mean, what kind of production? Well, clearly they have production to keep up with that. That's extraordinary. And previous threads you've talked about, Mockers, with the kind of storage sites that they have here and there, and how things have been kind of disappearing from the outside marshalling yards. I just don't know how they. Well, okay, this is all kind of little drips of good news, isn't it? It's tough, but things I think are going to be improving. And yeah, I heard a little bit about that. I read a little bit about that Sumy attack that you were just talking about across the border into Russia, and that sort of column of people kind of waiting to cross over and do their offensive. Yeah, as I think Chuck often says, that you can't marshal forces anywhere because everybody knows where they are. And it's really great to hear that HIMARS can be used over the border now and take these guys out where they're getting ready to do their ghastly deeds. So yeah, that feels kind of like a positive too, doesn't it, Marcus? And it'd be kind of interesting to hear exactly how messed up they got.
Well, indeed, yes. It is looking as though they've had a very emotional time just recently. And Zelensky has come out and said, also, the US have allowed Ukraine to strike with HIMARS along the border of the Kharkiv region. But this is not enough. Russia attacks from strategic bombers that take off from airfields further from the border. However, we still do not have the appropriate weapons to attack these places. Well, we know that they've been working on the Neptune missile being, boosted in striking range and also being able to hit ground targets, which I feel is interesting, very interesting. It's something that they are working on, I would say, but they do need a longer range missile that they are able to hit these places with. I don't want to say allowed because that really annoys me. Perhaps the arrival of the F-16s will assist with this matter. But right now, it would be nice to have them like yesterday, wouldn't it? Now,
Well, it's a bit daft to have to go and develop something when the weapon system is already there and it's actually in your possession, and there you are, kind of not necessarily wasting time, but spending time and resources kind of developing something which you can already do. You already have the capability to do it, so it is extremely annoying, and I wish they'd sorted it out.
we definitely should. Now then, there is, guess what? There are more attacks from Russia within other European places. And when we talk about, migrants and what have you, well, apparently a large group of African and Middle Eastern immigrants have been pressed against the Polish border. And the border guards there are having to, shall we say, encourage them to get back over the border. I think they're using some sort of mace type spray, to sort of discourage them from coming any further forward at the moment. But it does seem that Russia's at it again, specifically having a go at Poland's border. So what it is noted is that these are all men that are coming towards the border, and they all appear to have been sort of trained to do this, shall we say. And it is noted that these guys are mainly men from the Middle East who are presented as migrants who are being pushed to the borders. Now, this is the eastern border of NATO and the EU, and it appears that they're coming in an organised and more violent fashion. They're being flown into Belarus from the Middle East and elsewhere, along with other ordinary people from those regions who would, just genuinely like to enter the EU for economic reasons. And their behaviour in these attempted breaching raids suggests there's preparation and coordination, and of course, some sort of criminal intent. Recently, a Polish border guard was stabbed and seriously wounded by one of these chaps. Now, human rights organisations, as well as governments and politicians in the rest of Europe, have been short-circuited by these tactics. Even when they acknowledge the manipulations, there remains an impulse to try and arm twist Poland into opening its border and offering protection. However, due to the organised nature of this, Poland don't want to, because they believe they are actually organised terrorism groups who have been given, instructions on what to do when they get into Poland. So they don't blooming want them. And they're being sort of, pressured to offer protection to these poor migrants. And I understand why they're feeling a bit reticent to do so. So, of course, organisations and politicians are sort of in quite a dishonest way doing this. There have been hybrid attacks on Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, and they've been going on for more than 3-4 years. Now, the starting date is identified as around July 2021, and time is overdue for us to face the facts and describe what this is a form of warfare, Now, some of these migrants are indeed not to blame. They are literally being offered opportunities and thinking that this would be a great idea for their future. However, some of them are not victims. They are willing and organised, and it's starting to be obvious. So, the deployment of border raid formations has, in some respects, been the start of the war against Europe. And many presume that Putin and other criminals in his regime were hoping that we would buckle and this would weaken us further ahead of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Now, the real question we need to focus and relate to is what intelligence we could gather, making public these, this organisation, training and equipping of the border raiders, and the exact role they're being played by Belarus here. In the wider political picture, we already know that Russian state sponsors some political parties inside the EU and NATO nations that always object to large-scale immigration. Now, everyone understands that Putin is both affecting the flow of potential migrants and the political reaction to it to create anger from both sides, basically. Exactly what they do, isn't it? And of course, this is part and parcel of tying up or causing conflict within the political order in the EU and NATO nations. And of course, he wants to replace any governments within those nations with ones that are friendlier towards him. You know, Marine Le Pen, those sorts of people. Now, the more operational aspects of these border raids should be discussed more openly across Europe, so we can show, public that these are not necessarily poor people who are just trying to escape for a better life, but in this particular case, they're actually being weaponized. And we should recognize that in this particular location, they are sending groups of men who are trained, basically. And this is something that is concerning because we don't want a load of trained individuals flooding into our countries. And, well, we've seen, reactions to this. Now, I've got a reaction by the British government here that they've instructed counterintelligence agencies to change their main focus. Instead of focusing on the fight against terrorism in the world, they are changing their focus to the fight against spies. Russian, Chinese, and Iranian spies are now up the list of priorities, and also the fight against disinformation. So, the fight against spies is more important than the fight against random terrorism, mainly due to Ukraine being attacked by Russia and Great Britain's support for Ukraine. Coincidental. I mean, you could do both by all means, but I think, just the possibility of us being flooded with spies is probably very high. And I think we all need to do a little soul searching. So it is also notable that yesterday the news was breaking in Australia that a former defected spy for the CCP, that one, has revealed that China has more than 1,200 spies currently working in Australia alone, and that it increased its spying activities in Australia, Europe, and the US, specifically targeting dissidents considered to be traitors back home. Well, could they also be doing other things? Yes, they could. Certainly, China and Russia are, I wouldn't say best of buddies, but they could certainly be sharing information and, sort of helping one another in lots of other things. Now, goodness gracious me, I think I did the numbers this morning, and I got halfway through them, and I completely just abandoned them, forgot, got distracted. And I think we should go through them, John.
I think we should. And I'm sure there are many people probably waking up in America who will be wanting to hear you say those numbers. But I think there's a couple of, I saw both of those stories that you've just been talking about, and I was kind of reading through those. And I think probably if we could just do that a little bit before we go to the numbers, because I thought both of those were extremely interesting. I think many people will have seen the story of the kind of Polish border guard who got stabbed and was in a pretty serious condition, I think, taken to hospital. And this is really great background on that story, because you kind of see the headline and you see the event, but kind of what's the context for that. And this is so kind of Russian to kind of weaponize these migrants have been pretty vulnerable position, aren't they? And if you can kind of offer them incentives or whatever, and okay, some of them are going to be willing to take any chance that they can get, and it's you know, they're gonna take the chances that they get to kind of get out of their situation. But it's so kind of Russian to kind of weaponize these kind of people in very vulnerable positions. It's kind of interesting to see that this was starting back in July 2021, which, you know, is an interesting timeline, isn't it? So that's kind of tells you where the Russians are on all of this as well. And it's kind of got to, we really need to have a grown-up conversation on migration. I think you can't say it's all bad, you can't say it's all good. We need to know what the nuances are. We need to know this kind of background on these things that are happening, and these kind of nefarious actors who are driving, you know, whatever percentage of the migration that's going on is. But we need that kind of context, as the article that I think you were referring to says. We need that kind of context in public messaging. So instead of weaponizing it for political gain, we need a proper conversation. So that was something that I thought there for the first part. And this MI5 article in the Financial Times, I think it was the Telegraph, was it? This again, I mean, it's kind of completely feels a bit overdue. They're kind of shifting their focus now, 2 years into this damned full-scale invasion. We have seen a bit of an uptick in arrests in the UK, I know, and across various places around Europe as well. But it kind of seems like an obvious thing to be doing. You don't expect them to be doing that kind of thing, trying to kind of recruit people or seed people into the population or whatever. So I'm kind of a bit concerned that that's only coming out now. Counted. I mean, we saw all the garbage that was happening in Poland with those truckers and the border blockades, and it was pretty clear that actors were kind of, you know, Russian financed, shall we say. Actors were driving a lot of that, and I remember asking at the time, you know, what's kind of counterintelligence doing? Why aren't they getting onto this and sorting this stuff out? So it kind of feels like we're playing catch up again. I'm not at all surprised that Australia has got 1,200 sleeper agents from the CCP over there. I kind of look around Japan, and there's a few kind of, I think there's a lot of potential for that kind of stuff to be going on here too. I saw there was one story that's been in the news this week. There's one Chinese national, apparently, who has been vandalizing Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo. And this is an absolute, I don't know how many people know about Yasukuni Shrine, but it's kind of a shrine to war dead. And that gets really controversial. So if you're going to start messing around with that, if you've got outside actors messing around with that, then that's a huge kind of wedge issue. They know the buttons to push. They know they're going to get reactions from both sides, from the kind of slightly nationalistic people on the one side and the kind of progressives on the other, who are all about, because of what happened in the past, Japan shouldn't be kind of buying military stuff and increasing the effectiveness and the size of their military and so forth. So they know the kind of the buttons to push. And I'm kind of rambling a bit now, but all of these stories happening in different parts of the world, kind of a long way from Ukraine, but you can kind of see this axis of idiots putting their claws into so many different places and pushing on pressure points in so many different areas. And we really need to wise up to this. I'm sure most of the listeners here will know all of this anyway. But if by chance you don't, then we've got to kind of keep an eye on Ukraine. Well, obviously we've got to keep our main focus on Ukraine, but we've got to keep an eye on all of the things peripheral to that as well, because they all do join up quite a lot. Sorry, Mockers, carry on.
Oh, you're all right. No, you're good. I like it when other people talk as well, because I appreciate that people like to listen to me talk, but sometimes I need to have a little wee rest. So, one thing that it's worth noting over the battlefield here is that this new front that Russia opened in Kharkiv, and how they thought this was going to stretch Ukraine and it would cause them all sorts of additional problems and they would collapse the front. Yes? Well, all it's really done is turned into just an absolute meat grinder. Now, they've been making kamikaze type attacks, just like grabbing a vehicle and woohoo, off to the front. But they did this in Avdiivka, and that didn't work. And when they were in Avdiivka, they had a lot more armored vehicles. And now they're doing it without the same armored vehicles. It's actually been the worst month ever for Russian losses, almost equivalent to their 10 years in Afghanistan. That's a bit hilarious. And also horrific. Just what the heck. So they just have no success, shall we say. And now they're finding out as well within the territory of Russia as well. And I'm very much enjoying that they're all having a panic and an upset about this, because it's about blooming time they realise that they're not safe. Now, oh yes, there is a nice video that explains the kind of kamikaze attacks done with vehicles that are not properly armoured, and I'm just going to retweet this little piece of the video here, where you see a truck that, well, it's not really armoured. It's sort of had some stuff tacked onto it to make it more of an armoured vehicle, but it also has infantry on top. And so yeah, that they've tried to tack on this extra armour to this vehicle. Then they've trucked a load of infantry on the top, and you know what? They don't act so well. And this is probably the video that Prince is telling me about, this guy doing flips in the air, because yeah, he nails some good flips in the air there before he lands. So yeah, I can only say that it's just incredible to me. that they're still thinking that this is something that, you know, works or might work. I don't know.
It's
Um,
bizarre. It's just like a tent, isn't it? I mean, what protection is just like a tent on the top, and it's kind of in the same league as the chicken coop motorbikes as well, I think.
Those motorbikes are just, you know exactly what I thought when I looked at it. I thought that's really going to help them make meat cubes an awful lot faster. Because, you know, you crash on that thing and you are instantly cubed, aren't you? Lovely.
Not really cute, more like sort of ground beef, isn't it? Minced beef.
Yes.
It's nasty
Mincemeat.
stuff.
Yes. That there was another vehicle that actually had like a proper wire mesh that looked like it could create mincemeat all over it. And I just thought, oh, that's going to be hard to clean. So anyway, shall we talk about fire? Because there's a few things on fire.
Ooh, yes, let's do it. Yes. Oh, should we do the numbers before we go to the fires?
Oh, you know what? I did promise the numbers, didn't I? And then I got distracted by a video.
I
of fire.
derailed you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. We were talking about trains quite a lot, so I understand derailing. Sorry. Dead funny me. I know. Dead funny me on a Sunday. So what have we here? We have, well, you know how it got over 500,000 just not so long ago? Well, now it's 509,860, so nearly 10k since then. With an additional today 1,080 troops. That's almost down a little bit, isn't it? Gosh. I have a feeling tomorrow those numbers might be a wee bit higher, just judging by the amount of coping and upset I'm seeing coming out. Now, here's something. 25 tanks. 25 tanks. We don't see that often, do we? Goodness gracious. That's a lot. 33 armoured personnel vehicles. Again, that's a high number. 49 artillery systems. Kind of loving that as well. 1 MLRS, yes, but 6 anti-aircraft systems. Now, we don't see 6 anti-aircraft systems very often. I wonder if a couple of these were situated in Belgorod, because we know a couple of those appear to have gone boom. Thank goodness for that. You know, for the longest time, I did wonder why it was that Ukraine didn't seem to be able to take out these air defense systems that they were using to ground attack Kharkiv area with. And the explanation became clear more recently. And now, look at that. They've taken them out. If only they'd have been able to do that a little bit earlier, hey? How very frustrating. That's the only way of saying that without swearing. So anyway, that is where I got distracted last time. And I forgot to get onto this because in 24 hours, 82 UAVs. What the chuff? 82 UAVs in 24 hours. Bloody Nora. They really did try yesterday, didn't they, to overwhelm with UAVs. And you know what? During the day yesterday, I didn't see an awful lot of reporting on it, but by heck were them air defence guys busy. Good Lord, that's a lot. 38 cruise missiles. Well, we obviously know where they came from. 86 vehicles and fuel tanks. Still, very high numbers up here. And surely that isn't sustainable. It cannot possibly be. And they've corrected the colour. Somebody was listening, or somebody else like me saw it and went, no, we can't have that. They've corrected the colour of the special equipment, and I'm so happy. Sorry, it was a weird thing for me. 14 items of special equipment today. So they're not exactly slacking over there either, are they? Just lovely, lovely numbers. In fact, you might say overwhelming, really, rather. Yes, lots there. Overwhelmingly high numbers. And I would call that quite a bad day. So, yeah, Russia had quite a bad day yesterday, John. Absolutely horrific, in fact.
Yeah, 89 vehicles and fuel tanks. That's extraordinary. That'd get Dermot going, wouldn't it? Could see all that.
Hey, it was 101 yesterday. I nearly had like a moment about it.
Blimey, I missed that. I wasn't really around yesterday. My God, 101.
Yeah,
So
I was like, it's a record, it's a record. Now, technically, it's not a record because at the beginning of the war, there was a couple of days in March where they had a bit of a catch up, and there were some extraordinary numbers on the, on the readout thing that we do every morning. And we think that was actually a few days mashed into one. Otherwise, they just had extraordinary week. But yeah, to be fair, at the beginning, things were a little bit more chaotic. And it was confirmed a few times that they'd had to have a little catch-up day where numbers had come in a bit late and things like that. So I'm pretty sure that higher figure from March 2022 was a catch-up day, and 101 was an actual record. That's what me and Prince have decided anyway, between ourselves. And we did speak to the man who does the stats, and he tended to agree with us that we were probably correct in that assumption. So, yeah, a record for vehicles and fuel tanks yesterday, and it's not really getting any better for them, is it? It really isn't. It's, yeah, every day. Can you imagine if one of our Western armies lost that much of anything in one day? Oh my good God. They would be hauled before some sort of criminal court, wouldn't they? What the hell were you doing? Yeah, there we go. That's what the Russians do every day. They should be hauled before criminal courts for lots of other reasons, but still, no wonder they're unhappy. Just no wonder. Now, Sir Fella, I can see you are requesting. However, I cannot bring you up for any reason. That is usually what I call a you problem, and you will need to recycle. So I can try and send you a request in the meantime, but yeah, I just can't come up for some reason. It's just being a pain in the posterior. And let me see if I can send you a WhatsApp in the background. There you are. I'll do that. You go recycle and try that WhatsApp. Okay. I've got Sir Shaggy up though. Hello, Sir Shaggy.
Good morning. I was straight up like a weasel up a drain pipe. Yeah. 14 special equipment. That's a lot. I don't know what the record is for that, but that's normal. That's
20.
17.
The
Okay.
record is 20. 20. And that was just the other day.
Oh, that's great. We'd love to know what that kind of special equipment that is. That's normally like bridge laying equipment or demining equipment and all sorts of things like that, all that special stuff. So yeah, that was a number that poked out at me and made me go, ooh. Anyway, there we go.
Yes, they have indeed been smashing the absolute heck out of special equipment recently. I'm going for my third coffee and I'm getting the jitters, by the way. So I'll apologise in advance if I get a little bit overexcitable. So, yes.
Lightweight.
You are?
Only 3? Lightweight.
Yeah, well, I have to limit myself to about 4 or 5 coffees a day because I was horribly addicted at one point. And let's just say when you're drinking 2 spoons of coffee and 3 spoons of sugar in every cup, there's something going wrong there. And I was actually like a demon on steroids or something because too much coffee. Yeah. It's a bit like taking speed, but without the come down. You just constantly stay up on coffee. So anyway, I was going to talk to you about other things that are huge, as well as the numbers there. And one of these is fires, John. Huge fires. And well, right now in the Far East, more than just in Buryatia alone, more than 30,000 hectares of forest are burning. Now, this is regular sort of thing that every year they seem to have an awful lot of these landscape fires, forest fires, what have you. And, you know, it's not exclusive to Russia. We have them elsewhere, don't we? Australia's suffered from huge fires, California, lots of places where, you know, it's dry for a long period of time. You can end up with these sorts of landscape fires. We've even had a couple in the UK where people were apparently barbecuing out in the heath and set the whole damn thing on fire. For days and days and days it raged. But nothing like this. So 10 landscape fires are currently being extinguished in the North Baikal. Oh, right, I've got to say some things now, some place names, yeah. Pre-Baikalsky, Ivanivsky, Borozinsky, and Bantovsky. Oh, and the Musky regions. I don't know if I've said any of them correctly, and I don't really care because they're in Russia. So, according to the Regional Forestry Agency, the total area covered by the fire is now 30,686 hectares, of which 29,500 of those are in the Musky district. 347 people from Forest Guard, paratrooper firefighters, the Ministry of Emergency Situations, and other organisations, you mean the guys that you just grabbed off the street to help you? Yes, are currently fighting the fire. 54 units of forest fire equipment are in use. And in the public page called All Alan Oud, so that's what's going on in Alan Oud, on the morning of June 2nd, a video was published from a train travelling through the area, showing extremely close smoke and fire. The commentary states that they are in the Musky district. Good gracious me. I'm just going to repost that so you can see just how, just how interesting a train ride that was. I mean, good God, blimey. I remember going to, and this is because I was a thoroughly spoiled child, like I say, I remember going to Disney. And one of the things in Disney was some sort of, like, you know, it was a ride, and it was a train that went up the side of a hill, and you were looking at something, and then there was suddenly some catastrophe, you know, and the train was like rocking on the tracks, and something blew up nearby, and it was all very exciting. But the heat from the fire was, you know, you could really feel it. And at one point I was thinking, blimey, are we even safe here? Are the hairs on my arms going to start burning? Because it wasn't even that close, yet you could really feel the heat of it, because it was, you know, quite large. Explosion and fire. And so, of course, then obviously everything corrects itself. The train goes back on its track properly, and we drive off, and it's all fun times, yeah? But that's not the case in Buryatia or Musky, wherever they are. No, they're doing that for real. And that video of the guy on the train, let's just say I wouldn't be very keen on riding any trains through there if I were the train driver. I'd be like, sorry, you want me to drive through this corridor of hell? Are you sure? This may also cause further logistics problems on the trains, which is terribly amusing, for me at least. Now, I have a somber report, John. Oh dear, there's been an obituary, and this
Go on then, go
particular
ahead.
one, yeah, this particular one was, it was a terrible accident. You see, in the Belgorod area, or Bilhorod People's Republic, sorry, a so-called emergency occurred in the Korochansky district as a result of apparent planned detonation. Can't speak. Planned detonation of ammunition. The deputy head of the administration of the Korochansky district, the secretary of the district security council, Igor Viktorovich Nichiporenko, I'm going with, was killed. Oh dear. So Gladkov came out and reported this today, that the head of the district, Nikolai Velesevich Nestorov, as well as two other heads of rural settlements, Andrei Alexandrovich Vedinin, head of the Melikovsky rural settlement, and Igor Vladimirovich Shelvikayov, head of the Shialovsky rural settlement. Sorry, a swear just dropped in there. It's just complicated in the middle.
Yeah, it was a bit odd, that one, but yeah, I think
Yeah.
you were doing pretty well with all of those.
It was
but,
complicated, and I
understand what
just
you're
gave
saying.
up on it. So anyway,
Oh, dear.
he said all of those guys also received injuries. That's the point. Do you think that this wasn't a planned detonation of ammunition, and perhaps all these guys were having a meeting and somebody just happened to plan for a detonation that wasn't them? I think so. So one of them's dead and the rest of them all have injuries and are being given medical assistance. Although Gladkov says everybody who's living is now back in their jobs. Of course they are. Now, what exactly happened and why ammunition went off is really unknown, but it does seem that either these guys were handed one of those, like, hey, fellas, have you seen this drone? This drone, we found it, and we think we're just going to bring it here and poke it with a stick until it goes off. So it might have been one of those, unknown technology blyat, or it might have been, more of a planned event, as in somebody chucked a grenade into the middle of them, perhaps. Shaggy?
Yeah, sounds like they lost their head. That's my joke.
No.
I'll shout.
No. Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny. I finally managed to get Surf Fella up to the panel, by the way. Hello? Are you okay, Surf Fella?
Hi, Marcus. Sorry, I was just laughing at Shaggy then. I was going to comment something about earlier the moments gone, but interestingly, I know Tracy said this the other day, that since the solar flares or Russian jamming, one or the other, I know she's on Vodafone as well, and we've both been having real problems with the space when on Vodafone. But all's good here. Enjoying listening in and everything. And I was just going to say, it was that 101 triple figures for equipment. That must have been a record day, but I think you've discussed that because I heard little bits coming in and out. So don't worry. But enjoy your Sunday, and I'll carry on listening, and I'll jump in if there's anything.
Yes, well, now I'm over my illness. I'm enjoying my Sunday a lot better. Yeah, I got up this morning and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die.
You definitely sound a lot better than you did the other day, and a lot less stressed after you've left the office.
Damn, yeah. I've got to go back on Tuesday, and I think I might just go, take some brass knuckles with me. And so if anyone speaks to me,
you can just stick your headphones on. That's what I used to do working in office. I once worked in office. I tried it for 3 months, but I've never worked in an office since. The day I quit, my boss said, "This is not your natural habitat, is it?" And I agreed as I went off to go and run a climbing centre. But I used to stick my headphones on, and it's back in the days of cassette players, Sony Walkmans. So you press play, a little light come on. I wouldn't have a tape in there, I just have it little red light on, pressing play. Nothing on the headphones, but at least I didn't get disturbed then. So yeah, that's a good little trick.
You see, it is a good trick, but you're not really supposed to. However, I have long hair and small earbuds, so I do tend to do that.
There's a joke in there somewhere about long hair and small earbuds, but I don't know what it is, so I'm going to leave it.
Feel free to make up your own jokes, folks. I always say that, don't I? There's too many funny things going on in the world today, but I am trying to stick to Ukraine. So I keep sending Prince funny things in the background, and she's like, "This is hilarious." Anyway, in the Kharkiv region, the picture is generally improving for Ukraine. Would you believe? The guys have so much ammunition for their HIMARS, they're doing dances about it. And they also have a selection of different rockets. So it's like a pick and mix. And they're really, really happy. Magyar has also headed in the direction of Kharkiv. And he doesn't just bring his Yaga with him. No, he has very effective drone crews with some very heavy-duty effective drones. And also, this particular team have a powerful EW/RBM system that they operate, which really Fs up the Russians, apparently. So, as you can imagine, there is probably an awful lot of finding out about to arrive for the Russians in this area. And the guys on the HIMARS, right, it says here, they're simply amazed by the number of missiles. In the Kharkiv region, the whole picture is turning in our direction because the boys are taking out a lot of ammunition and bases with HIMARS. Work according to the code in the Kharkiv region, plus Magyar pulling straight ahead with not only his most effective FPV drones, but also his tight EW systems. As a gift, it is getting harder and harder to go there for the Russians. And it doesn't help them because the Atacams now have the reach. Ooh, lovely, lovely. So, yeah, the main thing here is that Ukrainians can hit back, and this is, just what a bloody relief, as far as I'm concerned. There was also a teensy-weensy bit of rumour going around yesterday, John, that there may have been an F-16 on Ukrainian soil, and not the old ones that were there, that used to operate out of Ukraine under American control. So, well, I'm just saying, there is a rumour that they may indeed be arriving very soon. So,
I did see that rumor. Yes, I didn't see any kind of, well, obviously there's no pictures or anything, but wouldn't that be a thing, eh? Wouldn't that be nice if they can finally get them sorted out?
it would make a massive difference, yeah. Well, let's just say they're going to arrive with a bang, I think, or a boom, or maybe several. Now, talking of arriving with booms, so some notes from Belgorod. And you know what? I actually have to say this is food for my soul. And it's a little bit cruel because, well, Ukrainians have been going through exactly this for 2+ years, and it's about effing time that the people of Belgorod realise what they were cheering on when they were watching those rockets flying towards Ukraine. Here are some comments. Arrivals. All of ours is being hit. This means Belgorod. Our parents are hiding in the basement. Ukrainians have, sorry, rude word for Ukrainians, right that they are allowed to use the Western weapons. We cannot even run. It is night and all of this is going on. I am terrified. We just have to save ourselves. Yeah, I don't understand how they believe this is any different to what's been going on in Kharkiv for the last 2.5 years. I mean, finally, a bit of finding out about how the Ukrainian civilians feel when they're being, attacked every damn day. And you see, the problem is the Russians put their military objects within the city. And Russian anti-air defense itself hits residential areas many times. You know what? If they've got used to that, then they're coping, aren't they? So they never do anything or complain about anything until it starts to affect them personally. And so would people in Belgorod want to maybe no longer be part of the Russian Federation? Perhaps, but they're not really going to do anything about it. They're just going to whine. So even the rest of Russia doesn't really believe Belgorod is worth caring about. I've noticed that. They call anyone who complains in Belgorod a Ukrainian bot, which is quite funny. And we've noticed that the, girlfriends, wives, mothers, all of that, the conscripted families left behind, they only protest when their husband and son is conscripted, so they don't all protest at the same time. And also, a lot of wives, actually, their husbands have been beating them up for years, so I would imagine that they don't really mind them going off to war and possibly dying. It's just going to reduce their momentum to be bothered by it, doesn't it? So yeah, I feel as though the people just are going to have to get used to it, because this is how life is. It's not fair, is it? Just not fair. Shaggy?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm one bars.
Fine, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, didn't Belgorod get an award yesterday or the day before for being safe or something?
They absolutely did, yes. So what this was, it was an award for My Safe City or something like that. And the award was not actually given for being a safe place. The award was being given for plans to make the place safer in the future, if you know what I mean. So it was a plan that was put forward to, provide some sort of fortifications and stuff. But the reason Belgorod won is because they had actually, not the government or anything like that. No, the people of Belgorod had actually taken some action to put in some defences of their own, protection against drones hitting certain buildings and stuff like that. So because they'd actually taken some action, they could say, look, we're so far ahead of you all that we've actually started building our defences, kind of because we really, really need to. They didn't mention that. And so, of course, they won the award because look how progressive they are. Yeah, they're absolutely wet in their pants. That's why. But yes, so they won an award for being a safe city, which kind of just, it sounds a little bit upside down, doesn't it?
So what's that? Extensive code cages or something? Is that what they're doing there? I don't know. Isn't like Belgorod the kind of the original buffer zone? Isn't that what it was supposed to be? So I guess if it's just a buffer zone, then I got hit. Never mind. I guess that's where they are.
Well, that's kind of how Russia seems to see it. Yeah, that they go absolutely ape about things hitting Belgorod. Oh no, you can't do that. That's our territory. It's going to cause a nuclear war. And then things do, and they kind of go, oh, well, we didn't really like the place anyway. It's incredible to see how quickly they climbed down. And yeah, they're taking an absolute pasting, and nobody's nuked us yet. Look at that.
Well, it's
I'm pretty sure I
funny you
ain't been
said.
nuked.
Yeah, I keep sort of checking the news, expecting, nuclear strikes and things because of hits in Kursk and Belgorod and stuff. It just never seems to happen. It's odd, that, isn't it, Marcus?
It's incredible, isn't it, that all this escalation doesn't lead to nuclear war. Anyway, would you believe it's 830 days now? And you know what? Some of the prisoners that were released over the last 2 days, within the last 48 hours, some of them had been imprisoned by Russia for more than 800 days. So, well, they spent most of their war in torture and pain, and God knows how they'll spend the rest of their war. But it isn't just those that have been in captivity which are suffering from pain, horror, trauma. An entire nation subjected to this. For what? For one power-crazy little old man trying to be Hitler? Sort of emulating Stalin in his every step? But saying, oh, no, Stalin was not a bad man. Just check a few history books, like real ones. I think you'll find he was quite a bad man. Anyway, Zelensky is in Singapore, John. He's gone off to Singapore. He's meeting with multiple heads of state and other high-ranking officials. But the headlines are not being made by any of these meetings. It would appear there's no real headlines about it in the Western press. When I say that, I mean us over on this side of Ukraine. So Zelensky has also launched a very scathing attack on China while he was there. I've noticed he's been extra spicy recently, and you know what? I kind of like I've had enough Zelensky, because, yeah, some tough talking. So he accused the Chinese state of trying to disrupt the peace summit in Switzerland this month, doing everything they can to prevent some leaders from going to the peace summit, putting pressure on them, and actually supporting the war. One of the things that I heard was that Russia were actually going round to various countries and trying to put pressure on them in such a way that, well, they're sending envoys to countries throughout the world, threatening to block necessary food products, agricultural products, or chemicals. Things like fertilizers that obviously, quite a lot of the world relies on. So they're basically threatening to cut people off from energy, or up their energy prices, or just generally put pressure on them to not attend the summit. Because, well, we could always take umbrage to that in the future. Veiled threat. Or not so very veiled threat, actually. So, there's a lot of that going on. And they really have tried their very, very hardest to disrupt this Swiss summit, which goes to show, doesn't it, that not inviting them is a good thing, because had they been there, they would make every effort to just grind it to a halt. Now, I think they are afraid of what's going to be discussed at this summit, what's going to be agreed at this summit, because we are starting to believe and get to the point where we realise that peace is about being willing to stand up for your values, because you only achieve peace by being strong enough to hold on to it. And so, all peace plans and peace talks aside, if you cannot defend your peace, you will not have it. Because unfortunately, there are bad actors in the world who want your stuff. And if you have anything nice, they want it. And so you've got to be strong enough to defend your prosperous nation. And, you know, look at America, right? They joke, don't they? This is the reason we don't have nationalized healthcare. But it's kind of true that they have made themselves so very strong because, you know what? They got a lot of good stuff there and they want to protect it. And they've got a lot of, you know, good friends and neighbors and people who they trade with and, you know, world connections that, again, it's worth protecting that stuff because, you know, they get on so very well with a lot of other countries and they have an awful lot of clout. So it's always good to be their friend. And they have an awful lot of arms and ammunition and equipment to protect all of that stuff which they've built and created for good reason, because, you know, there's bad people out there. And that's the whole thing, isn't it? That we all need to consider this for ourselves. And something that Russia has woken us up to, for sure, for very sure. And the very fact that they're trying to derail any sort of peace process means that they are concerned, that they are, well, the world's ganging up against them and they don't like it. What a terrible shame. So it was just, do you have any info on Zelensky being over in the East, John? Would you like to add?
Well, there's quite a few things that have come out of that Shangri-La summit or whatever it's called. But just, you know, just to reinforce what you've just been saying, the protecting part is the part that it seems like it's really easy to forget. And, yeah, you know, we can enjoy our way of life, say what we like for the most part. We are generally prosperous. We generally have access to healthcare and all kinds of things, but this is contingent on maintaining where we are and the trade routes that we have, and all kinds of other things which are not upsetting the general rules-based order. So we need to remember that we have to protect it when those kind of contingencies arise. And yeah, it's been a bit slow to remember that part of the deal, I think. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, as you say, Zelensky is in Singapore for this Shangri-La dialogue, I think it's called. And there's been a few things that have come out of this. I think Zelensky has been meeting with business leaders in Singapore. I think I saw one report of that. I know that I think he's been talking to the American representative, which I think is Lloyd Austin, but might not be. I'm just trying to find that. Here it is. It is Lloyd Austin, yeah. Discussing defense needs, strengthening air defense systems, the F-16 coalition, preparations for a bilateral security agreement, which I think they're working towards. So I'm sure that there's more to that to those discussions than is being reported directly to the press. But another couple of things which I've seen in that is that the meetings between Kyodo News is reporting that Japanese Defense Minister Minoru Kihara, what that was, has been meeting with Rustem Umerov, the Ukrainian defense minister.
I need to ask, right? Is the guy from Singapore, like, is he very tall?
The guy from Singapore.
Oh, well, the guy he's meeting, yeah. Is the guy that Rustem is meeting very tall? Because he's a big old chap anyway. And I think, generally, he'll be meeting somebody who is probably a little slight of build and not very tall. And that's going to be an incredible photo.
Well, you say that. If you look on my timeline, I think I've linked to this article. And yeah, I mean, this Russ, what's his name? Umarov. Yeah, I mean, he's a big bloke.
Umarov. He is a big chap, is he not?
He's a big bloke. Yeah, I mean, he's you want to pick a fight with him. But you'd be surprised, actually. It looks like this guy's taller. I mean, he's certainly not as well built, shall we say?
Oh yes, he is. He is quite tall. There you go. Right, I needed to see that photo. That's all, because I know this Restream guy towered over a couple of other people previously, and it was really funny.
Yeah, so he's holding his own on that part anyway. Which is interesting. But apparently they've been discussing, a lot of stuff, and Ukraine expressing gratitude to Japan for their support, and they have been. Japan has been expressing their continued support. So I think they're working towards a bilateral security agreement as well. And that I did see one report that was going to be announced this week, but it wasn't. So I'm sure they're kind of ironing out the last parts of that. But these bilateral security agreements are kind of interesting, aren't they? There's a lot of those going on at the moment. So that's another thing that came out of that. China's been doing its usual kind of stop escalating tensions around Taiwan kind of thing. I mean, really, who's escalating the tensions? And a few other things that have been going on, which are kind of interesting cooperation between Japan, South Korea, Japan, and the United States, which I don't think we really need to go into. Yeah, there's a lot of people here for this dialogue, this summit, and I don't know whether we'll get any more information later from the Zelensky-Lloyd Austin conversation, but it's kind of all a bit general. But it's kind of nice to see that they're talking to each other directly anyway. Does that help?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we don't need to know all the details, do we? Sometimes we just need to know that they've been able to get into a room together and have a proper talk, and we'll just wait to see what comes out of it. Now, I've got some not very good news for today, unfortunately. That it's probably a good thing it's a Sunday, because at least everybody's not trying to get a load of work done. But Ukraine was expecting 11 hours of just complete power cuts today, with electricity promised for most of the daylight hours. But the attack on power stations has meant that there's had to be some further unscheduled cuts this morning. All regions of the country are affected, apart from 3 of the most western regions. Doesn't say which regions, I don't think, or does it? Oh, here we go. Except for Volyn, Zakarpattia, and Lviv oblasts. So everywhere else, there are emergency disconnections. The reason for this is the result of the new attack by Russians on the objects of electricity transmission, energy supply of critical infrastructure objects that perform any life-supporting functions of the population will not be limited. So what they're doing is they're prioritizing, I suppose, critical stuff. So they're talking about hospitals and sort of, critical logistics, food fridges. I'm not saying like your local supermarket food fridges, that they might have to just tough it out, but warehouses, refrigerated warehouses and things like that, those sorts of things are going to have to take some sort of priority, because otherwise you're just going to lose all that product. So I would imagine they're trying to not just do blanket cut-offs where possible, but you know, keep the most important things fed with electricity. But of course, that means they're going to have to probably cut off a lot more extra people in order to keep those things running. And that's why I will just draw your attention one last time. Well, I say one last time, one more time, to our fundraiser. Now, I think the donor match is now fully matched, and I would like to say thank you so much to everybody who donated and put forward a match for that, because that was incredible, and that's got us really close to our goal. Now, what I would like to say though is that we may be able to provide a little bit more if we just perhaps raised a little bit more. You see,
Marcus, the
yeah,
fundraiser ended at the midnight on June 1st in Eastern time. Sorry,
this fundraiser entirely, or the matching.
the fundraiser, I believe.
All right, okay. Well, in that case,
Yeah.
I'll still big it up, because
Yeah, you still
We-
big it up, but yeah, it's officially the fundraiser officially ended at midnight Eastern time. Yes.
did we say though that we had been successful to the point where we might be able to provide another unit?
I actually am not sure. I think so, but we'll see what happens. We have to do maths.
Good point. Yeah. Okay. So I'll leave you to do the maths on that, but I will say that this fundraiser has been, well, incredibly important right now. It's like, how damned important is it to provide electricity to in the form of a mobile generator as well? You know, these things aren't big and heavy; they can be moved around, and the kit that comes with it fits in a little case. So the generator itself is on wheels, and then all the kit that comes with it just fits in a nice, handy case that's easy to pick up and carry. And all 3 generators that we've been able to fund have successfully been put into operation. They are in Kharkiv, supporting critical equipment. And we've been allowed to know that one of these generators is actually being used with a mobile brigade working in the region. Now that is absolutely incredible. I just, you know what? When I heard that news, I was so effing happy. I did a little dance. Did a little dance in my house. Yes, I know. I do that sometimes. And yeah, I put on some music and I danced throughout my entire house, because I was like, this is just the best thing ever, and I need to celebrate it in some way. And I don't really drink, so that was how I did it. And yeah, just, it brought a big lump to my throat to know that that stuff really useful and being put to use in the most important place that I can think of right now. Surf Fella.
Hey Mockers, just a quick one. I don't know if you know the answer to this one. So if we were to donate today, does that money then go to the next fundraiser or just into the Maria coffers, or will it be added on to the fundraiser that's just finished?
We're going to find out. What I
Next
think when Prince
fundraiser.
said we need to do some math.
It'll be
We need to do some math.
Yeah.
It will likely go to the next fundraiser. Yes, but
Okay, that's great. Only I meant to donate yesterday and had a bit of an epic day in the end. So I was going to do it this morning, not realising that it finished already. But I'm going to donate anyway, and then it can go to wherever it needs to be used. But I just wondered if it be tagged on or go to anyone.
Thank you so much, Sir Fella. Sorry, Mockers.
it's all right. What we also have is, you know, in these cases where we're between fundraisers, if there's something that we can just, bam, do, and we have a little bit of money left in the kitty, as it were, we'll try and do that. So if we see a particular need for something that isn't highly expensive and we've got the money for it, we'll do something like that without even asking for additional funds before we put our next fundraiser on. So these are, sometimes it's good to have a little bit available there that we can maybe answer a need, and then, then we'll start the next fundraiser. I believe that we have done a couple of things like that in the past, which we've not really even announced much, because it was just like, you desperately need this, we have the money, we could send it you right now. And so, it's never really been a case of needing to shout about it. So yeah, I'd just say thank you, everybody, because even if you send money when we don't have a fundraiser specifically on, all of that is still going to the right places. All of that is still going to a good cause. And there are a couple of things that we've probably announced, delivered this, and you'll think, oh, never saw you do a fundraiser on that. And that's because people were so generous that we were able to just do that. So yeah, thanks very much, because it means a hell of a lot. It really does. Anyway, there we go. So fundraiser
100%
achieved.
on that. Yeah,
You
sorry to butt
absolute
in, but absolute 100% on that. So yeah, there you go. Thanks everybody.
Yeah, fundraiser achieved. Thank you so much, everybody. My goodness me, I can't believe that we do these things together. Sometimes I think there's not great many of us in here today. There's not, I wonder if people are still interested in Ukraine and even hearing about it. But here we are, all super dedicated and still doing what we can and still making it work. And thank you, everybody, because this is like part of my life. I'm going to be changing my life completely to dedicate time to Ukraine. I'm looking to change my employment and everything, just so that I will have more time to dedicate and, help Ukraine more in some ways. And so, it's not something that's small to me. It's changed my entire life, what's happening in Ukraine, and it will continue to be very different for the future. It's pulled me out of a rut, in fact. It's almost as though I was meant to be here in this place at this time to do this. And I kind of like that sort of, things fall into place sort of thing. So here we are. And we will continue. We will continue until Ukraine is victorious. And then we will all meet on Crimean Beach somewhere and have a bloody great party, because, good Lord, we're going to have earned it by then. Ukraine is certainly earning it in blood. So, let's see. There were 25 attack drones sent during the night and morning, and the Air Defence report this morning said they shot down 24 of them. But then, a little bit later, at 9:30 a.m., they confirmed the 25th had also been shot down over Vinnytsia. There was one Iskander K and S-300 missiles that were fired, however, that were not intercepted. However, another Russian super cam, be careful, make up your own jokes. Spy drone was also shot down in Dnipropetrovsk. The unfortunate thing about these spy drones is that by the time they see them and shoot them down, they have probably already done the job they were sent out for, because that is the case in Odessa. That whenever they see one of these drones and shoot it down, they know that shortly after there's an attack coming. So that's just something to keep your eyes peeled for, because it's very possible that that will also happen. Oh, yeah, right, okay, done that one. Sorry, I have to just catch myself up now, because I tell you what, my flipping timeline is a terrible mess. Just having to search for everything now. Now then, Russians are claiming that Ukraine has struck a marketplace in Shebekino in Belgorod. However, when you look quite closely at the debris, there is evidence of an Iskander launcher. And, well, any civilian casualties at this location are quite clearly the fault of Russia putting an Iskander launcher right next to their effing market. So, well, tufties, as far as I'm concerned, absolute tufties. Iskander M has just hit Odessa about 20 minutes ago. You'll be glad to know, or not, in fact. You know what?
Yeah,
I've just done
yeah.
a quote from Zelensky that I'm going to put in the nest here if it works. Carry on, John.
I was just going to say, I've seen some footage from that hit, and I mean, you can probably find it yourself. It's being linked by various aggregators, I'm sure, and just look at that explosion, and yeah, get angry again.
Well, exactly. Every time you think that there's, some good news, you always know that there's going to be some horrendous news to bring you back down to earth. And I've just popped in the nest something from, the nest isn't working for me, by the way. You will be able to see it, but I bloody can't because broken. A quote from Zelensky here: "No one has the right to tell us how this war should end." And you know what? He's absolutely right. All these people with their own peace plans, their own opinions, their own whatever, nobody has the right to tell Ukrainians that they should do this or do that or do the other, no matter what. It's entirely up to them to decide what they feel is just considering everything. I mean, there is no justification for allowing Russia to have even a centimetre of Ukrainian land. So let's remember that every time we appease Russia, things go bad. But we appease them again and then things get worse. So we appease them a bit more and things are awful. We've appeased them some more, and what have we ended up with? Genocide. Let's not keep appeasing them because, well, every time we do, what happens? We get nuclear threats. And so, oh my God, it's obviously NATO provoking World War III by not appeasing Russia. No, let's just kick their flipping arses at this stage. The rest of Zelensky's statement: Ukrainians die. Russians have raped our women, stolen tens of thousands of our children. You have no right to tell us how this war should end. Oof. So, yeah, I'm just going to suggest that whoever it is that are trying to encourage Ukraine to have some sort of peace talks directly with Russia or invite them to this peace conference or whatever, they need to take their opinions and roll them up tightly and shove them where the sun don't shine. Yeah. And, well, Zelensky's pretty much said so. Oh, there's a new forest fire. This time, a little bit closer to Ukraine, this time in the Rostov region. This was in the Tarasovsky district. That's the one. And, well, overnight, it started off, it was 37 hectares. It's now 117 hectares and is not under control yet. The hot and dry weather makes it very difficult to fight the fire. They say, however, it does not affect populated areas. Well, it's a pretty good job most of their places, so big that they can afford to leave these things uncontrolled. Now, apparently, 277 specialists and 82 special vehicles are working at the scene of this emergency. they are indeed also using helicopters to try and put out the fire. Now, all I can say is carry on. Carry on. Let's hope that they are extremely busy and these fires continue to keep them extremely busy, because F Russia. You see, a lot of the people in Ukraine today are not even going to be able to tell us what's going on, because guess what? The power system and emergency outages are going to be applied in a on-off as much as we can manage from 9 a.m. this morning, which was an hour ago in Kyiv. And the only places that won't be affected by this are the three regions of Lviv, Zakarpattia and Volyn. So if you find that your usual friends from Ukraine have disappeared today, well, you know why. Because Russia's cut their voices off by causing this. Now then, Zelensky's just made another little statement here, and I think this one is quite interesting. Ukraine plans to agree with Argentina on defense industrial cooperation. So this was actually an interview with a magazine called La Nacoin. I don't know. Zelensky said the plans include joint production of weapons parts, drones, and gunpowder. Now, that last thing is something that everybody appears to have a little bit of difficulty getting hold of. So perhaps Argentina have a product there that everybody else would like. And there's Ukraine getting in on it. I've got to say, right, if you're requesting to come up to speak, you have 0 followers and you were created this month, there is no way on this earth you're going to get to talk to me today. I'm not playing. Okay? No trolls for me today. I don't play with my food. Now then, I'm just looking here. There is an image coming out from Odessa. And it's a Sunday, just a nice Sunday day, pretty decent weather, and the next thing you know, your city is exploding. Just bloody Russia. F them. F them along. Anyway. Now then, I'm just trying to see, was this oh no. This is a new, very interesting fire. Some of these fires, John, there's so many of them. I'm trying to figure out where on earth, like whether they're the same ones that I'm being shown or whether they're new ones. Now, this one is a very interesting fire. You see, there was a large fire at the 101st GARU Arsenal in Russia. Now, satellite data confirms, with firms data, that there is a massive red square right over where this arsenal is supposed to be. I'm just going to say, does Budanov have some very long arms? Because it's way over near Kazan. And so, yeah, it's quite some distance from Ukraine there. And I'm only assuming that, perhaps there's been no careless smoker. Now, what's special about this location? It's an ammunition arsenal covering 2.7 square kilometres. Not the best place to have a fire that's strong enough to be seen from space, I would imagine. And you know what? It's not the first time. On the 6th of May, the 107th arsenal in Toropets was hit by a drone that unleashed a small fire, which became a massive one because of how they stored their stuff. And just saying that this appears to be quite interesting, quite an interesting hit there. So I'm just popping that into the nest so you can also have a wee look.
And there's that in the area near Kharkiv, I guess. So that's all good, yeah.
Well, no, that's massively far away. No, this is near Kazan, like it's like way over past Moscow. So
I don't know. I've been looking at some updated maps, and near Kharkiv is quite a big area these days. So anyway, never mind. Failure of humour there.
True.
Sorry.
That's true. My apologies. Yes, that's true. I didn't quite get that for a minute. Yes, you're right. Near Kharkiv has been quite expanded, hasn't it? And I particularly like the Florks version with the American Flork going, put that sign back.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yes, I like that too.
Yeah, it's bless their little socks. I can imagine them doing that. Just one guy carrying the sign on his back. What? I don't know what you mean. I don't see nothing. Kharkiv? Yeah, we're close. So anyway, it is worth just looking at all the disasters that are going on, because some of these disasters are not just natural occurrence. I'm thinking that there was probably a drone sent over there, and when you're in a depot full of ammunition, a little fire can turn into quite a big one. You know what they need? They need a good amount of rain. Now, there is rain falling, hurricane style, somewhere in Russia, but just not in the right place. No, actually in Moscow. So in the next couple of hours, rain, hail and thunderstorms have begun or will be getting worse in the capital. The wind is expected to increase to 15 meters per second, I think. The hurricane will last until 11 p.m. Oh dear. So in places, the wind has already knocked down trees, torn structures, and a hurricane tore the roof of a residential building in Moscow. Rain and hail have attacked the area of Supulkov, and men in Yublianaya Street tried to remove pieces of roofing that had fallen into the road. Basically, the hail was so bad that they gave up. The conditions were so bad that they were trying to move this stuff, and in the end they just dumped it and ran away. It's biblical. I don't know if you've noticed that, John. There's been an awful lot of biblical weather events inside Russia recently.
Yeah, I did see those hailstones. Those are I don't think I'd like to be out in that. And good luck with your car and everything. But yeah, when the locusts arriving, I guess is the next question, because everything else seems to be biblical, definitely biblical, and just exactly what they deserve. So God on our side and all that stuff.
Well, I can tell you, John, that the locusts did arrive. Some areas did have massive problems with locusts last summer. So, yeah.
Really?
All the plague.
Really? God, I missed that. That's extraordinary. Sorry, go ahead. I've gobsmacked.
Well, it's even rained frogs, I believe. Because weather, extreme weather. But of course, global warming doesn't exist. Of course, it's just a figment of our imagination. I would just like to put something into the nest, because Ragnar's, or what's he called? Ragnar Gudmundsson. This chap. He's put out he puts this out every day. Combat engagements and the averages, and whether the averages are up or not on the 7 days. And I'd just like you to look at that last column and see that everything there is above average. Gosh, there's been an awful lot of stuff taken out, and there was even a 2024 record of drones being taken out. In fact, that's gone up in the last 7 days. Drone downings have gone up 110%. So I know it seems a lot, doesn't it? That I thought it couldn't be more than 100%, but no, it can, because they sent extras. So yeah, the what was I about to say there? Yeah, just the very fact that everything is virtually green on there, showing increases of everything that you know, Ukraine are taking out. I find that really impressive. So sorry, I'm just funny stuff going past me at the same time. So let's have a look. Oh yes, yes. So this was something that I saw this morning, and you know how there's trouble at mill inside Russia? Well, there's trouble at mill. The governor of the Ryazan region, Pavel Malkov, is immediately requesting funds for more police and security. However, the police and security have never arrived. And, well, these guys are kind of fighting each other. There's some corrupt groups that particularly keep fighting over certain businesses. And friends in high places with unfriendly takeover schemes. This is something that has happened more than once now. In the Ryazan area, armed people stormed the Ryazat Met plant, and there were explosions heard. This is the second time that armed people have entered this plant and set off explosions. Tear gas grenades were also used. A tractor was used to break through the fence. The attackers are apparently unknown. But this is not the first time an armed clash has happened at the enterprise. Earlier, managers and employees were sent an appeal to the governor of the Ryazan region, saying that enterprise had been subjected to actions that can only be described as a violent raider takeover. There is no public reaction from the authorities to this situation, and we're not quite sure whether they were successful or not. But yeah, I'm sure the governor of the Ryazan region probably has a yacht somewhere. Now, apparently in this place, they make lead for batteries and lead tin-based alloys. And so possibly people with friends in high places are doing some sort of hostile takeover. And you know what? The same thing happened to businesses in the 90s. Local gang lords know that Russia can't send any further troops to quell them just taking over things. Organised crime, likely also strengthened by war veterans coming home, and, well, nobody's been giving these war veterans jobs, basically. Nobody wants to employ them because they are, a lot of them are ex-criminals and they're psychologically affected. And so, guess what? These mafia-type gangs are just opening their arms gently to these people, bringing them on board. And a lot of the guys who returned back from the special military operation, just as souvenirs, happened to bring back armaments with them. You know, they happened to just smuggle some guns and ammunition and grenades and mines and all sorts of things into Russia. Goodness knows how. Goodness knows how. But they did. And all those things have started making their way into the hands of the mafia or mafia groups within Russia. And there are a number of them. And there are a number of companies who have their own private armies. Why do they have their own private armies? Because look, if you don't have your own protection, things like this are going to start to happen. Oh, yes. Some people knew this already and started getting themselves a private military company to look after them. So, yeah, it's just these things I just feel like they might start to continue to happen.
Hang on, Mockers. Wasn't Putin supposed to be guaranteeing a strong and stable Russia? Wasn't that his big selling point? What's going on?
Well, if you do rule with an iron fist, you probably can promise that. But you see, the problem is his structures around him are not so strong anymore. And I have noticed that a few people have been showing him a little bit of disrespect. Maybe not Putin directly, but the people around him have been getting an awful lot of flack. And it's like questioning Putin's ability to put the right people in the right jobs and things like that. Questioning his vision, as in, what the hell are you doing because you're making everything worse? So, yeah, I think a few people have lost a bit of respect for him. They think he's losing his marbles. They think he already lost them some time ago, I think. And they're all just sort of cringingly going ahead with everything because they're not quite sure what else to do without losing a head, or their family, or everything they own. So I can see why it's all just sort of like still sort of shuffling forward the way it is. But yeah, there's a lot of underlying unhappiness, John, and that strength of feeling is being shown. And of course, ever the opportunist, there are a lot of sort of mafia-style groups within Russia, including the government, obviously, but the smaller ones, shall we say, well, they've been going around sort of asking for protection money from places, the kind of stuff that used to happen. And well, if you don't pay protection, we might just help run your business for you, take it off you, in fact. It's one way of making money in Russia because, let's face it, there aren't many legal ways left to make good money in Russia unless you want to join the army. Doesn't seem right, does it? So, I would just like to, point out that they've got massive manpower issues as well. Where are they going to get these extra security forces from? Remember me saying that there was a meeting that was supposed to be a private meeting behind closed doors, but somebody recorded it. And this was a meeting where basically the head of the governor of one area, he said, we have like just huge gaps in our police force. We have nobody to fill these roles. And so as a result, our police are not really doing any policing anymore because there's not enough of them. It's telling that once you start running out of police, because you know what, they've been sending a lot of these guys to occupied areas to, be peacekeepers. And then, of course, they've been saying, oh, we're running out of guys at the front. And they've been popping these guys into trucks and driving them off towards the front. And then they just disappear from there. They don't ever come back. Or if they do, they require looking after. So, yeah, the manpower shortage is also an issue. And when you ain't got any police left to keep the peace, well, somebody else might step in, decide to keep a different kind of peace, one that's quite expensive. Just saying. So, what I would like...
in Germany, especially out in like the provinces, the outer regions, anybody who would be up to that kind of job of keeping the peace, who's kind of physically able to be a kind of paramilitary police type person, then where do you think they've all gone? Or where do you think they will go if they raise their hands? So, yeah, there you go.
Well, they'll be just fine if they become
breeding ground for mafioso. There you go.
Exactly, but they'll be just fine and happy as long as they're allowed to control their small area. But of course, that does kind of mean cutting yourself off from that government tap, doesn't it? And the government don't like that. Don't like people making money without them. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, but Ukraine have started to smack the crap out of the Russians near Kharkiv. Let's say that. And it's incredible how much crying and wailing and accusations and, oh, you've hit all these civilian facilities, you absolute swines. Well, you've been doing that for the last, what, 2.5 years, hitting civilian facilities, so F off. Plus also, in that very picture you show us, there's a piece of an Iskander right there, you effing idiots. So, it's incredible to see that when the balance of power just tilts in Ukraine's favour in any way, the absolute uproar from Russia. Now, superpower bias, yes, indeed. If Ukraine was able to just hit back like this right from the start, can you imagine how much quicker this would have been done with? They would have lost this war long, long ago. To be fair, they've got so many problems back home that they could do with whining about that, really, more than anything else. But if they're annoyed and they're whining and they're wailing and, oh, civilians were hurt, well, mate, you did nothing to evacuate them. Provided really shady shelters, some of them like just not pleasant, some of them not even open. Oh, they did provide some of them street shelters, didn't they? Yes, they did provide some of those. So good for them. Yeah, it's not a great deal of them though. I did notice. And maybe this is why they're getting that Safe City award, because they actually put some shelters in the streets. I think that's what it was. I just think, in the future, people are going to read about this and say, what the F? What was up with Ukraine not being able to strike Russia in Russia? I mean, do we just make up rules of engagement as we go along? Different rules of engagement for Russia? Honestly. Anyway, right now, they are basically going, we need a ceasefire, please stop hurting us. And oh, it's a shame for them, it really is. They're whining an awful lot about the difficulties of drones, so I'm assuming Magyar is nearby. Apparently, drones have completely stalled their advance to Vovchansk. Good. And this is the important stuff, that Russia starts getting hit in their logistics again. They're very upset about it, but as a plus, Russia won't have to pay any payouts for these soldiers because they've not been killed in a foreign land fighting a war. They'd been killed at home before they even started, if you get my meaning. So it'll save them some money, I'm sure. So, sorry, just thinking about how that might work out. So, they really have effed around and found out, have they not? They lost around 10,000 troops in 10 years in Afghanistan and lost almost 40,000 in the last month in Ukraine. It really has been effing around and finding out in epic proportions, has it not? So I think, yeah, we need to keep that pain on. We need to keep that coming. Ammunition on is the important thing here, is it not? Ammo, ammo, ammo. Just keep passing it, and Ukraine will do the rest. And well, that's awesome. Sorry.
Yeah,
just
actually, just an ammo on thing. That first tweet in the nest there is that's probably quite a large part of that as well, I would imagine. They've finally got some stuff to hit them with. instead of just relying pretty much solely on FPV drones and stuff. They've got proper stuff to take them out. So that's kind of what's turning it around, maybe. Who knows?
Absolutely. It's just a case of unleashing them, isn't it? I mean, well, Ukrainians have been sat there watching these people gather up in tears because they have the ammunition to hit them with and they weren't allowed. Well, now they're dancing because they've got more HIMARS ammunition than they know what to do with, which is awesome. And they've had the handcuffs taken off to a degree. Now, it still doesn't mean that they're going to be able to smash every target in Russia that they'd like to, but there are other ways to do that. And like I say, F-16s, I think, will provide some of that more medium to long range cover. Now, you know how I was talking earlier on about Russians just generally infiltrating the West? And you know what? I have no problem with Russian people who have escaped from Russia for whatever reason and come over here and work and live and support themselves and their families, right? Honestly, no problem with them doing that. What I do have a problem with is this. A group of Russians, I think, at least more than one, ladies, of course, in the Czech Republic, Russians approached and attacked Ukrainian volunteers. A representative of the volunteer organization Prague Maidan. So this took place in Staromenst Square in the center of Prague. In a video, a Russian woman comes up and knocks the phone out of the Ukrainian person's hand. She and other Russians then punch and kick at the volunteers. At the same time, the fight was accompanied by much swearing towards both Ukrainians and Czech persons. So why are they even in the Czech Republic if they hate everybody? Now, as far as I'm concerned, people like that, we should just put them on a bus, drive them to the Russian border and open the door and go away. And when they say, but I own property in, the Czech Republic, say, do you? Give us the address because you don't own it anymore. Just, there's got to be consequences. I've realised what this video is. Right, somebody sent me this video earlier, and I've just realised it's a drone dogfight. Now, we've seen a couple of these things happen prior, but I do think they're awesome. That Ukrainian drones are obviously a little bit more substantial in some ways than some of the Russian drones, and a Russian reconnaissance Zala was taken out with an FPV drone, which they were like, oh look, there's a Zala there, and so they sent up an FPV drone to just get above it and then just basically land on it and explode. Thought that was quite nice. These drone wars, indeed, robot wars. It's incredible to me that we are actually seeing this thing for real. I remember being a child and watching a program called Robot Wars and thinking it was brilliant. And here we are seeing them actually doing that in the air in Ukraine. Brilliant. So,
that was quite a video. I was looking at that. Like you, I was trying to work out what was going on, and it's like, oh right, there's a drone attacking another drone, and you kind of see him kind of getting in behind, like you do with I don't know, World War I dogfighting in biplanes or something. Except they didn't crash into each other, as far as I know. But certainly a very direct approach, isn't it, to take down those drones? So when you were talking about earlier about those reconnaissance drones over Odessa and how they'd taken one out, I thought that's what you were referring to, actually. But Yeah, that's an interesting development, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I just wonder if they're going to start being able to take down Shahed drones like this, just ramming them with an FPV drone. Because
So
they
they don't move very quickly, do they? So it might be possible.
yeah, exactly. I mean, they're certainly getting good at sort of striking targets in the air, shall we say? So why not? Now then, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's an awful lot of African men now in the Russian army. Now, remember how they said for a while that they didn't want to necessarily recruit African men because they're well, they've got minds of their own. They're a bit more feisty, and Russians are terribly racist as well. So there's that. But of course, they don't mind sending these people to die for them. And the Russian army is becoming, well, it's become very multicultural indeed. And yet it's amazing how they hate all these people, but they're quite happy to fight with them. And I'm just noticing here that one group of Russian armed forces here, they are very well attended by all nations. So, African mercenary in the Russian army, he's called Prince. You'll be glad to know. They don't even really understand, as far as I can tell, what's being said to them. One of them seems to know Russian and the other one doesn't. But he's saying, look, Prince, right? And he's giving him this shoulder-mounted weapon. If there's something behind you, don't shoot this, otherwise you'll kill everyone. Understand? You need to be away. No walls behind you, no trenches behind you, no persons behind you. Do you get that? Otherwise, you will kill everyone around you. Don't shoot it unless you are in a clear space. Now, if that's what they're having to tell him, do you imagine every time they get these new guys in, they have to repeat this information because they're not receiving any proper training? I mean, this guy is literally sat somewhere in the battlefield being told this. Don't do this because you'll kill us, right? And the look on his face, he's like, sure, no idea what you said. Sure, yeah, no idea what you said. And they're then trying to get his mate who is with him to explain to him what they've just said. Now, I'll just say that is probably not the best way to be trained.
Not optimal, is it? And I mean, when things do kick off, I mean, how are they going to communicate? How are they going to coordinate their efforts? It doesn't sound particularly good. And I hope it didn't get through and he did fire it in a trench, but who knows?
Well, we've seen a number of instances of those things happening, so I wouldn't be very surprised. But this is why they have so many darned accidents, because, well, I'm not sure half of these guys even know what the Russians are saying to them. Yet there is a noticeable increase of African men within the Russian army. And they're being tempted by money. There's nothing else really that's tempting them there. It's just money and possible, perks for their families and things like that in the future. But they're kind of a cheap resource because many of them don't live for very long, mainly because they're not proper fighters. And like you say, the language barrier and the fact that they've got nothing to fight for here either, other than a pay packet, which some of them realise they're not going to get when they see what the battlefield's like. And you know what this is, don't you? This is Russian colonialism. Now, I don't know if you've heard, John, but Russia apparently has millions of men that they're going to, mobilize and deploy any minute now, any day now. We're going to see that happen. Sorry, didn't don't they have hundreds of men in reserve? Millions, in fact. I thought they were going to sweep over Ukraine completely within a few days. You know, all these, oh, well, Russia's just holding back. Somebody said that to me this year, John. Well, Russia still seems to be holding back. What? What are they holding back for? They're not. They're throwing everything that they've flipping got at Ukraine, and they're still not getting anywhere. The last and only thing they've got to do now is chuck a nuke, and they ain't going to do that because they don't have the hairy balls to do it, because they would be flattened about 5 minutes later. So, yeah. So now, of course, because they have all these reserves at home, I mean, just look at their, you know, labour shortages and stuff like that. Well, maybe they don't have those reserves at home after all, hey? Maybe all that amazing equipment that Russia had, they've already burned through, because they have. Yeah, maybe it's all going to hell in a handbasket, and at some point, it's going to go really fast. But in the meantime, you know, they have a foothold in Africa, don't they? They've been trying to make headway in Africa. And so part and parcel of this is that now they're encouraging these chaps to come and join them in the war in Ukraine for, well, obviously promises of lots of money, which that doesn't always happen, does it? So, yeah, I just, it's interesting to note that when people are still saying, "Oh, you know, the Russians are they're holding back. They're going to come and absolutely crush them," I have to keep asking, which army are they going to use to do that? The dead one or the made-up one? Because that appears to be what they've been left with. Or the bedraggled one that's currently getting pounced upon in Ukraine. It is stated that Russians have fled from their positions that they had managed to take up in Vovchansk. They're complaining that their counter battery is not properly working against the enemy. In some places, it is simply impossible for us to move to a proper position due to the density of drones, and some of the vehicles have severely worn barrels. Well, whose fault is that? As a result of they have been trying to solve this problem with cabs. So that's why they've been using the cab bombs so heavily, because their artillery is fecked. I think we can say that one. Fecked. So there are not enough cabs to cover everyone. The birds fly non-stop from the airfields to their positions and back, but the situation with drones has caused this stalemate. We can only hide. We can suppress Mavics, but almost nothing works against the FPV drones. Sorry. The use of FPV drones on this part of the front has been especially effective because some of the drone jamming systems that they've been using in the Zaporizhia front, for example, they just don't have in Kharkiv. And so, you know, what can they do? Are they going to remove the system from another place in the battlefield where it's working for them in order to protect Kharkiv area, or near Kharkiv area, shall we say? They're probably not. No, because somebody's using it. So FPV drones away, it would seem. I actually love that they're really upset about that, because they're continuing to bomb Kharkiv anyway. But there is now a realistic possibility of them being driven out of Vovchansk. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't been shooting aerial bombs still, though. And one landed on Andriivka near Izium, and 2 pensioners were injured because, you know, they obviously are combatants. Required suppression. Now, Izium, the town itself, was the target of a cruise missile fired by Russia overnight. They hit a hospital with an Iskander, and a local council building was also damaged. But just read that back. They hit a hospital with an Iskander. Now, Iskanders are particularly difficult to shoot down, I believe, and also, I think they're one of the more accurate missiles that Russia has. I'll just say that again. They hit a hospital. F Russia. Right, okay. Unfortunately, impacts in this area also started a forest fire which required extinguishing. Anyway, 4 people have been injured in Shebekino, according to the Kremlin media. So they're writing all about how the terrible Ukrainian Nazis are using cluster munitions on civilian areas. Oh, apart from they're not, because when we look at the pictures, well, there's evidence that they also had launchers located there. And really, they need to think about how they stage their pictures better to not show us the fact that that was indeed a legitimate target, you absolute bongos. Sorry, I don't understand how they can be so very stupid about it. Just so very stupid. You know, here, they stage everything for the camera, but then they take a picture like that, that quite clearly proves exactly what was hit. Now, I'd like to also just note that we are back to the NATO officers killed in bunkers in Ukraine. Yes, that's right. Russia Kinzhals turned bunkers with NATO officers in Ukraine upside down. The Russian army have attacked the Yaroriv training ground and killed several hundred NATO officers. The details of this attack have been hidden, but over time we have found out the truth. I don't know, John, right? If hundreds of NATO officers were suddenly missing, I think we'd know about that by now. You know, just in general.
I think someone might notice. Yeah. I think that'd be a bit difficult to cover up, wouldn't it? It really would be a bit difficult to cover up.
I just love how they say.
Sorry, when is this supposed to have happened?
Oh, recently. They don't say exactly when. They just say recently. The Russian army attacked the Yaroriv training ground, so I would imagine it was that sort of time. But of course, several hundred NATO officers were killed. I ain't being funny, but several hundred NATO officers being in Ukraine. Well, I ain't being funny, but Russia would have been totally flattened by now, because that means we'd have been going all in and kicking their ass along with Ukraine. So don't wish for these things upon yourselves, Russia, because you may get more than you bargained for. Really, truly. You know, if they went after any particular, country's high-level NATO officers, I imagine that would be seen as a provocation as such. You know, they've already tried killing people in their own countries. So, yeah, anyone visiting Ukraine that they tried to target especially. I mean, remember the Greek delegation that were targeted in Odessa? And now Greece seem to be sending quite a bit more stuff to Ukraine. Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, wonder why that is. Very odd. I mean, who do they think they are, eh? Who do they think they are? It's just that, do they not realize that these kind of actions are going to have consequences? They're just, they're kind of living in la la land, really, and they're not dancing.
Well, yeah, just, be careful what you wish for, Russia, because if you do indeed take out a high-level NATO general, you're going to find yourselves in a lot of finding out. And you upset the Greek government by aiming rockets at their delegation, quite clearly trying to take out both the Zelensky and the Greek representative there. And well, it's just going to get worse, isn't it? It's just going to get worse. So every time they have a go at us, we're starting to realise that Ukraine needs that bit of extra support. And we are actually it is dawning into our thick skulls, isn't it? That Ukraine is, holding them back from much, much worse. So, yeah, let's just remember that every time they have a go at us, the very best response is to give Ukraine more stuff. Oh, sorry. Did you try and take out our leader? Oh, well, in that case, here, Ukraine, have all this extra stuff which we'd been holding it back thinking we might need it, but you know what? You need it more right now. And it never gets old, does it? We're very lucky that they're so effing stupid, because every time they make an action like this, it backfires on them. And I've found this over and over again, all the way through this. They're just every time they do something, it seems to backfire on them. Now, for example, crippling Ukraine's energy infrastructure. This is 10 years worth of damage, but people are still considering whether it's okay to use frozen Russian money to help fund Ukraine. Really? F off. If your energy infrastructure in your country was so horrifically targeted, I can guarantee you'd be hitting them back really fucking hard. That was fecking, by the way. It was.
Are you sure?
It might not have been
borderline, but
I'm at a split.
You go ahead.
I'm at a split, but yeah, I'll put some money in the kitty later. So, where was I? Oh yeah. Anyway, France has given Ukraine permission to use the Scalp/Storm Shadow missiles to strike airfields in both Kursk and Belgorod regions. Of course they have. Because
is that new news? Because that would, if it's new news, and that's kind of whoopee kind of stuff, isn't it? Or is that just an extension, a clarification?
It's new news, but I think this is being spoken out loud, if you know what I mean, because France didn't really have any major restrictions. They weren't saying that, oh no, you can't use our scalps over there. But what they're saying now is, oh, you can definitely use them to hit these airfields. Of course you can. So yes, it's sort of a solidification of what was previously agreed. And one of the reasons I think for this is so that other people now go, oh God, we're being terrible cowards. So, these airfields, one step at a time, you know what's going to happen, don't you? That Russia will move all their aircraft from these airfields to airfields that are further away within Russia. And then Ukraine will hit them with something else. And then they'll have to move them a bit further away. And then Ukraine, well, they've got drones that go really, really long distance. So they might just hit them again. You never know. So, yeah, let's just have a look. Every time there's now an explosion inside Russian territory, they're going to scream that it was a civilian target, by the way. So expect plenty of this. They're also going to be screaming and crying for a ceasefire because they're finally getting their arse handed to them. And it is notable that one of the things that they've shouted about this morning, there is an Iskander missile also almost completely intact, lying in the middle of Shebekino market. Now, Ukraine has cluster munitions, but they've not been actually given specific permission to use cluster ammunitions inside Russia. So it seems likely Russia have been storing missiles in the civilian market, and Ukraine hit that market and caused the Russian munitions to explode. Because there is indeed all sorts of little pieces of shrapnel from these things, and they're quite different to the cluster munition stuff that we've seen coming from Western cluster munitions, where they have this little sort of ball inside them that pops open. And, you know, obviously you see the ball when some of them haven't popped open. And the Russian stuff is just like flying chunks of metal, lots and lots of it. And that's what's lying around in there. None of the same sort of stuff that you would find from cluster munitions that Ukrainians have been firing. So it does appear that Ukrainians actually hit a storage of Russian cluster munitions there. Excellent. You know what that means? That means there's going to be much less cluster munitions dropped in Ukraine. That makes a massive difference, doesn't it? Now, I'm just going to grab myself another drink because I've run out of beverage again with all this talking this morning. So I'll hand over to you just for a moment, please, John.
Sure, go ahead. Make yourself another coffee and see how shaky your hands get. We're running an experiment here. That's great. I can bring you a little bit of news out of this Shangri-La summit thing in Singapore, from something that Zelensky's been saying about the Chinese, which I think this is quite interesting. Now, I think it was Thursday that Chinese spokesman confirmed that China would not be attending the peace summit, and obviously they're palling up to Russia more and more these days. It's becoming more and more explicit. And Zelensky is quoted as having said this at a press conference. He said, Ukraine currently does not have any, it says powerful contacts in the translation, but I guess strong contacts with China. The Chinese side does not want that, President Zelensky said at the Dialogue Shangri-La conference in Singapore. We invited China not only to the peace summit, we wanted to meet with Chinese representatives many times at different levels. I wanted to meet the leader. I spoke with Xi Jinping about a year ago on the phone. We talked about maintaining our territorial integrity and sovereignty. Our positions then coincided. Zelensky expressed his disappointment with Beijing's refusal to participate in the peace summit and expressed confidence that China has something to do at the summit. And he further went on to say that China was actually working, I think, to basically to kind of bring the conflict to to basically freeze the conflict, so that Russia could make the best of its ridiculous what's the word this whole kind of
Land grab.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, their last kind of grab and try and make the best of a bad deal. So it's kind of China is or the CCP is now, I think, pretty explicitly working with the Russians to maximize their gains and undermine liberal democracies around the world by extension. So that's the last piece of news I think I will bring you, because I think Joanna, very capable hands will be taking over from me, and I will drop down here and say thanks, Mockers. It's been a very quick 3 hours for me anyway. Sorry I couldn't contribute more, but thanks for all the information that you're providing, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, I'm Slava, and welcome up, Joanna.
Hi, Mokas. I was listening to you throughout the morning, and there were so many things I wanted to talk to you about, but right now my mind just turned blank, absolutely blank. I guess pizza making does that to people. What do you reckon?
Is that what you've been doing, making pizza?
Yep.
Make me one while you're at it. I'm starving now.
I'm sorry, Mokas. I'll send you a picture if you want.
Well, that's like a cruel and unusual torture. Thanks. Love it. You were a dominatrix in a different life.
Pizza
Now,
dominatrix. Oh my God.
sorry, I can't help myself. We've got to be funny here. Indeed, pizza dom. Belgorod region, there has been more bavovnas. Oh dear. In fact, there appears to be quite a lot of consternation in the area. Remember that lady who was running the other day and she made that fabulous face of, panic. Well, I've seen a few of those today. Now, sorry, I like that. I'm just going to hold on to that for later.
I was thinking about those people in Belgorod. Russia is very upset now about the lifting of the restrictions for Ukraine to target, concentration of troops and equipment in the Belgorod region, because this is the region that is bordering Kharkiv. I wonder how the people in Belgorod feel about this, because, in Moscow, you are not really touched about this, but in Belgorod, you might have a few, moments of comprehension, let's say.
Well, yeah, I think it is actually going to bring it home to some of these people. I mean, they're already shouting that their government doesn't care about them. And I can agree, their government doesn't care about them.
Especially by placing Iskandars near the market.
Yeah, that seems a pretty bad place to leave them, doesn't it? Bit careless. And yeah, again, it's just exactly what they do. They particularly put this in particularly put these sorts of things in areas where they think Ukraine's not going to be able to hit them. They do use civilians as human shields, and it's pretty darn disgusting.
They say this all the time about the Ukrainians, that Ukrainians are using civilians and human shields, which is absolutely not true. But they say this because that's what they are doing. That's how they are waging this war. And they reckon that the other side is doing the same, but it's not. So yes, they are doing this. But I was really, not happy, but happy. We have seen an increasing number of trucks being destroyed in the last few days. I believe today it was over 80. Yesterday or the other day was 100. Really, a big number of trucks. And I've seen that report about the column of Russian vehicles that was destroyed near Kursk. In the region of Kursk, in Russia. This is the northern region so it's bordering the northern region of Ukraine near the city of Sumy. And I was thinking, U.S. lifted the restriction for near Kharkiv, which is Belgorod Oblast. They didn't say anything about Kursk, but surprise, that column was targeted near Kursk. And we had this clarification today from France. Yes, Belgorod and Kursk. So yeah, probably they were thinking they will hit Belgorod. Let's do something in Kursk. Well, surprise. What do you think?
Well, there's been a few things that have been hit recently. I don't know if you noted that there was a large boom in MriyaReport yesterday as well. So it would seem that ammo on. Yeah, they're going to have a very emotional time from now on. And we know things have been hit within Kursk and Belgorod before, but now they've got explicit permission to use certain missiles. I have a feeling that they're probably going to take them up on that offer, you know. I do want to see the mass scramble of panicked Russians when those places start getting hit properly. So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, just speaking about Moscow, not really feeling it that much. I was reading some reports earlier, I don't know if it was last night or this morning, about some furious letter writing going on because apparently men are being picked up and rounded up in Moscow now. I don't know if you saw that report or heard about it.
Oh, I've seen several reports of boys being picked up in Moscow, yes. And it seems that a lot of these lads have managed to get themselves medical dispensations of some kind. And we know how that system has probably been abused. You know, lots of people have just paid off the doctors to provide them with certificates. So the Russian army thought, well, you know what, all these shirkers, we're going to round them up. But what they didn't sort of plan on was some of these people aren't shirkers. And there's a number of them that are actually really genuinely, they have problems, proper medical issues that would stop them from being able to fight. And, well, parents, even if their children are medically fit to fight, just don't appreciate them being abducted off the street. I know, it seems a bit funny, that, doesn't it? That they just decided to take umbrage to their child being kidnapped and, what do they call it? Press ganged into the army. Yeah, I'm sure that's perfectly fine, and everyone's quite happy with that. Yeah. No.
I think in Russia they probably consider that to be unpatriotic, not allowing your spawn to be press ganged.
Oh, no doubt these parents indeed will have no recourse because, you know, the government has spoken. Now, they started off stealing Ukrainian children to keep them, but yet they're rounding up Moscow boys to throw them away. It does seem as though they're trying to change their own demographics. You know, they talk about all this pure Russian blood, but they don't really have any, do they? Because they just keep sort of incorporating other people into their country and killing off their own. I'm just pointing it out that they're actually genociding themselves at the same time. Bit silly, isn't it? But, you know, what they're doing to others is 10 times worse, unfortunately. Now, I would just like to quickly make a note that the Red Cross and the ICRC, if you've ever thought of donating to these people, unfortunately, in some countries, you know, this is one of the things about us being so terribly trusting and nice and thinking the world is a better place and we can make it a better place just by wanting it to be a better place. Now, I'm not saying that these organisations in total are to blame, but certainly sections of them don't work. And why? Because we expect people to be in it for the right reasons. Yeah, we're very trusting in that way. And if you come and you apply to help, you know, for the Red Cross and stuff like that, I'm going to cross my fingers that they do some sort of background checks. But, you know, people can always fib. And there's always this concern in my mind that, you know, bad people can get into these organisations. And, oh, look, yes, they have. Yes, they have. You see, the Belarusian Red Cross, in some ways, they've been helping to abduct children. And in other ways, they've been helping Ukraine to rescue children. Because whenever they manage to get a child out of Russia through Belarus, it is the Belarusian Red Cross that bring them that last distance. So in some ways, there are some there that are participating in trying to help. And it's all down to, I suppose, which individuals you're able to work with. But there have also been quite a number of individuals within the Belarusian Red Cross who have also helped abduct these children in the first place. So, you know, this is the problem with us being very trusting and thinking that, you know, oh, we'll set up these organisations everywhere and everyone that works for them will be brilliant and kind and have all the best interests of the world at heart. And, oh, it's not like that, is it? It's just not like that. The Chechen Red Cross and IRGC representatives were apparently assisting in Mariupol with the Azov-style surrender. And all the civilians that were there, that had gone there for, you know, to be safe, they were supposed to be taken by these organisations and removed from Russian, what do you call it, captivity, that's the word, and sent to Ukrainian-held territory in Zaporizhia. And so all these people, civilians, got on buses and were believing that they were being taken to Zaporizhia. And of course, that never happened. The buses took them straight to a filtration camp somewhere further towards Russia. And then on to various other camps and places where families were split up and some people were held and some people weren't. Some people were able to then escape through Russia and back into Ukraine. But the whole point is that they said they were there to help them. They said they were there to bring them out to safety, and they didn't. And I don't know whether the representatives just didn't have any clout to help them, or they actually just lied to them. I'd like to know one way or the other. Now, there has been a recent focus on who has actually been organising this systematic stealing of people. And it turns out that these are quite high up people in the Russian government. So it's very possible that they've managed to reach out and put their influence in some of these organisations. Very possible. And so, well, I don't know about you, but I think these organisations also need to do what our governments are trying to do a bit more of, which is cleaning house. Looking for spies and ferreting them out and getting rid of them. It's the same sort of thing, because they will never be a trusted organisation again until they do that. And this is also a tactic of Russia to, you know, cause division. It makes us doubt these organisations. We now don't think that they're any good. All they do is spend money. Well, you know what? Some parts of these organisations, some parts of the Red Cross are amazing. They do incredible stuff. They really do provide help in focused areas where it's absolutely needed. And then there's others that don't, obviously, that seem to enable stuff like this. And so you can't tar them all with the same brush, but you can say to them, you need to, you know, excommunicate some of these parts and perhaps just, you know, try a different angle with these particular countries, because unfortunately, no matter what you try and do with inside Russia, they're going to make sure that they're in control and not you. They will instantly label you a foreign agent, and that's it. You're all in prison, or, you know, being monitored very heavily about what you're allowed or not allowed to do. And yeah, so there is no, they don't have any authority or clout in these places, and yet they still sort of tried to go in there and do stuff, and it's actually worked out to be terrible because they're actually having, like with the businesses where their intellectual property has been stolen from them, and they're concerned that their reputation is now going to go down the toilet because Russia's using their brand names to put out stuff which they don't know necessarily what's in it. Well, it's the same sort of thing, isn't it? Russia has used their name to hide behind and do all sorts of shitty things in their name. And to ever be a respected organisation again, they've got to do something specific about that. They've got to do something, whether it be disband and start again, or just go through their entire organisation with a fine-tooth comb and see what they can do to make it better. Because, like I say, I can't criticise all of them, but some of them really have been, working on Russia's side. And I'm sure there's other countries where they're also doing things which aren't necessarily for the betterment of everything, because the governments there have them sort of as a, they want them there as an entity to make themselves legitimised in some way, but they don't want them getting in their way with doing any of their, humanitarian business. That's as far as I can tell. That, the Red Cross can't just go in somewhere and throw their weight around. Not in a place like Russia, can they? So they end up with this sort of situation where they've just made themselves look horrendous. And we don't even know if those people involved had good intentions and just ended up unable to carry out what they were supposed to do, or whether those people were just acting with the Russian government and being scumbags. Either way, it don't look good. It's your reputation, and it's down the toilet. So, yeah, I just feel that these organisations need to do something proper to address that, because, well, their trust is gone. What do you think, Ioana?
I agree with you, and it's really awful to see those organizations that should help Ukraine and should, be involved in humanitarian things for real, being so permeated, let's say, by the Russian influence. And I remember, the case of Olenivka, the prison where they took the Ukrainian prisoners of war, and what happened there. And actually, I believe the Red Cross was involved in giving cups and blankets with the Russian symbols there. So yeah, it's going even up to this or down to this kind of gestures.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that was the only stuff that was given to them to hand out, so it's, do you hand it out or do you not? Well, you're obviously going to, aren't you? Because there's men with guns. Yeah, it's extremely tone deaf. It's assisting Russia. It's, they're sort of trapped in the system as well of, being unable to do anything. So, look, if you can't do anything good, how the hell are you there? It just makes me sad. Now then, there's some interesting news coming out from a Belgorod channel. Remember, there was a list of guys who had been injured this morning, and one of them killed. In fact, what is he? He is Igor Viktorovich. Yes, Nechiparenko. And they said at first that this was a planned detonation, didn't they? But all these guys appear to have been injured, and one of them killed. And they were all sort of heads of various areas around there. Now, some information has come out from one of the Belgorod channels that said that this happened around 10 to 8 in the morning. And around this time, in the area where they were located, in the direction of Melikovo and Shilakoyakovo, that one, local residents heard an explosion and a column of smoke rose up. Now, having seen these sorts of detonations a number of times before, it was suggested by one of the onlookers that this was characteristic of the detonation of one of the Russian aerial bombs that has been dropped on Belgorod. Now, considering the remoteness of the Korochansky district from the border, and as well as the wounds that were described, the cause of this unplanned detonation could have actually been a Russian aerial bomb that has fallen on the territory of Belgorod. Gladkov, when coming out, just said that an emergency occurred. He did not mention what type of ammunition had caused the explosion. However, on May the 4th, a Fab 500 bomb fell on a private area in Belgorod, residential properties in Belgorod. And on that day, that was simply described as an explosion. They didn't say what it was, where it came from, or anything. They just said, there's been an explosion. Well, yes, there has. But that's just something else that they, may have actually done to themselves. That's kind of funny. Oops.
So, Fab bomb.
Yes.
That type of fat bombs. One of them fell in Belgorod. There is a small explosion, but it doesn't detonate. And then they gather up all the heads of the region, and they attempt a detonation, and it blows up with the head of the region, like properly, something like this. That's what it happened?
No, what they're saying is that these guys were all in a particular place having an early morning meeting, and a Fab bomb just happens to have been dropped very near to their location, killing one of them and injuring the rest. So basically, they threw a Fab bomb out this morning towards Ukraine and, whoops, may have actually hit themselves again. Will?
Yeah, or they mistargeted, and the ammunition dump that they thought was a Russian one or a Ukrainian one that they were supposed to hit was actually their own. I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility at this point, with the absurd things we've seen Russia do, that some pilot flew over in an area and maybe wasn't using all his instruments the way he was supposed to be. So he didn't know exactly where he was, but he thought he knew exactly where he was because he'd flown in the area many times recently. And he's down there. It's he is under threat, and they've lost a lot of Su-25 pilots recently. So imagine being under stress. You're in combat. You've flown in the area before. You think you know where you're going, and you appear to be over target, and it is an ammunition storage, which would probably look pretty similar from either the Ukrainian or Russian side because they were built in a similar design and everything. Could be a tragic mistake, or these heads of different regions did get together for an 8 o'clock in the morning meeting. Just happened to get together at an arms or an armaments detonation area for a show, right? I think they said initially they were doing a detonation of artillery or ammunition. It could be a target that they were, or an accident at a site where they were. But I hate to see civilians sort of get killed, but have to get killed. But this war does have to come to Russia, and these regional heads of are good to they would be a valid command and control target too, by the way, I guess is all I want to say.
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of hope all those guys went away very injured indeed, because they were all like the heads of the area, weren't they? And it would be kind of funny if they'd sort of wiped out all the heads of the local area themselves. Whoops. Yeah, bit of an oopsie, that one, by the way.
And that's not figurative speaking, wiping up the heads of the heads.
Well, indeed, yeah, I think one of them indeed may have lost his head. Or at least he's no longer living with us anymore. Oh, bless. Right, okay. So, oh, crikey. I got a thread. I've got a number of threads, but I wonder whether I'll go into it right now or I'll save it for the morning. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you about this. An oil refinery is on fire in the Komi Republic, Russia. So in the city of Ukhtar, one of the tanks of the Lukoil, oh my goodness me, right, I'm going to try this. Ukantan F. Perebokta. I missed a bit out. Plant caught fire. According to local media, the fire was preceded by the sound of an explosion, with smoke later being reported. Baza has reported 3 casualties. Details are being confirmed. So employees in April were evacuated from this plant specifically due to the threat of a drone attack. And now, with an update, another channel writes that 2 have died. So, well, just looking at it is very much the top of the fuel tank. I wonder if this is just a accident. Remember those 2 guys that were sent up to do some welding work on the top of a fuel tank once? And for some reason, they thought that was a really good idea. And, well, you can imagine, naked flame, 2 seconds later, boom. So, yeah, I'm just wondering if something like that's happened again. Either way, shit's on fire. There we go. Sorry. So, you'll have to excuse me. I keep seeing things and I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. We'll tell you in a moment. So, what I'm looking at is a beautiful picture of the arrival of at the Cyclone RTO in Sevastopol Bay on the night of May the 19th. Remember that cyclone thing that everyone was talking about that got taken out? Well,
You mean cyclone?
Cyclone.
Sick off?
That one, yeah, whatever.
That became sick off. Sick on, sick off.
Indeed. Well, tick it off. Yeah, the picture of it shows that it was definitely a very direct hit. And I just think that it's a beautiful thing because it's so far away. You know, and yet they've still hit it bob on. So loving that. Just the accuracy. And I appreciate they're probably getting an awful lot of location information from, you know, those AWACS things that have been up and down. They're probably getting a lot of information from there. But I am absolutely loving how accurately they can hit things. Now then, there was talk earlier on about Russians opening yet another front, this time from Belarus. And it's been very clearly stated by the Ukrainian forces in that area. If someone attacks us from Belarus, we're going to hit them back. So I think we've got to the point where there's no more effing around now. You come in here, we will hit you back and destroy you on the border as you're arriving. We're not going to wait until you're in our country.
And moreover, there was a statement from Lithuania, I think, an official from Lithuania, saying that if Ukraine is attacked from Belarus, Belarus should be entitled to strike on Belarusian territory. And I hope there will be other countries that will say the same thing. Because Belarus kind of mingled a lot in this war, well, willingly or unwillingly. So maybe it's time to, have a reckoning for themselves.
Well, absolutely. They've been doing a lot to support Russia. And I did notice that the Russian Air Force have been sending some of their helicopters and what have you into Belarus recently. And I'm assuming that they've got some sort of ideas of doing something over there. And basically, Ukraine's saying, yeah, just try it, mate. Just try it. So that's sorry, I'm just watching somebody's feed. Wow. So a woman here has got her husband back from Ukrainian captivity, and he spent 105 days being fed nothing but spoiled bread and dirty water. Good Lord. I mean, seeing one person in this condition is too many. These are absolutely horrific war crimes. But you know what? It's so heart-wrenching to know that this person has been through so much and they're going to continue to go through it, and their family has been through so much and they're going to continue to go through it, trying to bring this person back to, health and deal with the psychological trauma that they've been through. Like Prince said earlier on, the genocide doesn't stop when the shooting stops. It's going to continue for a long time. And Russia needs to answer for this. I expect to see something, Nuremberg trial style over this. And my God, I hope it happens very soon in my lifetime. Because, Jesus, it's too much. It's just too much. It really pees me off. And, some days I have really shady days, and it's because I'm just thinking of what these people are going through, which is another reason why I like to cheer myself up with lots of stupid things that the Russians have done. That's one of the reasons why I'm very chirpy, because stupidity makes me laugh. And, well, we've got to keep on supporting Ukraine to be able to bring all these people home, because it just vile and disgusting things are happening to them every day. And I can't believe there's not a massive uproar, a big international uproar. I mean, I know there's other countries that do shitty things to people, but they're actually stealing people from another country and then doing shitty things to them. Just, it beggars belief, it really does. I don't know actually how we are all just sort of, allowing it to happen, just allowing it. So let's have some good news. Russian channels report a lot of Ukrainian UAVs were heading towards Crimea last night, again in the direction of the Kerch Bridge and over the Azov Sea. And there is a little bit of news coming out that there may have been a few things hitting Crimea. I'm trying to sort of pin them down at the moment. So that's something that I will try and bring you an update on if I can find what's actually been hit. You know how they like to be quiet for about 24 hours afterwards. I've got some really good news. Emergency shutdowns have been cancelled in the following areas: Kyiv region, Odessa region, Donetsk region, and Dnipro region. These have returned to a normal stabilization schedule between 1800 and midnight. So basically, this means that they will be able to keep the power on uninterrupted until at least 6 p.m. And then there will be intermittent rolling blackouts as previously expected and advised in the evenings. So I think that's something that they can be at least extremely proud of, that it hasn't taken them that long. This morning, they were saying that they were going to have shutdowns nearly all day. And they've already managed to fix that situation and get it back to the schedule that they were expecting. No, I think, yeah, poor Iwana is a ghost. It happens. I won't go to you for comment then, Iwana, because you're a ghosty. But there is panic right now in Sevastopol chat rooms. Attention to competent authorities. Ukrainian unmanned boats are seen near Balaklava. Ooh. So yes, that was something that I was oohing at earlier. That there seems to be well, a lot of consternation coming out of there. Every time I look over at Sevastopol in particular, but every time I look over at Crimea, there's either no information or they're terrified. So I'm thinking that there's a bit of panic going on there. Oh, sorry, just hurt my neck. Oh, you know when you just turn your neck and yeah, that wasn't funny. Right, anyway, I'll live. There's something that's being reported that, yes, here, this was what I was looking at. So last night, there was reports of Ukrainian drones and Neptune missiles heading to Crimea. And then a bit quiet. And that was the last I saw of that report, except for they're having a bit of panic about seeing some drones in the water this morning. So that's the only sort of real news I've got about that. And I'm kind of hoping they didn't shoot everything down. Remember that they're getting closer and closer to the Kerch Bridge whenever they make these attacks. Oh, sorry, just watching a launch of attackums. I got a little bit squirrel over that then. Squirrel. So I'm just trying to find something that I haven't already reported on. Here we go. Yes. There is an entrepreneur in Russia. I like the way you've put that, Iwana, in the background there. She needs an intervention. Now, lady entrepreneur in Russia, a Russian saleswoman showing off new, apparently, drone jamming things. Jammers, I suppose. Anyway, the Russians are aware that Ukrainian FPGs have been using different frequencies to bypass the current Russian jammers. So a Russian saleswoman has described a new additional jammer module that covers lower frequencies, which she obligingly lists for the viewer. In other words, she told the person on video exactly which frequencies they cover. So now, thanks for that, we'll just not use those frequencies either. Now, just to bring this into context, right? The components are all Chinese on these new jammers, by the way. Everyone on the front line, on the Russian side, are struggling to even get food and water. And they think they're going to be supplied with these things. How much are they going to cost? Because they'd need to probably purchase loads of this equipment and attach it to everything. And even then, they've just told the Ukrainians exactly what frequencies it blocks. Well done, lady. So yeah, you know what? I have a funny feeling that this lady standing on a truck in a back alley showing these things off, I have a hard time believing that she is the saleswoman for the forefront of cutting edge military tech. But apparently she is. Now, I'm hearing a lot of these Russian jammers are basically repackaged Chinese components marketed by garage entrepreneurs. And the few provided by the state have been so incredibly cheap and don't work because of, guess what? Yes, that's right. Good old corruption. That these back garage entrepreneurs are actually providing a slightly better system. Do I have you back, Ioana?
Yes, I think I'm back.
Ah, brilliant. Right. So yeah, this lady down a back alley is providing this sort of system from China, and it's actually better than the Russian MOD are providing. But she did conveniently tell Ukraine all the frequencies they need to avoid operating their drones on video. So yeah, well done, love. Well done. Now,
Nice OPSEC is what you're. Nice OPSEC, lady. So, but in her defense, mockers, she's not too smart, but she's hell at a sales conference. She can really do some sales.
I'm sure she can, but you know, I didn't listen to the video because I don't tend to.
She's got skills.
All right, she's got the gift of the gab, does she? I'm going to say you would understand it. I obviously can't. So, oh.
But sometimes how your marketing people might over egg things a little bit and might not be on top of the technology as well as you'd think they would be.
Yeah.
She's like that.
Saleswoman of the year, brilliant. Now, I'm just going to retweet something that I think, well, I ain't being funny, but if I were driving this train, I wouldn't be driving this train. What the actual horror show is that? Well, obviously, this is just Buryatia in all its glory at this time of year. Why the hell is a train driving through this? I mean, I know you're sort of moving, but surely you're going to end up with the train on fire. I hope there's no people or anything explosive on that train. Gee whiz. That's just... Right, just answer me this, Will. If there was a massive forest fire somewhere where there was a train line in Australia, would they still allow that train to travel?
No. Well, it depends on what it had on it. I mean, Russia actually has a firefighting train. So, or many, they use trains for firefighting equipment. So you might, and that fire that they're driving through there, yeah, it's hard to tell from the picture. It looks like it might be a fire that is very bright, but it's just burning off grass and things. And maybe they can, but no, you would normally keep a train away from a fire like that because they're not the most nimble moving things. And if you got into trouble, you couldn't get out of trouble. So you definitely, well, you would keep a train out of there, especially if it was carrying anything like you suggest, combustible that could explode.
Oh, well, either way, that just looks terrifying.
But maybe he's one of those guys, you know. Train's got to get through, man. Train's got to get through.
Anyway,
Full speed ahead into hell.
anyway,
Sorry, go on, Ivana.
it's fire season in Russia, and I heard that this season is really a record season. So they have like 25 regions with a lot of fires and prospects for other fires. So yeah, I guess we have seen the frost, we have seen the floods. Now it's the time for the fires. And talking about floods, I've just seen a few days ago a report from I believe it was the Orsk region or something like this. They estimated how many houses can be habitable right now after the floods. Guess what percent of houses could be, used actually after the floods?
What, 2%?
1% of the houses are considered
Close.
habitable. Yeah, you are very close, smokers. I guess you kind of understand how Russia works. So yeah, after blowing up the Kakovka Dam, nature kind of did something for the Russians too, and 1% of the houses are now usable. So yeah, good luck, Russians.
Mother Nature also hates Russia.
Absolutely. That's just karma, by the way.
Anyway, they will burn now because they have a lot of fires. So yeah, it's like this. And I'm looking, to the meteor coverage of Russia, and indeed there is a big storm going to Moscow. Right now it's in St. Petersburg, but will be in Moscow soon enough, like in about 4 or 5 hours, something like this.
Yeah,
Right.
15 meter per second winds. That it's going to tear some roofs off. I mean, it's a proper storm. It's weird hearing those things called hurricanes, but you know, that's because they're from Moscow and they've never seen a real hurricane.
Well, it has already torn the roof off one building. Now, this place that had a tank fire, by the way, this oil refinery in Ukhtar, it's an industrial town of around 100,000 people, and it's in the Komi Republic, almost 2,000 kilometers from Ukraine in a straight line. So that's why I'm saying that might just be an accident. Otherwise, it's a new record. A small note, by the way, about the train journey through the fiery hell. The state capital of this area, Ulan-Ude, is a stop on the famed Trans-Siberian Railway. Don't think they'll be selling a lot of tickets on that in the near future. Now, Russian airfields are apparently being hit by Storm Shadow missiles in both Belgorod and Kursk.
Nice.
Yes, I'm hearing a note that may actually be taking place. So let's just say that I would like to see that happening very much. Now, we had
Mockers,
yeah.
you know if it is a scalp, remember from when we were first talking to Doman about this months and months and months ago, one of the original versions of scalp actually was called the Apache, and it was made with a bunch of small bomblets specifically to go down runways and drop a whole bunch of small bomblets, like kind of like directed cluster munitions. And wouldn't it be nice if it was an old version of that? Because really, the ATACMS is the missile to use here, but scalps certainly better than nothing. Not way better than nothing, especially if it was that Apache version from years ago.
Well, that would be a nice thing to use over there, and perhaps that is why the French have specifically come out and said, that
please proceed, sir.
Yeah, please proceed, because they know that will be useful for those. Yes, I like it a lot. I've just spotted an unknown technology Blyat, an FPV drone that smacked into the ground and didn't detonate. And so this Russian guy gets out. Hey, it didn't detonate. Maybe I'll poke it with this stick. Oh, yeah, it blew up then. Yeah, just a little bit more idiocy.
This week in Absurdistan, so much absurdity. There, this week in Absurdistan happens every day.
And Marcus, you were talking.
It's flipping.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
You were talking earlier about FPV drones and how Ukrainians are using those to intercept the Shaheds. And I guess this is brilliant. I guess this is possible, but that means that probably those FPV drones will be having some explosive on them and to detonate at the impact, because the kinetic impact wouldn't be sufficient to take down a Shahid drone. And this is brilliant because if the Shahid explodes in the air, there is less risk of damage on the ground. And actually, I just wanted to talk about this because I love the FPV drones. Before the war, in another life, I was looking at technology and things that are happening, and I was following, all the things like artificial intelligence and quantum computers and FPV drones. And I've seen them working, in those. There are like competitions with FPV drones. You have like a trajectory that you have to go on and do certain tasks. It's like it's really, really funny, and to be in the proximity of those, it's absolutely an amazing experience because they have like a buzzing sound and they are absolutely very, very quick and very maneuverable because you have like a first person experience while maneuvering those. So yeah, it's totally possible to take down a Shahed drone with an FPV. And as I said, probably they are charged with explosives. So no wonder that this accident happened because, touch and see what happens. Faffing around.
For faffing around, indeed. This is what happens, isn't it? So, yeah, let's pour one out for Russian airfields because I think that Ukraine may be making their presence felt. So, we'll let you know when we know more about that. Now, did I not save that? Did I just retweet it, perhaps? No, I didn't even save it. Oh, how annoying. Bear with me a second. Let me just get back to what I was about to talk about. There we go. Ah, sorry. No, I've lost it. Apologies. This isn't what I was looking at. What I can tell you is that Ukraine now controls apparently a vast majority of Vovchansk. Well, I'm very happy to hear this because there's so much coming out of the Russian channels and the Belgorod channels, and I have seen how very upset they are. Very upset. And here we go, from 5:18 in the morning in Belgorod, series of new explosions were being reported. Air raid warnings and fear have been spreading throughout Belgorod all day. Now, I have a couple of things that I wanted to mention. And one of the things that I liked and then lost was that a couple of folks have been picked up in Estonia for committing huge fraud. Here we go. Estonian. Sergey and Ivan Very Estonian names, don't you think? Local Russians, indeed. 2 Estonian men stole $500 million from American investors. The fraudsters' names are Sergei Potapenko and Ivan Turogin. Sound very typically Estonian, don't they? So they are the alleged kingpins behind a massive $500 million fraud targeting thousands of US investors. It's amazing, isn't it, how Russians are always doing this stuff. So they've both been arrested in Tallinn and charged on 18-count indictment filed in the Western District of Washington, the DOJ said today. According to the indictment, the duo were offering virtual currency mining rights. Crypto again, you see. Yeah, this is why I've never really got into it, because I just don't know what to trust. So they provided this apparently for a fee, but in reality, they just provided sham invoices, fabricated documents, and a crypto mining capacity of less than 1% of what they promised their customers. These 2 guys were originally unnamed in the indictment, but their names have now been released. Spent the money people paid them on real estate in Estonia, luxury cars, and lavish gifts. Because, that's the Russian way, is it not? Now, there's an old saying in Kitchener, if your mum's Russian and your dad's Russian, but Ivan is Moldovan, being Moldovan was a good way to avoid the responsibilities that came with being Russian, such as yearly conscription. So unfortunately, they're really good at making life difficult for the countries that they step into. And, well, it's just another example of how when they get into your country, some of them just don't want to participate. Some of them just, want to carry on with their wicked ways. And we need to ferret all these effers out, because the very fact that they're buying luxury items in the West, I mean, don't they hate us? Don't they hate us? Surely they hate us. In the Czech Republic today, Russians have attacked Ukrainian volunteers. In Staromenst Square in the center of Prague, you see a Russian woman knock the phone out of a Ukrainian lady's hand, and she and other Russians then started punching and kicking the volunteers. At the same time, this was accompanied by an awful lot of obscene language. Now, I'd just like to say that if this is the case, if they want to come to our countries and be horrible, it would be a terrible shame if we rounded them all up and delivered them back to Russia, wouldn't it? And I really think we absolutely should be doing. If you want to integrate and get a job and just support your family and live, no objections at all. But you want to come out with that attitude? Out. Get out. That's how I'm feeling anyway. Now then, I was expecting somebody to be covering me today at this point. And I do need to know if they're awake. So I'm just going to pester them in the background and hand over to you for a moment, Ivana.
No problem. I have something ready because we talked about, FPV drones earlier, and I remember that I've seen this article, and it's quite interesting. The source is something called Scripps News. I'm not familiar with this. Apparently, it's independent journalism from US. So yeah, maybe if somebody knows more about this this newspaper, will be willing to tell us more. But anyway, it's a journalist talked with Ukrainian soldiers, let's say like this, and they had access to the secret bunker of Achilles UAV battalion, part of the Ukraine's 92nd Assault Brigade. So the person they talked to is a 20-year-old former medical student, and he loved reading about biology. But when the war came, he set his books aside to join Ukraine's struggle for survival. And he has the name, the namesake, not namesake. He was named Darwin by his colleagues, and this name is very appropriate because it's kind of an evolutionary hint. So the war evolved. So did his role in it. He initially joined in order to provide medical assistance because he was a medical student, so he had some knowledge. But when they received the surveillance drones, it became clear that Darwin's fast fingers were more valuable turning knobs than tightening tourniquets. He had a lot of dexterity and daring, so he became a drone pilot. And the small, inexpensive consumer drone that Darwin and thousands of others have been flying as eyes in the sky were initially used for surveillance, but then they were strapped with explosives, what we talked about earlier. But that wasn't all. Pilots can manage a drone's movement well enough to navigate the battlefield. The same pilot looks at the drone's camera through immersive goggles, and there is like a connection brain body drone. So FPV drone can enable a pilot to fly his machine wherever his mind might take him. So the journalist met Darwin in a rear training area last October, and he described his experience like this: you really feel like a bird, and not just a bird, but a bird that explodes at the end. But not all birds are predators, and not all predators are equally adept at catching prey. Even if Darwin downplays his experience as a video gamer, it seems that that experience, the neural pathway forged at the control of an Xbox, can carry over in the real life Mortal Kombat. He said like this: I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. I have 6,000 hours in Dota, another 2,000 in Counter-Strike, and of course other multiplayer action games. So he was quite skilled before in action games, and right now he uses those skills to chase things like tanks and mobile artillery, and even people who, enemy soldiers that are there. And according to these newspapers, soldiers on both sides know that by the time they hear the whizzing sound of a drone, their fate is probably done, let's say like this. So also FPV drones are very useful in narrow places, open windows, bunker entries, and the journalists from this publication accompanied this UAV battalion to their secret frontline position somewhere in eastern Ukraine, and then they describe how they went there and how they assisted to their preparation and what they did during that intense time there. So it's quite an interesting article. I will share it in the back channel, and we can go like this. What do you think, Mockers, about this?
I'm looking for it appearing in the back channel.
Okay,
Have a look
so
through. Oh, Darwin's War. Yes, I like it. Oh, he's young, isn't he?
yeah, 20 years old. 20 years old.
Oh,
He's
bless.
really young. He looks like a child almost, and it's
Yeah, he
impressive
really
to
does.
see. all those experiences that they had in the bunkers. The article has a lot of pictures. Actually, you know what? I'll do a tweet with this article. Like these people can see what I am talking about. FPV drone.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'll just comment that a lot of gaming has come in really useful with regards to, you know, what's been going on here, because, well, drones have become such a big part of how they're able to protect themselves, that you know, gaming, especially the FPV experience, wearing the goggles and stuff. I mean, that actually, since I've had my brain injury, doing anything like that makes me feel proper sick. But certainly, I enjoy gaming on a screen, you know, and it does it. It ups your reaction time. You know, you sort of, there's some games where, you know, racing games especially, where you have to be very quick to react, and you know, able to do stuff as well as being able to keep racing forwards. And yes, just something as simple as a racing game would help you to prepare for flying an FPV. And well, it's not just that sort of gaming, is it? Pleasure gaming. I mean, some people have been literally learning how to drive tanks from World of Tanks. You know, thought it was a fun game. Didn't realise that it would actually teach him how to drive a tank in real life. I just thought that was incredible. So yeah, gaming has actually been a training ground all by itself. You know, I mean, let's face it, simulators. We use simulators to train pilots, don't we? And I imagine there'll be some sort of simulators for other types of equipment. So it's just really a step up from gaming. So yeah, just really a step up from that.
Yeah, so it's not the first
Um,
time that you know, gaming and things like this, like virtual reality or is proving very useful in real life. As you said about driving tanks, those games are quite precise. They are using the actual tank displays and things like this. So you can learn to drive a tank that you've never seen before using this application. And there is something I know that there was a project like this. You know, when the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris burned, it was, you know, the roof and a big part of the cathedral was destroyed. And then a gaming company that used that cathedral as a landscape for their game said, look, we have like all the plans, or all the virtual imagery of the inside of the cathedral, all is there to very big precision, you know, very accurate, and you can use this to reconstruct Notre Dame. And actually, they use this. I have to search for it because I don't have the article right now. I just remembered about it. But actually, they use the game in order to reconstruct the cathedral. And I've heard about an initiative to do the same with Mariupol. Imagine that. Imagine using, you know, all type of pictures and images and data there was in the Google Maps or in people's phones and things like this, in order to bring back a city that was destroyed by the Russians. So yeah, it's just to say that technology can help in ways that we never imagined before.
that is true. Certainly, rebuilding of maybe historical objects or restoration of historical objects. Some of that can be done with that technology. You're right. Would you like a bit of Telegram chatter? I was expecting
course,
somebody to
smokers.
come. Yeah, I was expecting somebody to come up and replace me at the top of the hour because I have loads of things to do today. But I have a feeling that they might have forgotten. Never mind. So let's go through some Russian Telegram chatter. the personal security of the Bank of Russian chairman. Oh, secure. Yeah, you know Elvira Nabulina. Well, she's had her personal security strengthened because the key rate was raised in February 22, and after that date, she apparently received quite a lot of hate mail. Now, after the start of the Russian special operation in Ukraine, the regulator sharply increased the key rate on February the 28th from 9.5 to 20% due to radically changed conditions in the economy and the outbreak of a crisis. So they've had to up her personal security since the beginning of the full-scale war into Ukraine because of the fact that people now hate her. Now, I'm quite sure we all saw this. There was the peace march that was held in Budapest against the conflict escalating in Ukraine. And of course, they were opposed to the provision of any military assistance to Ukraine. Now, what is worth just knowing about this peace march is that tens of thousands of people were paid and bussed in from unknown regions and even other countries to take part in this event. This is a part of astroturfing and trying to hide Orban's actual lack of support. Organisers noted that strangers to the procession not only came from provincial areas, but from abroad. Now, Orban went on saying that Europe is rushing towards war like a train with a mad driver, and this must be stopped. Now, the reason he's shouting about this is probably when Ukraine wins, Orban is probably going to end up in jail at some point because, you know, Russia will lose their grip and he will end up being held responsible for his actions. So, yeah, I think that's probably a lot of the reason why he's worried there. No, I don't have to go. It's all right.
Again,
I'll just have to squeeze everything into a short period of time. It'll do.
Oh, I'm sorry for you, Marcus. So again, this thing happening in Hungary, the counter demonstration is also by the Russian book. They are using this in Moldova, for example, when there is a demonstration, a genuine demonstration with people that are asking, you know, for something that they really want. Every time there are people that are organizing a counter demonstration to prove how they, you know, support Russia or whatever it is, like this one in Hungary with the no war sign written in English everywhere, because of course, you know, Hungary is very like conserving their own customs and traditions, but they had to write it in English in order for the world to understand what they want. And I want to link that with a news that I've seen yesterday. I guess you will be very surprised by it. Hungary donated 50 BTR-80A armored infantry fighting vehicles. What do you think about this? And to whom do you think that they donated those?
I heard about this. Didn't they donate them to Serbia or somebody?
Yes, exactly, to Serbia, because of course Serbia has to, you know, strengthen its military powers. So actually, Hungary can donate weapons of war to some other countries. Of course, not Ukraine, because this would mean something bad. But to Serbia, you can donate, you know, infantry fighting vehicles.
Yes, I thought that was terribly kind of them to find them. Now, you know how Russia's a teensy bit racist, Iwana?
A teensy bit? Just the way? I don't think so.
Well, the Ministry of Emergency Situations have had to come out with a statement with regards to people who are considered foreigners and the use of shelters. Now, I didn't think this was something that you particularly would have to legislate, but here we go. Listen to this. Presently, if you are considered foreign or have a different skin colour, you will not be welcome in any Russian bomb shelters. They will kick you out. Now, the department prepared amendments to the government decree. And the reason they were doing this was because the Ministry of Emergency Situations used the term population. And so many Russians decided that this meant the Russian population and nobody foreign. So, because they're a little bit racist. So the department have prepared amendments according to which existing civil defence structures will be used to shelter the population, and clarified the word population is proposed to clarify including Russian citizens, foreigners and stateless persons located within the country. But would you believe the patriotic Russians are actually pushing back against this, saying there's not enough room for all of them. There can only be us. Rude, hey? Properly rude. So not only if you're, a foreign national within Russia, you'll end up conscripted to the front if you're not very lucky. You're also not allowed to protect yourself in case of bombs. So also fun times.
Yeah, but that's very strange, Mokas. Is there a standard skin color in Russia? Do you know about this? How do you?
I don't know.
Yeah, they issued some, Pantone guidance to what the skin color should be for a proper Russian. I don't know. It has to be Caucasian because Russia extends far east, so there are a lot of Eastern people with a different skin color in Russia. So I'm wondering,
Oh yeah, in the west of Russia, those guys are also considered foreign. Yeah, I have seen a girl from one of those regions, the Far East regions, being absolutely beaten up and mercilessly taunted by her Moscow schoolgirl friends because she was what they called a peasant. A peasant from the east, and they, were really horrible to her. And well, kids can be horrible, but still, not nice.
so a standard Russian, I understand, is should not be peasant also.
Oh, correct. Yeah, you can't be poor. Although they're all going to be very poor soon, aren't they? Because the government's just started taxing them like to death. Yeah, if you couldn't afford stuff before, give it a week and you really won't be able to afford stuff. It's notable, Ioana, that the amount that you pay per month for your phone connection is going up every month, I've noted. So I think that's just something to keep in mind, that very soon a lot of them won't. Well, it'll only be the bots and the government that'll be able to afford these things.
Yeah, and of course Nabiulina is to blame. It's the only person to blame for the situation in which Russia is today. You shared the news earlier about her receiving threats, so it's the only person to blame, of course.
Yes, exactly. It's never the guy who is in charge who won't let her resign from her job, which I also think is hilarious. Poor woman's tried to resign so many times. So Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin, that one, introduced changes to the rules for the sale of foreign currency earnings by Russian exporters. Again, the Government Commission on Foreign Investments will be able to issue permission not to sell foreign currency if foreign contracts are paid in more than 50% in rubles. So basically, please work in rubles, but also any foreign currency belongs to us. Now, a criminal case, and right, this is just horrific, right? Imagine being an orphan in Russia. Just, momentarily. A criminal case has been opened into the first Deputy Minister of Housing and Communal Services of the Stavropol territory. She is called Olga Silyankova, and she has been providing apartments for orphans. Except, well, she's been done for fraud because in 2014, the ministry purchased apartments for orphans, which, according to documentation, were ready for habitation. However, it turns out that all 47 apartments were completely unrenovated and unfit for habitation, and yet she still housed the orphans there. She is accused of exceeding her official powers. No preventative measures have been chosen, however, but she is being done for it. Now, I don't know about you, Ivana, but if I was going to rent an apartment or what have you, I'd like it to at least, have a certain level of upkeep. Upkeep, that's the one. But these orphan children probably didn't have any choice, because one of the things about being an orphan child in Russia is apparently when you leave, communal housing, as it were, orphanages, a lot of the time they do actually get some housing given to them by the government, if they live that long, of course. Now, obviously, this would, probably not be the best housing, but you would expect it to at least be fit for human habitation. Anyway, just think it's pretty gross. Now then, I don't know about you guys, but I like a French fry every now and again. And if I was in Russia, I'd be paying 70% more for French fries today than I did just a few years ago. The average serving now costs 85 rubles. You'll be glad to know. So yeah, there's just generally an awful lot of increase in prices of everything, and that is just one little snapshot. Of course, some of these places that sell the French fries, well, you might not want to eat at them anyway. The Orthodox Church has come out with a new way of accusing women of being devils. You'll be glad to know, Ioana. Apparently, us women, we only fight for our own rights purely for the sake of lustful men. Because women should realize their unique femininity and be feminine. If they are fighting for their rights, they are just a bad copy of a man, said the Ekaterinburg Metropolitan. The language of the Orthodox Church seems to place them somewhere in the 15th century. They do have a lot of money, though, don't they? An awful lot of money. But yes, just the way they go on, that, yeah, if you fight for your rights as a woman, well, you're no better than a man. Pardon? Eh? I thought men got whatever they wanted. Oh, no, they don't either. Not in Russia, anyway.
So, just two comments. One is this, women lust for men, but men no, men are perfect. Yeah, of course, women. The Russians are really misogynist, so it's not no wonder about this. And also, you talked about those houses for children, well, former orphan children. Um, Imagine that in a country that is kidnapping children. So I just wanted to say this. They do not treat their children well. Um, and we have seen a lot of reports. Number of orphan children in Russia actually increased quite a lot. There are parents that just deliver their children to orphanages because they can't take good care of them. And in the same time, Russia is kidnapping children. So I just wanted to point this out.
Oh yeah, exactly. They don't take care of their own orphans. They just steal other people's children. It's nuts, isn't it? But yeah, that's how it goes. That is who they are. They don't do anything that's sensible or expected. And yeah, it just, well, it's one thing after another, isn't it? It really is. Oh, okay. There's a guy here who's probably going to end up getting himself picked up and taken off to war, but they're probably going to have to let him sober up first. I see so many videos of people just running about Russia streets, absolutely off the trolleys on something. I think they need to round those guys up. Ah, hello, we have a hand. Nino, welcome.
Hi, everybody from Athens. Can you hear me? Because I have some problems with internet here.
Can hear you, yeah.
Yes. So I would like to ask a question. First of all, comment. I am not here to put a shield in front of the Orthodox Church, since you mentioned them. But I would like to have a question about this. You said the patriarch. I didn't get his name, but is it from the Greek Orthodox Church, this statement, or is it from the Russian Orthodox Church? This I would like
No,
to
this
ask.
is definitely the Russian Orthodox Church, yes.
Yeah.
It is the Metropolitan of Yekaterinburg.
Okay. Just a clarification then, because not like the Greek Orthodox Church is really in front of things and it's really in touch of the reality, but you understand there is some difference here, right?
Oh, a huge difference, yes.
Yes.
For starters, the Greek Orthodox Church probably isn't manned almost entirely by KGB spies, I would imagine.
Yes, I mean, there are voices, you understand, here and there from each side, but compared to the Russians, yes, it's different. Plus, I would like to remind everybody that most of the Ukrainians also are Orthodox, and before even the full invasion of the Russia 2020, or maybe some around then, the Greek Orthodox Church gave permission to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church to be independent, and this made mad the Russian Orthodox Church. Anyway, just pointing out that okay, there are steps made, right, even from the Orthodox Church. This is my clarification. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We are well aware that the Moscow Patriarch part of the Orthodox Church is not really what I would consider to be part of the Orthodox religion or ministry or anything like that. They're pretty far apart from most other Orthodox faith. They use things, in a very twisted fashion to and some stuff they just come out with just completely arbitrary weirdness, just in order to try and continue to suppress the population using religious belief, which religious belief is a beautiful thing when it's done right, when each person can have their beliefs and own them and explore them properly, but having something sort of forced upon you and then them just sort of making up arbitrary rules as to why you can or can't live your life. the Russian Orthodox Church has been put in place purely as a measure of control of the population, and I don't actually see it as a real religious institution. It's very far from what any sort of other type of Orthodox faith is. So yes, indeed, extremely separate, and definitely should not be mixed up with Orthodoxy in general. Oh, it has been confirmed that a number of S-300 systems have been hit and destroyed in Belgorod. You see,
Yay!
yes, exactly.
That's good. Yes.
This is just the best. These things have been indiscriminately bombing Kharkiv on the ground, obviously, for so long, and there does appear to be evidence of them being taken out. So really happy with that. That is like the best news for me ever. Ouch.
That's what
Sorry,
I
I'm
was
just gonna,
waiting for, Lucas, because those S-300, S-400, whatever they are, those are, bombing, targeting Kharkiv for months already, and they are doing a lot of damage. I don't know if you have seen a system, and speaking to the listeners, because I'm sure you have seen the pictures of those. The missiles are quite big. They are doing destruction on the ground. So taking down a few of them, of those systems that are so much hurting Kharkiv, well, that's the best thing ever. So yeah, take all those down, please.
yes, it's really important that those things get smashed out of existence. We've been watching the area of Kharkiv be bombed mercilessly for far too long. But it's still, this is going to at least stop them from being able to do that. And I mean, it's still far too late, of course, but it's better than watching the place continue to get ruined. Sorry, I just saw a video of Vovchansk, and I wish I'd not, because it's destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Russia may be losing 1,300 soldiers a day or thereabouts, but they just don't seem to be able to, stop this absolute destruction for no reason. While their entire country is falling apart and burning down and all of this, it's just, you would think they might actually just look in their own backyard and go, what's going on here? But no, they made this really ridiculous decision to go and murder their neighbours and just ignore their own country. I mean, I know their own country is an absolute hellhole, but they don't have to make all the neighbours' countries the same, do they? Apparently they do. I'm just laughing. Apparently Putin gave a speech and it didn't look like anybody was listening to him. Kadyrov looked like he was asleep. So yeah, that's just
A speech where?
I don't know. I'm just seeing comments that Kadyrov looked like he was asleep during this speech, and I'm like, oh, was he now? I'll have to find out more. Oh, that's just. Why is my timeline like a day old? Everything a day old. I'm having to really search for stuff now.
That's the same experience I'm
one
having.
Yeah. If you could, just have a word with these app creators and tell them to sort their shit out. Here we go. This is something that I'd seen this fly past me and then it disappeared again. There seems to have been an accident. There's a place called Dubnya in Moskva-Bad region. Moskva-Bad region, indeed. Now, this is along the Volga River, and there's a huge fire here. I don't know exactly what it is, but she's burning good. Boat houses. Oh dear. Boat houses burnt down. And if you want to look at that, I've just retweeted it, but I must say the second video, the boy in the second tweet is well worth noting. That's a beautiful fire. And you know why that's such a big, beautiful fire? Because nobody turned up to put it out. That's right. Nobody turned up to put it out. I just feel as though they've got a real firefighter problem. Absolutely got a real firefighter problem going down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. I wonder where are the firefighters?
Some of them will be pushing up sunflowers. That's the one. Some of them will be pushing up sunflowers. Some of them will be probably hiding in trenches. And the rest of them would run away. Because, you know, that seems to be what's happening here. Now, ouch, sorry. I just hurt myself. I'm just, yeah, okay. Apparently, Russians setting fire to a load of stuff in the street. Yeah, okay. It's very Russian. I just keep getting sent this weird and wonderful stuff. Now then, I think I should speak to you slightly about what's been going on in Georgia, because it's been getting a bit spicy in Georgia. And I know we're probably going to want to talk to Marika again on Wednesday. But, well, it seems that the government is now specifically targeting opposition party headquarters. In particular, the UNM party. I'm assuming they are opposition to the Georgian Dream. And they attacked them with big sticks and stakes, or they're building at least, massive rocks and stones, and lots of cans of spray paint were found laying around. And there is a picture of one of these, you know, representatives holding up one of these big stakes, and it's bigger than him. And these were used to attack the headquarters and wreck the place. It's kind of a, you know, almost like medieval tactics, straight from the Middle Ages. And yeah, they're getting to the point of things are getting a bit crazy. So remember the term titushki? That you know, the groups of, let's hire a man, and they hire these groups of titushki that all turn up. Generally, they all wear the same. They put balaclavas on, and there was a lot of them operating in Ukraine, and they were being, you know, in certainly in areas where Russia was trying to sneak into, in the area of Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk areas. These guys were always turning up and causing trouble, beating the crap out of anybody who wasn't agreeing with them. And now they've turned up in Georgia. And the use of these titushki in Georgia is proof that the Russians are orchestrating these events. It's straight out of their playbook. And the Georgian Dream government is so terrified of what the public are wanting, which is them out of government. They've mobilized these titushki. So there's a thread about it here, and I'll go through it. So on top of multifaceted election rigging involving the manipulation of almost every aspect of Georgian society, GD's use of titushkis presents a darker side of their operation. In reality, what it does show is they're scared. This is desperation and weakness. So where did these originate? Well, during the Euromaidan protests in Ukraine in 2014, titushki played a crucial role in the government's efforts to suppress opposition and maintain Viktor Yanukovych's power. So, often young men from rural areas dressed in sportswear, posing as ordinary citizens, but it is incredible how much alike they look, if you know what I mean. But their mission was specifically to either enter the crowd and provoke peaceful protesters, and generally attack and threaten. So, despite using these to maintain power, Yanukovych's government still failed to control the situation because the protests escalated and he was forced to flee. Now, after the revolution kicked him out, titushki have been observed in other ex-Soviet countries, including Georgia, and the Georgian Dream and Ivanishvili, whatever his name is, Shvili, using similar tactics to intimidate and provoke any opposition. In Georgia, there have been numerous reports of thugs in unmarked black clothes, often described as bodybuilder-type builds with balaclavas, attacking and provoking peaceful demonstrators. These are Georgia's titushki. So, they often blend in with the police, underlining exactly who's coordinating them, and they appear to operate with complete impunity. They're paid thugs, almost certainly funded directly by Ivanishvili himself, and protected by the Minister of Internal Affairs, who is also the head of the police. He's called Vakhtang Gomalari, perhaps. Before taking office, he was the head of Ivanishvili's personal security detail, effectively the oligarch's personal bodyguard. So, titushki appear to have large resources available to them. They use print shops, equipment to make stencils, tons of graffiti sprays. It's no surprise to know that they're being funded by an oligarch, is it? Because huge resources have been spent on poster campaigns against the opposition, and it is these titushki guys who come and put them up. In recent days, Georgian Dream has continued to deploy them to beat opposition figures, harass and vandalise their homes and offices, and they even admit it, they don't give a damn. GDMP Dmitry Samkaradze is so scared by the prospect of sanctions that he said there will be discomfort for GD members and they will continue using titushki as a result. A shop owner who had a heated discussion with the Georgian Dream MP Viktor Japaradi, I don't care, one day, was severely beaten 2 days later when he was out with his family walking. Georgian Dream propagandist media journalist as well, and the cameraman attacked a Russian law protester, an already famous street shop owner near his house. A few days ago, the MP went into the street shop to apologise for taking an orange without paying and throwing it at an activist, while the MP was angry. And the owner opposed the government and said, What do you mean to apologise for an orange? Yesterday, you took away my 4 children's future with your decision. So, then he was beaten up 2 days later. And it was all filmed, of course, by this woman and her apparent cameraman who, well, they turned up. There was quite a few of them. And guess what? They were all dressed in those dark clothes. Organised groups of the Georgian Dream vandalised and put offensive posters promoting hate speech at another party office in Sibley. And in yet another campaign against anyone who's critical, the Draw Party and the GIRCHIMF party were also vandalised. But the regime says it's only about transparency. And so this is just a normal day for opposition parties anyway, yeah? No, it's not. The examples of Titushky actions during the Georgian protests as well are also pretty grotesque. One of the tactics that they've been using from the Kremlin playbook is to disperse protests with the use of Titushky. This term was coined during Ukraine's Maidan to describe a group of unidentified provocateurs who incite violence and facilitate the arrest of protesters. So Georgian Dream's methods firmly place them in a previous century. The values they reflect distance themselves from Europe and the Western world more and more, which, of course, people of Georgia don't want. Believe it or not, they rig elections. They change laws to continue their rule. They adapt tax laws to please their pro-Russian benefactor, Mr. Ivanishvili. Increasingly, they use serious violence and paid thugs and Titushky to try and frighten and crush opposition. At the same time, these people are travelling freely to Europe, shopping in Paris and London, and their children are well educated in Western universities. Very Russian, isn't it? In fact, a GDMP was confronted by a Georgian citizen in an airport at Paris, asking what she was doing in Europe and saying she should be travelling to Moscow instead. There was quite a warm exchange, shall we say. Ivanishvili's MPs from the Georgian Dream, ministers and their relatives need to be sanctioned really hard, as far as I'm concerned, because when their families can't travel anymore, they'll start to realise that these things are, actually a problem for them. Well, I think we can all see the Russian influence in these groups of Titushky and provocateurs. I've noticed that nobody ever wants to come and talk to us, Ivana. Have you noticed that? Only the trolls. I've noticed that. Now, sorry, I've got a massive headache, so you'll have to bear with me in a moment.
No
I'm just
problem.
trying to figure out what's happening in St. Petersburg here.
Yeah, I was checking out the requests, but I'm not seeing any requests. So thank you for all that thread regarding Georgia. I'm eager to hear from Marika again because her experience is very valuable, and I'm very interested in what is happening to Georgia. The Western hesitance in regard to Ukraine gave water to the Russians to do more in Georgia, and this passing of the foreign agent law is like a step towards Russification. You have seen probably that caricature from Politico, with Georgia on its way towards the European Union and just the road being blocked by this foreign agent law, and Georgia being turned towards Russia. So sanctions to Georgian oligarch and pressure to the parliament. There will be elections in Georgia soon in October this year. So let's hope that something will happen then. This is the hope for Georgia, the hope for a change, because they belong to the democratic world, and the people of Georgia are amazing. We have seen them. We know that what they fight for. So it's very important to keep Georgia on our mind. I believe there is a song not about Georgia the country, the Georgia the state, but the Georgia on our mind should be, something to keep on.
Yes, exactly. It's well, it's a situation that we really need to keep in mind for sure. Well, if it wasn't for Russia, none of this would be happening, would it? So, let's continue to fight the root cause of the problem, and perhaps that will give the Georgian people a bit more leeway. Now, I talked yesterday about George Clooney and his foundation seeking to arrest Russian propagandists. And I think it's worth talking about this again, because this really, really upset them. This has really upset the propagandists. Have you seen how mad they are, Ivana?
Yeah, I'm wondering, will they refuse to see any other George Clooney movies? Because I think that they enjoy pirating them.
Oh, that is very true. He's going to become thoroughly banned, isn't he, for everything? Yeah, he's going to end up being cancelled. That's what they call it, isn't it? Cancelled. Yeah, you see, Russian propagandists should go to jail. They've a massive amount of blood on their hands. They have been brainwashing their population and, encouraging genocide, basically. And yet, they shouldn't be able to have vacations or live in Western countries. And it is an extremely good idea to target them. Now, what they've done is they've put in a bunch of requests for arrest warrants for incitement of genocide, but they've asked for them to be sealed so that the names of the actual propagandists are not put forward, so that all of them will feel the same concern. Personally, I think that this is a beautiful idea because it's going to keep them home. And the more they stay home, the better, because then they'll realise what a hole it is, and they might do something about it. Just saying. Now, oh dear, there's another big fire. No real details yet, but it's in the Tumen region in Dudureva. And I think probably someone's going to have to figure out exactly what that building is and why it's burning down. But you know what it looks like? It looks like an industrial type building. It's very large. Another industrial building just gone in smoke. Shame. So there was something that I'd just seen here. Oh, yes. Gladkov, the guy from Belgorod, the Belgorod governor, has come out with a statement and said that over the past 24 hours, the Belgorod region was shelled at least 106 times. The governor did not indicate the number of shells fired. Oh, right, no, hang on. So, yeah, it was shelled at least 106 times. The region was also attacked, he states, by at least 35 drones. Just, worth noting that they too now have this, that they can come out each morning and say, look, we've been hit a ridiculous amount of times. So, yeah, over the past 24 hours, they've had an emotional experience. Now, at some point today, Russians began a new attack on the Kharkiv front in the direction of Staristya, maybe, west from Vovchansk. According to reports, the attack involved mainly infantry and some old tanks like T-62s. Why would they be sending this crap out if they had anything better? Good question. The 42nd Brigade of Ukraine took part in repelling this attack. So, statement. Russians launched a massive assault on our positions in the area of the village of Staristia. Hundreds of tons of equipment and a large number of personnel have been destroyed by the coordinated actions of all units of the 42nd Brigade. The battle is still ongoing, but we can confirm infantry, at least 20 200 and at least 21 300, 3 T-62 destroyed, 1 T-62 damaged, 1 BMP destroyed, a 2S1 Godzika, one of them was destroyed, and car transportation 2 destroyed. We continue our work in this area, and they are indeed smashing the crap out of them. And one of the things they're using is drones very effectively. Now, I'd like to just point out a particular video, and I'm just going to repost it. A Russian left a balcony door open at a place where they had holed up in a building in the Kharkiv area. I think this is Kharkiv. Quite a nice house, actually. Bit of a shame. But Ukrainian kamikaze drone just happened to spot him in there, pop in the window, and, well, now it's broken. I don't think they'll be using that place as a base anymore, but what a bullseye. Just beautiful work. I'm also seeing a video which I enjoy of our Ukrainian FPV operators hitting Russian field ammunition storage near Kharkiv. Hey, love it. Now then, let me just have a look. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. And my brain's just switched off. I need to just check something.
No problem. I'm just looking at the video that you posted, and it's really, really nice. I do love those FPV drones. Really, I love them. Anyway, if you want, I can give you a quick update of the shipping because I was verifying all my data this morning. And actually, the numbers for May improved because I have missed some of the ships. So do you want a quick update on the shipping? Probably you do. I will
Yes,
suppose that you
sorry.
do.
Yes, please. Sorry, I was like 3 screens away.
No problem, no problem. So for the month of May, we had about 250 ships inbound and outbound. The total amount is over 7.23 million tons. It's a bit lower than the previous 2 months, but not much low. The average number of ships per day is 8. In the previous month, it was 9. So basically, we are kind of in the same spot. Total amount 50 million tons. I said this 2 days ago. It was confirmed yesterday by Alexander Kubrakov. So 50 million tons of export, which is amazing. That means about 34 million tons of agricultural products, which is above the grain deal for a year. So the grain deal went on for a year. Ukraine managed to export through that deal about 33 million tons. Well, now, since October and until now, they exported more than 34 million tons, so above the grain deal level. What can I say? We are at about almost 1,800 ships inbound, which is amazing. The month of June began quite well, actually. We had a significant number of ships outbound. I believe the number is 19 up until now, but it may be increasing because there are still ships that are leaving port. I'm keeping an eye on them. Inbound ships, I have 8 for now, but there may be more because the ships kind of changed the schedule. Initially, like in the previous months, they used to leave at about 4 to 5 a.m. from Sulina area and go to Ukraine. Now there are like 2 batches, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. So the numbers for today may increase. What can I tell you more? So the maritime corridor is going well, but we have to take into account that it's not the only way for Ukraine to export its products. It's going also on the channels of the Danube and also on land. And for that, I have wonderful news actually from today. Let me search it because I shared a lot of things today. So the largest grain transshipment terminal in Europe was inaugurated last Friday in Suceava County, which is in the northeastern Romania, on the border with Ukraine, in the presence of Romanian and Ukrainian authorities. The new terminal was built in a public-private partnership and costs about 10 million euros. Financing being provided by a group of private railway companies with Romanian shareholders in southeastern Europe. So the terminal will become a strategic point for the streamlining grain traffic from the border with Ukraine to the port of Constanța. So this is in the northeastern part of Romania on the border with Ukraine. And currently there is a highway being built north to south, so from the northern border to the Constanța port. And that highway is going quite well also at a speed that is kind of inconceivable for Romania because we kind of struggled to build highways in our country because of different reasons. So it's not only sea, it's also on the channels of the Danube and on ground. And last thing, because I see that it was noted, I kind of didn't speak about this because sometimes I kind of like to keep a little privacy about ships. But I've seen a news yesterday, so it's no reason to hide it in any way because it's kind of public. There is a shuttle service for merchandise between Constanța and Ukraine. So if you can believe this, there is a container ship at about 1,000 TEU. So this is the standard measuring unit for the container ships. That is going every 5 days from Constanța to Chernomorsk. So every 5 days, this ship is making a trip to Constanța, and I'm seeing it. So it left Constanța on 17th of May, went into Odessa on 19, left Chernomorsk on 20, went to Constanța on 22, left Constanța on 23, in Odessa, in Chernomorsk on 26, and so on and so forth. So for the last about probably a month or so, this ship, let me just search it because I really wanted to see when this started. So it started on April 21. So I was right, more than a month, about 5 to 6 weeks. So for the last 5 to 6 weeks, this ship constantly went as a shuttle between Odessa and Constanța, transporting merchandise. And it's nice to see this because actually anybody in Romania or even in the neighboring country, do you want to send something to Ukraine, you just pop up the merchandise in the port of Constanța. It will be loaded in a container and shipped to Ukraine in a matter of days. So if you want to deliver something to Ukraine, you can use this shuttle. I see we have Robin.
Good morning. I was just sending you a message, but I will tell you is that I just wanted to come up to let you all know that about a special program I'm going to today, which sounds very interesting. There's a program called Innovative Technology and Art in the Ukrainian War with an organization called Dignitas, which it's an interesting organization. It really sort of works it's a complement to what we do. They work specifically with the military and with veterans and with supporting startups in Ukraine working on specifically drones. So they're having a program at the Ukrainian National Home, which is right next to my favorite restaurant in the world, Veselka. It looks like it's going to be really neat. There's a build a drone workshop. There is a fly a drone workshop. That sounds very exciting. I hope I get to do that. And there's going to be live music, art and video, wine and refreshments, because of course it's Ukrainian, so there has to be food involved. Anyway, and a surprise guest. I can hardly wait to see who that is. Anyway, I will let people know tonight when I'm on exactly what it was, but it looks very interesting. It's basically talking about innovations in drone technology and how and the support that startups need to be able to to continue with the research and to build more advanced drones. And it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun too. So I just wanted to mention that. Back to you guys. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Robin. That sounds amazing, and I'm really interested to listen to this because I love innovation, and Ukraine is doing a lot of innovation, even in times of war, or even because of the war. So thank you for that. I'm looking forward to find out some more.
Yep, you'll have to tell us who the special guest is.
Yes, I'm holding out for Slavoj Karchuk, the lead singer of OK and Elsie, because I'm dying to meet him, but I'm not. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Well, yes, Antilia, is that what they're called? I struggle a little bit with the name. They've been in the UK at the moment, recently, doing not only a tour, but also, speaking to organisations and educational institutions about, what's going on.
They are fantastic too. Yeah, that would be that I'd also be very happy with.
Yeah, I love those guys. They're proper cute, aren't they? The first thing I heard from them was, of course, Bakhmut. But I've looked into some of their other music, and they're really quite poppy and cheerful, and yeah, I kind of like some of it. There's also one of their videos that they did where Zelensky is in the video. So I think it was done for one of his TV shows, and the lead singer, keeps changing from him to Zelensky to him to Zelensky, and sort of dancing throughout the whole video. And I was just like, when I saw that one, I was like, oh wow! But it was, of course, when he was an actor, and it was to do with one of his TV shows. Robin.
Taras Topoli, I think his name is. He's really terrific. And one of the things that is well, I think it's unusual is, we think of entertainers as being rather selfish and self-centered kind of people. And it is amazing to the extent that all of these entertainers have been involved in the war effort and supporting the soldiers and coming out to raise money. A lot of the concerts that these guys do, Okan Elzi and Antatila and others, Kozak system, I think, also did they turn a lot of the profits back into the military rather than just making money for themselves, and a lot of them. Well, that incredibly strong video that they did of that Fortetsia Bakhmut, that song that you were talking about, they did that right on the front lines. These guys, and I've seen the Slavoj Karchuk. He shows up to sing to troops who are about to go off to the front line. I mean, very close. I mean, they're all a bunch of Zelenskys. They don't seem to they don't seem to worry about their personal safety. I mean, they're careful, but at the same time, there's just no no holding back. So the pop music culture and boombox. I mean, I can't think of anyone who's a what's his name? What's his name? Pomenarev. I don't remember his first name right now. Alexander Pomenarev has also been very, 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 very active in supporting the troops. So it's, like we talked about in the Zelensky factor, the strength of Ukrainian civil society is just amazing. Everybody is still pulling together and supporting each other, and including the entertainment industry. Anyway, thanks. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Robin. And yeah, absolutely. Well, it's the whole of society, isn't it, that's involved in trying to support their country. Yeah, it is good that they can use their voice and their, faces, as it were, famous faces, and they can use music to connect people as well, because music does connect people even across languages. I particularly learnt a few words by listening to their music, so that's it's another way to help learn a language as well. So yeah, just lovely to be sort of more connected to the culture as well, I think, because music, it forms quite a big part of Ukrainian culture, I feel. And there's a real sort of style of music. They have a lot of folk music, and then they have all this sort of like, booming, what would you call it? A fast-paced sort of crazy dance music. Robin?
Yeah, that certainly is true. I was just thinking, one of the things that when you read about Ukrainian history is the incredible prominence of poets in in the development of the country, the development of the society, and the number of poets who were murdered by the Russians several times in history because they were also leaders of the national project. Um, and music, I think, is, as you're saying, it always amazes me when I see videos of, for example, concerts in Ukraine, and the singer will stop singing and hold the microphone out for everybody else to sing, and everybody is in tune. I mean, this you don't necessarily hear in other places. um it seems, I mean, I said before, I mean, I sort of slightly facetiously, but not really completely, you scratch Ukrainian, you'll find a poet. I can't think of a single Ukrainian who I've talked to, including, people who were involved in very non-artistic endeavors, who don't have a poem that they wrote at some point they can dig up and, at a moment's notice. So it's, and this is part of what I love about the Ukrainian language. It's so rich and really poetic. Um, but yeah, that's I think music means a lot to anyone. It means a lot, particularly to Ukrainians. And you see the faces of the soldiers when one of their big stars comes to the front lines to entertain them. I think it really gives them a tremendous boost of moral support, more than maybe more than some of the other things, because music really, it reaches your heart in a way other things don't necessarily. So it's what a wonderful country, what a wonderful culture, and why the hell don't the Russians get the hell out and go back to their hellhole and leave them alone? I mean, and we have to make sure that they do that, because it's just I'm sorry the Russians have a crap country, but if they want to change it, let them go back home and do that. Pardon me, if I have to throw into the swear jar, I'll be happy to. Anyway, back to you.
No, you're forgiven. You were quite mild and gentle there about the whole thing. So, I mentioned earlier that there was a fire on the Volga River. The residents of Dubnya, Moscow Bad region, indeed. And well, it was a massive amount of boat houses that were burning. And there's an update. It's spread so far that the entire fishing village is now gone. Yeah, it's just gone. So sorry, I coughed in the middle of chuckling there, but well, just going to retweet that so you can see. There doesn't appear to be an awful lot of access for firefighters. Water everywhere, but nobody putting out the fire. Just thought I would mention that. Typical again. Nice little rural area, proper fishing village. And now it doesn't exist. Oh well. Sorry. I've just seen a bumper sticker that says, "You're in America, speak English." Only the "you're" is spelt incorrectly, and also English. I'll just wink at you from over here in England. Never seen such nonsense in my life. Ouch. Sorry. I'm trying not to hurt myself, but apparently I am. I'm just looking at. Oh, this is another reason why Belgorod got their award for being a safe city. By the way, just going to retweet what they've done to all their tractors. You see, their tractors have all got cope cages on now. That's right. They've cope caged the tractors. Robin,
Have you seen the motorcycles with the cope cages?
I have. I actually thought it looked a bit like a mincing machine.
They look strange, isn't it? Like they look like you should be transporting chickens or something like this. Oh, sorry, I know that the Russians don't have many chickens. So yeah, sorry for that.
Oh, it's the eggs. It's the eggs and the chickens that they're short of. Yes. We're going to find out which came first, I think, at this point. You know, I have to say, if you're a troll and you're coming up to troll about the multipolar universe, nah, not on my watch, chicken. Sorry. I just was like, one look at that profile and I was like, no. Now then, a little bit of greetings from Ukraine. A Russian supply base in the industrial district of Shebekino in the Belgorod region has been wiped out this morning. Across the debris field, parts of missiles can clearly be seen. Now, Russian propaganda initially claimed that this was a civilian market, but geolocation has confirmed that this area was neither a market nor civilian, and the debris in the pictures proves that it was quite clearly a military support base. And this would have been military support for their incursion into Kherson. Good morning, Belgorod. You see, they're now learning in real time the way war works. Russian forces bomb them, they report up the chain, someone else bombed them, and so on. Well, now also Ukraine are bombing them. So it's nice to all get in on the act, isn't it? But yes, they did indeed claim that it was a civilian market when it quite clearly isn't. And now you'll be glad to know it's been confirmed. It's nowhere near an area where you would find a marketplace, basically. Not a surprise, that is it. Sorry, Diane.
Yeah, so
Oh, you're quiet, Ioana.
oh, I'm sorry. Now it's better?
Oh, yes.
So there was clear evidence, according to the pictures that we've seen, that there was an Iskander there. And you know, every time that a military objective strike is hit in Russia, they say it was a civilian objective, but when they are targeting civilian objectives, they are claiming that it's a military object. So it's kind of a reversed world. We have seen this since the beginning of the war and even before of this. I was just seeing a picture, well, two pictures posted by operator Starsky, how Vovchansk is looking for from above, you know, completely destroyed, carpet bombed, and how Donetsk, that the Russians claim that this was bombed by Ukraine for 10 years, looks like. And Donetsk still looks like city, while Vovchansk is like just I don't know, ground, nothing there yet. And we have seen this happening in many other places, in Bakhmut, in Avdiivka, in Marinka, partially in Mariupol. Well, the city was completely destroyed, but was partially carpet bombed, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's this reverse way of looking to things that the Russians are so good at, and still believed by some. Still, there are still people that believe the Russians. I was seeing, you know, that story that you reported on a few days ago about Russians claiming that they took down 10 ATACMS, and they saved hundreds of lives by doing so. Do you remember that, Marcus? It was in Crimea somewhere. And
I don't.
yeah,
Carry on.
and people are saying, look, the Russians evolved, they can take down ATACMS. Of course, because we believe the Russians, because Russians never lie. So yeah, if they say that they took down 10 ATACMS and they saved hundreds of lives, we should believe them because they never lie.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course they never lie. Of course they do. Now, sorry, I've got a really sore neck and I keep trying to make it better. And I turned my neck to the side and I was like, you stabbed me. So, yeah, sorry about that. It hurts. Now, shall we have a little chat about, I've got a couple of things, sorry. Russians in Europe. Because there's been a number of incidents, more than a few incidents recently. And in Czech Republic, is it? Do we call it that anymore? Czechia, whatever you want to call it. There's been a couple of Prague residents who were selling Ukrainian supportive, pins or something like that. They're approached by some very aggressive Russian supporters, and well, one of the women ended up. They cut her hand. They had a knife, and one of the reasons why apparently Russians say they live in this area is because when you live in Prague, there are no animals. And what he means by that is people of African descent. You see, Russia never sees themselves as a problem for others, even if they behave like thugs to everybody. Now, the lady in the video has actually been hurt and has gone to the police because, she got all cut hands. Well, I just think that that's particularly bad. So, a person managed to shoot a video from a little bit further away and got all the details, and also was able to give details of one of the persons who attacked her. So I'm sure that the Czech police are on it now, but we are seeing an uptick of this sort of thing, aren't we? Ukrainians being attacked, or people. Obviously, these people weren't Ukrainian themselves, but they were doing something to support Ukraine, and they were attacked in the street. So, this is something that I feel is almost like it's being organised. It's as though people have been told to go out and create trouble, or they're just those people. Just this imperialist, awful attitude that they've got towards everybody. And whatever it is, any of that attitude just needs to go back to Russia, as far as I'm concerned. I just feel as though, we should just offer them all a one-way ticket to Russia, and otherwise you will have to pay, $300 a day to stay in our country. And obviously that's pretty unaffordable for most people. And those who could afford it, well, we'll charge them like $3 million a day, because we want to make sure that they can't afford it either. So it's, I just feel as though we need to find a nice way of just getting rid of them. And it's important to me that we all do it, because you know exactly what they're doing here. Now, if it is that they have just escaped and they want to live their lives, I don't care. Go for it. Live your life. Don't be an a-hole. But if it is that they're here and they think that, I don't know, there's some sort of better people, or they're supporting Russia in this endeavour, or supporting Russia by actually taking action, or spies, you know, there's all sorts of levels. Anything above just wanting to get away and live a life, put them on a bus, take them to the border with Russia, drop them off, and tell them to F off. I really think we should do that to all of them. And their property and stuff in our country as well, if they can't sell it quick, they're going to lose it. That would be my personal feelings on this. I've got very much to the point where I've had enough now. If it turns out you're working, you know, to aid Russia in any way in their genocide, I've got no time for you. Get out. Now, we're going to hear this phrase quite a lot, you know, near Kharkiv. We really are. I wonder how long this area extends near Kharkiv. Anyway, this was actually towards the Sumy area that it was known that a large column of Russian forces with equipment and personnel was spotted in Kursk, near the Ukrainian border. And the Ukrainian armed forces apparently dealt several strong blows to this column, one to the front, one to the rear, and then several to the centre. And this is what I would call, yes, a fabulous target, a perfectly well thought out operation to stop Russia attacking the Sumy area. Think of how many lives that saved, and how many people it stopped having to flee their homes because this column was taken out just before they reached the border. Makes a massive difference, that, doesn't it? That they're able to do that sort of thing.
Of course, and you know, the French added Kursk region to the, you know, authorized region where the Ukrainians can strike the Russians. Initially, there was Belgorod because this is the region in the vicinity of Kharkiv. Actually, they added Kursk, and they added Kursk after this strike, I think. So it was probably kind of a surprise for the Russians. But if you ask me, the region near Kharkiv, I think Kamchatka and Vladivostok are very close to Kharkiv. Don't you agree, Mokers?
Yes, very close. I mean, you know, we can rename towns all the time. Remember that Ukraine have like hundreds of Alexandrivkas, so I'm sure there's some other places named Kharkiv somewhere. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Now, I gotta say, I've just sent Genesis Man the train video, and he was like, "What? The actual what?" Said this is getting out of control. And you know what? It is getting out of control. And
I
he says,
checked
yeah.
Yeah, go
Go
ahead,
on.
Mokers.
He said that fire train, video. As far as he's concerned, those people should never have been there, and it's very true, isn't it? They should never have been there. In fact, here he comes because he's going to have to giggle about how well.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I checked, and it's a passenger train. It's not a fire train. And well, even if it was a fire train, it would have converted in a train fire.
Well, yes, you see, one thing about these fire trains is they're not brilliant at putting out landscape fires, mainly because they're stuck on a track. But oh my God, a passenger train. You know, I had this horrible feeling that was a passenger train, and all the people on board were probably like, just like, oh my God, we have entered hell. Genesis Man?
Oh, you know me too well, because I've been giggling for like 15 minutes now. What an absolute cluster. Oh my God. You actually, and to find out it's a passenger train is actually worse. Mind you, the driver, poor bloke, he probably got, so what do? Right, I hit the loud button and just go as fast as I can through it. So people need to understand forest fires are really devastating things, and you don't fight them in the normal way that you fight fires. You could put water on it. What you do is you surround it and you cut what's called a fire break. And unless you have a fire break, you're not going to stop it. The Americans and the Australians are particularly good at this and have properly dedicated teams that they actually sometimes parachute in or drop off, and they do some absolutely fantastic training. But it's a totally different way of firefighting to normal house fires, and it does take a lot of training. They are hard as nails, those blokes. I mean, they dig and dig and dig. And you can make the fire breaks with anything, with bulldozers, with tractors, anything, but you have to make a break. Even then, and you have to cut the vegetation back a good, I don't know, 500, 600, 700 meters behind the fire break, because it'll crown. By crowning, I mean that these Leylandii trees will burn to the top, and the top bit will produce flames and charcoal to throw across to the next tree. So it's called what did I call it? I've just forgotten. Crowning, yeah. So it crowns across, and actually you can't run as fast as this stuff moves. So you have to be extremely careful, extremely careful. But they have just lost the plot there. This is what happens when you send all your trained firefighters to the front and they end up as meat cubes. You come back, and what starts out as a normal size, forest fires, and we get them in the UK. I mean, they're minute to the size in the US and Australia, which have proper forest fires. And we saw some last summer in the continent of Europe, didn't we? But that has just gone ballistic, and they've lost it. So they're going to have to start digging at least a mile behind the fire front, and the fire front is likely to be 10 to 20 kilometers in length. And once it gets that big, oh my lord, you might as well just think, okay, right, I'm just going to let the whole forest burn and get to the outside and then try and get it. And then once it's burnt and the flames have died down, then you go in with the water. You put out all the hot spots. Not like what I saw the other day, Mark, is what you said. It was people firefighting off the fire train. I'm thinking, no. That's not the way to do it, people. So, I'm going to use the frame, and I will put it in the swear jar. Fuck around and find out. You've lost that fire, people. Totally lost it.
Anyway, imagine the sightseeing from that train, Marcus. It should be amazing. Who can say that they crossed through fire, like in a train? It's an experience, a life experience. And actually, I wanted to ask Genesis something, because I know that one of the methods, well, it's a bit controversial, but one of the methods to fight forest fires is with explosives. Actually, you can use explosions to generate a blast wave, and also to generate that area that doesn't contain combustible anymore. Like you destroy in a region, you destroy completely the forest with an explosion. And actually, I read about this some times ago, and I was wondering, maybe those fab bombs that Russia have, they can use those to stop the forest fires.
That's an excellent point, Anna. Yes, you can. Just a point: carrying explosives near a fire is not the most safest thing to do. So you usually lob it from a long distance. I know the Australians and the Americans have practiced with this, and it's been quite effectual in some instances. Dropping one of those bombs would actually put it out in that area. It would only be an area of 200 to 300 meters square, I'm sure. So you'd have to drop loads. But Russia bothering themselves to put their own fires out, I know, as sounds like really good fun to me. That's what I'm saying. Good fun.
They can use those fab bombs for good, isn't so?
Sorry, didn't catch that one.
Well, yeah. Using fab bombs for good.
Well, putting fire out in Russia's not good, is it? But I see where you're coming from. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one.
I also sent you another fire in the Moscow region, an area called Dubna. There's actually a boat settlement on the Moscow Sea there, which is now, well, it doesn't seem to exist anymore. And again, I don't see tons of firefighters there, Genesis Man.
2 seconds, Mocha. I'll have a look and come back to you.
Well, yeah, so the BAM boat settlement in the Moscow Sea has burned down completely. Now, the cause of the fire is completely unknown, but it is indeed extensive fire that has burned down the entire fishing village. And I thought that that was just worth noting. Yeah, the entire area there is burned down. And I'm assuming there's a fishing village there because, you know, they do actually probably commercially produce fish from that area. Having all sorts of problems, aren't they? Especially with their food industry. An entire wharf, basically, just burned down. And I thought you would appreciate that. Nafo Zizo, welcome.
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to ask some questions because yeah, it's not related to the topic of forest fires, but it's more military questions I have about the war. I read somewhere that Abrams tanks are extremely ineffective in Ukraine, and they were used as kind of artillery fire, and Ukraine has pulled them out of the front and is going to give them back to America. Yeah, I'm wondering if there is a new plan for Ukraine to get some kind of other armor for offensive operations. I'm really interested in that. Also, I looked at a documentary about the Black Sea Fleet, and as many of you guys may know, 1/3 of the Black Sea Fleet of Russia has been taken out, or by sea drones or by missiles, and the sea drones pose such a great threat that Russia is now building things in the sea to prevent the sea drones from entering the sea and destroying the Black Sea Fleet. So that's actually a really positive thing, and they are so paranoid about it, so that they are actually patrolling the Black Sea Fleet with helicopters. So yeah, I think the Black Sea Fleet is doomed at this point. So I don't know if you guys know more about how Russia is defending the Black Sea Fleet. I think it would be very interesting to know this. And about the Abrams tanks and maybe a replacement for them, I'm really interested in it as well. So I'll let you guys talk now.
Well, with regards to tanks, Abrams tanks, they did indeed pull them out. Now, Abrams tanks apparently are sort of like, they're made for an armoured fist, basically. And Ukraine just cannot achieve that sort of armoured fist breakthrough where they are at the moment. These tanks have indeed been used as standoff artillery, because that was the most useful that they were, because their actual use that they were built for was indeed not possible. So what's happened is, because they're being used on the battlefield as sort of, you know, a standalone artillery piece, they're getting hit by drones. And they have caused some damage. The armour on if you remember, there was all sorts of umming and ahhing about, oh, do we let them have the armour? Do we not? No, we have to take the armour off. Well, of course, they sent them with not the armour that they would normally have. So it's not standing up to the same sort of hits. So yeah, they're just they're saying, well, basically, if we use these out in the field right now, you know, they become a big target because of what they are anyway, and there's no point in them being destroyed and not being used. So they have indeed pulled them out. I don't know about them giving them back to America, but I do know that Ukraine have been receiving more Leopard tanks. And so I think that that is probably much more likely that they're going to use more Leopards because these have been confirmed, as Axel said ages ago, to be pretty much made for this job. They're a lot more nimble and they are made to run across this sort of terrain. So I think they're going to end up being a lot happier with some extra Leopard tanks, to be absolutely honest. Also, you know, American tanks come with their own logistical system, which is quite different to everybody else's types of tanks. And so it might just be that they just cannot support them in the same way either. So in the end, it comes down to, is this worth it, this small amount of tanks? Probably not. Let's have some more Leopards. So I think it's actually quite a sensible decision, to be fair, that you don't have to worry about the logistics train for them either, because all of that's going to take up time and energy, isn't it? So yeah, and training and stuff like that. So, you know, maybe having a lot more in the way of Leopards is much more feasible and much more useful.
Exactly, and I want to mention something because, you know, America gave what, 31 Abrams tanks. It's not really a big number, so it wouldn't have made a big difference. But they were the key to unlock the Leopard tanks, because following that announcement from US, Germany finally agreed to the Leopards. So they are more, they are quite symbolic in a way. And they were key to unlock the Leopard tanks. So that's one use of those Abrams tanks.
That is very true. And what was your other question there? I've gone past it.
Yeah, about the Black Sea Fleet, that the defenses Russia is building in the sea with the helicopters and things like that. I want to know exactly what they are doing. I know I know already some things they are doing. They are really scared of the naval drones, like the sea babies, and they pulled out their Black Sea Fleet from Crimea, I think, and they put it more towards Russia, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. And they built some kind of barriers into the sea, so the drones cannot access it easily. And also they use helicopters to patrol the Black Sea Fleet because they're really paranoid of these naval drones. So I'm interested if you guys know more about this than, for example, I do.
Well, I do know that some naval drones were spotted near Sevastopol this morning. The only place where they've been building these sort of booms to try and sort of, you know, block access is mostly around the bridge and in some of the harbour entrance areas. Now, you're right, a lot of the Black Sea Fleet is off to Novorossiysk. So they have been hiding over there. They've sent some over to the unpronounceable place in Georgia as well. It's at Abkhazia, but I can't remember what the actual place is called.
Ochamchiri.
There you go. See, I told you it was unpronounceable by me. So they have indeed moved away everything they can, but anything they've left anywhere near Crimea is still being targeted. So even the you know, those rail barges, those were really important because Russia's been using them quite a lot to transport military stuff. So anything that Russia's still using around there that they can't move away, that's getting hit. And it's nice that they cleared everything else out of the way, to be honest, to leave the route open so we can see exactly what still needs to be taken out.
So
Genesis man.
oh,
go on. Sorry,
I just wanted to add something to that. So indeed, the Russians kind of retreated the fleet from Sevastopol after the several hits. You know that there were some Pucha class ships that were destroyed and some others. So they practically moved the fleet to Novorossiysk and to the Sea of Azov. But 2 days ago, they brought back in the Black Sea 4 frigates, 2 of them caliber capable, and they used them to launch that missile barrage. So yeah, I hope that the sea babies are busy, and indeed they put some barriers to Sevastopol, to the Kerch Strait, and to near the bridge, near the Kerch Bridge. But again, those barriers they might resist one drone, but if you use multiple drones with the explosives, they will not be so effective. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to see more sea babies in action. Sorry for getting in, and let's go to Genesis.
Thank you, Anna. So on the question of tanks, yes, they might have withdrawn them, but they're just using them differently. So both the Challenger and the Abrams are extremely heavy compared to the Leopards. So they do struggle in the terrain. However, they're extremely accurate, both of those systems. And they're using them as sharpshooters, really, from a long distance, like 3 or 4 kilometers away. So they're not completely withdrawn, they're just using them differently. The Black Sea Fleet has been kicked out of Sevastopol, and I think there was a Sea Baby attack 2 or 3 days ago. They took out a couple of ships as well. So they're still there. Yes, they've got the helicopters. Yes, they're paranoid about it, and so they should be. Anything that ties up their equipment to defend stuff, I'm all for. So they're doing a good job, the Ukrainians. Doing a good job.
Welcome up. News you can use.
Hi, I was wondering, I heard somebody on the space talking about using the Abrams turbine to generate power for any of the cities. So I was wondering if that was happening. And the other thing is, when I went to bed last night, Mockers was on. And then when I got up this morning, she was on. So I don't know if you're working all night or something. But I guess it wouldn't be there in England. But I missed the numbers somehow. So I was wondering what they were.
Well, yes, I'm in hour number 8 now. You'll be glad to know. And I've run out of steam about an hour ago. But I do have some numbers for you. And I can just run through these quickly. Because today's numbers are thus: 1,080 liquidated personnel. Now, that's still very high, but we've been terribly spoiled all week. And so it's a little bit down from what it was. But this is up. 25 tanks. It's a hell of a lot of tanks. 33 armoured personnel vehicles. Plenty of those. 49 artillery systems. Like it. 1 MLRS and what's this? 6 anti-aircraft warfare systems. I have a feeling that a couple of those were in the area of Belgorod. Then we have blimey, 82 UAVs shot down by Ukraine yesterday and 38 cruise missiles. It's a lot. Bloody hell, that's a lot. But so's this. 86 vehicles and fuel tanks. Striding ahead there with these, aren't they? Good God, that's a lot. And 14 more special equipment. And you'll be very glad to know that they've corrected the colour of the font, and I am now much happier. So there you go. There is all the news of the numbers. Nefo Zezo, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the numbers. I'm especially happy about the anti-aircraft systems that have been taken out. As many of you may know, S-400 system can cost up to $1 billion if you have all the batteries, the radars, and everything. So this is a very, very good target, and this hits the Russian war machine very, very hard. So yeah, I'm really happy to hear that. The other thing I wanted to ask a question about, since we were talking about the Black Sea Fleet, and of course something that had to do with the Black Sea Fleet was the export of Ukraine from Ukrainian ports. Russia was undermining that. Russia was undermining grain exports and things like this. I'm wondering, maybe do you guys know it? I've heard the Black Sea has been mined and things like that, but this is a really long time ago, so I'm not that sure if it's still like this. But is Ukraine able to export via their ports in Odessa and other parts of Ukraine? So the Ukrainian economy can a little bit survive, if you may say it.
Yeah, I think I can
Well,
help you.
Iwana is our quick expert. Yeah, go ahead, Iwana.
Yeah, I think I can help you with that. So yes, indeed, Ukrainian is exporting. So look back into the history. Practically after the invasion, some areas in the Black Sea were mined by Ukrainians in order to protect their ports, and also by the Russians, because that's one of the ways of doing war. So the areas around Odessa were mined. And indeed, there were some incidents with the mines, I believe 5 or 6 up until now. Luckily, not very serious incidents. Some boats were hit, but not very seriously. The majority of them managed to reach port and undergo reparations there. So then Ukraine kind of pleaded for the export of grain to continue, not only for the interest of Ukraine but also for the interest of the world, because this can have an impact on the prices of grain, and also there are countries that are traditional recipients of Ukrainian export that might need that grain. So that was the grain deal that was concluded with the support of Turkey in a way. It was kind of a complicated deal. On one side, UN, Turkey, and Russia. On the other side, UN, Turkey, and Ukraine. Practically, there were 2 deals. The conclusion of the deal allowed Ukraine to export, but only grain, only agricultural products. And of course, there was a joint committee that was supposed to control the export of grain. That went on from mid-July 2022 to mid-July 2023. The total amount of grain exported through that deal was about 33 million tons. Of course, the Russians did everything in their power to just undermine those exports. They just delayed controls and tried to do, all kind of investigations or inspections or whatever, in order to not allow Ukraine to export as much as it could. And then they decided to stop the grain deal because, according to them, it was not fulfilling their purposes. They had some requests, lifting of the sanctions, and some others that could not be met, neither by Ukraine nor by the international, countries. So the Russians decided to stop the grain deal. So that was mid-July 2023. Ukraine began to search for a solution, and in cooperation, with the National Bank, trying to get those ships insured. They also tried to find some solutions for surveillance of the Black Sea corridor, as it is called now, the northwestern part of the Black Sea. So finally, some small steps were made somewhere in August, when ships that were stranded in Ukrainian ports began to leave. There were about 5 ships that left Ukrainian ports in August. And then, beginning with September 2023, the transit through the Black Sea corridor began. And it's an amazing success, if you ask me, and as a specialist, because since then, so since October 2023 until now, about 1,800 ships went in and out of Ukrainian ports. Just to summarize, there are 3 Ukrainian ports: Chernomorsk, Odessa, and Yuzhny Pivdeny. Yuzhny is the deepest port, Odessa is a big commercial port, and Chernomorsk is also a big port with terminals for grain and others. So 1,800 ships. The total amount of goods exported during these months was of about 50 million tons. 2/3 of these are agricultural products. That gives us a number of about 34 million tons. So more than during the grain deal. The other is merchandises, including some iron ore. We have seen some beautiful, amazing big ships going to the port of Yuzhny, ships of more than 170, 180,000 tons. Actually, two of them are there in the port right now, loading. So this Black Sea corridor proved itself very efficient. We have like big numbers of ships between 250, 280, or 290 per month, which is absolutely amazing. So since the last 5 or 6 months, the number of ships really increased, and it's absolutely beautiful to see so much transit through the Black Sea corridor. Most of the ships are leaving and going to the Sulina anchorage area in Romanian territorial waters. So if you look on a maritime traffic, application, you will see that there are a lot of ships there with destination Ukraine, uh, going and in and out of Ukraine. So yeah, if you ask me, it's going well. It's going amazingly well. Ukraine proved that they could do this. And as I said, it's above the grain deal. So practically they didn't need a deal with Russia. They managed to do this by themselves. So yeah, I tried to make a short summary, but I guess I was kind of long with that.
No, it's an incredible achievement that they've made. Absolutely incredible. And I am just in awe of how the second, they got the opportunity to do this themselves, they smashed the absolute pants out of the Black Sea Fleet and proceeded to open their corridor. And, it was just like exactly how it should be done. Look, you're not going to stop us. Here we go. We're going to smash you in the face, break your Black Sea Fleet, and now look at you. You'll have to live without them or stop bothering us. And it's that punch in the face that they needed. Now, the Russian Black Sea Fleet really can't mess with them very much because, well, every time they go anywhere near, they just lose another ship, don't they? So I think they've been taught a valuable lesson. And yeah, no matter what they think they can do, it's amazing how these drones are getting so much better. I mean, the drones now are firing back at helicopters. So, you provide us with a problem, we'll provide you a solution. Cesar, go ahead.
Yeah, of course, the drones are doing a very, very good job in the Black Sea, but there's also a little bit a thing I'm a little bit scared about because I think Iran has threatened the U.S. before with overwhelming ships with small boats. As we know, Iran is very good at making drones. So the tactics we're using here in Ukraine, which results in us winning the war in Ukraine, you could say, can be used against us as well. So this is a little bit thing I'm worried about. But as you guys may know, China will maybe invade Taiwan, and this will maybe be a really big deterrent for China because China may lose its entire navy. But these new kinds of warfare is also a threat to us because American ships can be attacked this way also, and yeah, I'm a little bit scared of that. But let's hope it will never happen. But I see the Houthi terrorists or Iranian-backed terrorists do something like this. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, so this happens when there is a war. There is also innovation related to the war. We have seen what has happened with the drones, both well, not both, but air drones, ground drones, sea drones. But actually, sea drones are not quite new. Even Iran, I believe, used sea drones before the war in Ukraine started. So what can we say? This kind of innovation, this kind of evolution of technology is happening during war. Ukraine had no choice practically. Ukraine has no navy, and managed to destroy the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and also some Rapucha class ships. So they had to find solutions. They had to adapt. Now, if other villains in this world will use the same tactics, well, it may happen, but it's not Ukraine's fault, isn't it? So we should take care of the villains. We should send this signal that we cannot allow, countries, autocratic leaders to behave like this. And the first signal we should send would be to Russia, because, of course, Russia invaded Ukraine. And in my mind, at least, what is happening in the Middle East and the new statements from China, very belligerent statements. For example, yesterday there was one, are all kind of related to this perception that the West is not doing enough in Russia to combat, to help Ukraine to fight this war with Russia. If we would have been more determined, maybe they wouldn't be so, trying to find some other spots in which to provoke some destabilization, because this is a Russian tactic. And talking about what China said yesterday, there was a conference in Singapore, Shangri-La conference. China was invited, but also President Zelensky was there, and an American delegation led by Lloyd Austin. And during that conference, China said that if someone will, something like Taiwan cannot be independent, and if someone would try to break Taiwan from China, there will be repercussions, something like this. So basically, they kind of clearly stated their intention to take back Taiwan, which is one other concern that we have right now. Oh, Tim, welcome. And I'm glad you are here, because, geopolitics is not my forte.
Thank you very much for that, Mockers. I just caught the last 30 seconds, but what are we talking about here?
Well, actually, now Zizo said something about the fear that the tactics that Ukraine is using with the sea drones may be used by others, like the Houthis and so on, and also may be used in the possible conflict between China and Taiwan.
Well, I think they certainly will be. This is a technology that's proved its usefulness, but it's proved its usefulness against, well, an enemy that's not really on the ball, right? So something we've had from the naval experts like Gunny who've come up has been, well, this attack looks like it was successful because the Russian Navy didn't seem to be running a proper watch system, right? They didn't seem to be particularly diligent when it came to manning their defenses, and they don't seem to have written defensive doctrine on this yet. So, I mean, again, it's about the usefulness of it. It's only going to be useful until countermeasures are developed, because this is how emerging offensive weaponry works, right? So a new concept in offensive weaponry is developed, then a countermeasure is developed, and yada yada yada. And I'm slightly wary of any weapon like that claims to be absolutely revolutionary in naval warfare, especially when we're talking about Western naval supremacy, right? When we're talking about say, for example, every time Russia or China or whoever comes out with a new naval missile, a new anti-ship cruise missile, everybody starts calling it a carrier killer. That's the buzz phrase they have for it. And they're just not, are they? I mean, the countermeasures for anti-ship missiles are currently being demonstrated on a very large scale in the Gulf of Aden, right? With the with the Western navies dealing with the Houthi threat. So yeah, I'm a little wary when people claim that that there is a really kind of revolutionary threat to the carrier battle group, as we would imagine will be doing a lot of the fighting off the coast of China in the fullness of time. Yeah, this stuff I guess is quite useful if you're a terrorist group, because it's fairly lo-fi. It's not it's not difficult to make, it's not difficult to operate, but nevertheless, the countermeasures and the doctrine are being written because we're seeing this threat play out in real time in in the Black Sea. Mockers, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just popping back in to say my goodbyes because I've done a full day today, a full 8 hours I've pulled, and so I didn't want to just run off without saying ta-ra. So this is me saying ta-ra.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all, as always. This is MriyaReport. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours. Stuff that interests me, Russian nonsense, so Russian propaganda and how and what to do about it, geopolitics, so the kind. Of course, we talk about Ukraine, and I did a brief stint in the military doing surveillance and ISTAR type stuff. So if you like, we can talk about that as well. But this is very much a free form conversation. So whatever you've got, I'd be very glad to hear it. Let us go to Nafo Zizo, please. Nafo Zizo.
Yeah, since you like talking about geopolitics and things like this, and Russian propaganda, I've seen the Houthi terrorists. I've seen them posting a lot of things about they took down an aircraft carrier or some bullshit like this. But a few years ago, before the war started, I Putin said if he was able to, he would he said if Russia took down an aircraft carrier, it would not be a huge escalation and it would not provoke a nuclear war. Well, I'm a little bit skeptical of it because, of course, a aircraft carrier is like a nuclear power plant on a ship, basically. So it's a real big escalation to take something down like this. But since the Houthis are talking about it, like they say they've took out an aircraft carrier and things like this, I think this propaganda maybe comes from Russia, and the Houthis are propagandizing it maybe for Russia, because I've heard Russia say this before, and I think they want to check how people react to something like this. That's why they bring it up, and uh, I want to know what you guys think about it.
Okay. I mean, I think it's interesting, but not particularly exciting when people talk about nuclear-powered ships being sunk. I don't think that represents a significantly greater military action, a significantly stronger military action than sinking a conventionally powered ship. Okay, so no nuclear-powered surface ship has ever been lost. But a number of nuclear-powered submarines have been lost. So yeah, I mean, one of them, I think the Americans have lost 3. The Russians have lost 5 or something like that, but one of the Russian ones managed to sink twice. So it's kind of skews the numbers a little bit. Now, I don't think it like nuclear powered. It makes it sound a lot more scary, and I think it makes it sound a lot kind of more significant than it actually is. But I mean, I think a greater reason, like a greater impact, would be that nuclear powered nuclear powered ships tend to be very, very large, and they tend to be very significant fleet units. So we're talking about American aircraft carriers. I think the French of Charles de Gaulle as well. The French aircraft carrier is nuclear powered, and Russia has a couple of nuclear powered heavy cruisers. So they're very significant fleet units. There's not very many of them in the world. So I think it would sound, if one of those sunk, it would seem like a much bigger event than it actually is. Well, it would be a major event, but it would not be a major event because they're nuclear powered. It would be a major event because they are large fleet units, right? I don't imagine the sinking of the Charles de Gaulle or the sinking of the considered a far greater loss than the sinking of the HMS Queen Elizabeth, for example, which is a conventional powered carrier, but it's still an absolute whopper. I think it's bigger than Charles de Gaulle, not as big as the American ones. So yeah, I think there's kind of it's the N word, the nuclear word is kind of makes it seem a lot scarier than it actually is. The real impact of that event is the loss of an asset of that size and significance. So I think that's where the differentiation, that's where we should really kind of differentiate there. Your actual question, I'm not quite sure I understood, Nathan Aziza. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, well, this was my question, and the thing I wanted to ask also was because Russia and Putin in this regard brought up that he would that killing an aircraft carrier, taking one down, a huge one, would not provoke World War III. Now we seen the Iranian-backed Houthi terrorist group post all kind of fake shit that aircraft carriers have been taken down, huge ships have been taken down, things like this. And what I think, they are trying to see how people react to an event like this. They are to for Russia maybe to know if they can get away with it, so, to see how the public would react. I think Russia is behind this, and I think Russia is testing our boundaries together with Iran on this subject. And yes, but you kind of answered my question, because of course it would be a massive event. It would be something like Pearl Harbor, so it would be a massive event. It is a massive event, but I didn't know the nuclear threat from a ship like this would not be this bad. I thought it was like it would be like something, for example, the nuclear power plant that exploded. I forgot how its name called. I think it was in Ukraine also, but it would not be a major an event like this where there's a lot of pollution and things like that. They are testing us a little bit and trying to see if they can get away with an event like this without provoking a world war.
Sure. Sorry, bear with me. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so I'm trying to bring Tracy up. I don't know why I can't, but the panel doesn't seem to be fun. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to grab the host phone. I think that's sorted. Yeah, I don't really want to comment on the contamination thing. As I said, there have been a number of nuclear submarines lost at sea. I don't know if they went and recovered the reactors or not. I know some of them were lost in circumstances where I don't think it will be possible to recover the reactor. Right? They're kind of too far into the sea. The extent to which there's contamination, I guess, depends on your definition of contamination. Right? I mean, there are detectable levels of nuclear fallout in like Californian raspberries from the Fukushima disaster, right? So this is something where I think the headlines tend to run away with us a little bit. I think you're correct to identify the Houthi attacks as yet another form of this liminal warfare that Russia likes to practice, Russia and its proxies, in this case Iran, right? They are trying to find out where our exact response threshold is. As it stands, our response threshold to Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis, is to contain the threat, so to protect civilian and military shipping in the Gulf of Aden, and to strike the Houthis only. The obvious thing to do, of course, would be to reduce Iran, and by reduce I mean, dismantle them from the air. But we don't seem to have done that, right? Proxies learned from this? Well, they have learned that they can attack not only our civilian shipping, but they can attack our military shipping through proxy terrorist groups, and we basically won't do anything, right? We will see it as an isolated threat from the terrorist group, and we won't trace it back to the source. So we're not going to remove the Iranian government because their proxy group is attacking our warships. So it may not seem to be too much of a problem from the perspective of the Western powers, right? Militarily, we're dealing with the Houthi situation, but it's about a lot of this liminal warfare stuff is about the information that our enemies can glean from it about where exactly our response threshold is. And as I've said, they've learned something. They know that if they use proxy terrorist groups that everybody knows are Iranian controlled, everybody knows that. It's not like oh, we don't really know where these guys come from. No, the Ansar Allah Houthi movement is part of a proxy war for hegemony in the Middle East between Iran and Saudi Arabia, right? Like that's what they are. Like they're not in any way organic. So they know that we will not, that they can act through proxies in that way, and we basically won't do anything. And that's an important piece of information from their perspective. So kind of that would be my take on that. Does that answer your question, Nicholas?
Yes, that does answer my question, and this is also the thing I've been. And yes, I think it was really helpful. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much. Okie dokie. So, hang on, somebody just sent me a DM. Bear with. Okay. I have a DM saying that water stops the radiation. A sunken tend to be designed in a particular way, so you can't just pop the lid off with a screwdriver. So I think the chaps who design nuclear submarines designed them with the loss of submarines firmly in mind, and presumably they don't think they would be a major ecological disaster if they decided to if one decided to sink, which is, well, as I've said, several of them have sunk. Nathan Aziza?
Yeah, since we're talking about the nuclear subject, I wanted to bring up something else I'm a little bit interested about. I didn't hear from it since Russia is expanding its nuclear triad. They had a program to build a Poseidon nuclear torpedo. They wanted to build a nuclear propelled a cruise missile, the Burevestnik. I was wondering if you guys know more about these weapons. Are they propaganda weapons? Are they really I think they are really developing them. I've seen factories where they have been developed, but does Russia really have the capabilities to produce like this? I really want to know this because, as you guys may know, I think Putin is a horrible psychopath, and I don't want this guy to have nuclear powered cruise stage where they almost developed one effectively, which I think they didn't, and also for these cruise. There was a lot of contamination also, where some scientists have died also from the contamination. So yeah, I'm really interested to know if they're actually succeeding in their program, or their program is being halted, like the T14 program, or maybe because they are in lack of chips, something like this. I think it's really interesting to know because um, producing tanks and keeping the war up like they are now doing in Ukraine, that doesn't you don't need very high tech stuff for it. Maybe you need some drones, maybe you need some tanks, you need some artillery. Yeah, you do need aircraft, of course, but the really harmful things, the really bad things. Yeah, is Russia actually succeeding on these programs?
Russians do have a project to develop a nuclear-powered cruise missile, and it's called Burevestnik, um, which is it's a type of seabird, I think, and it's under development. Haven't. So, for example, one of them that has actually emerged is the Kinzhal missile. So that is operational, that is functional. The extent to which it's actually useful is another matter. So it is a missile that travels very, very fast. It doesn't seem to have any stealth character. 20 times the equivalent conventional cruise missile. It's got quite good range, but nothing amazing for a cruise missile, especially not one that costs $10 million a shot. So they've had these super weapons under development. Another one is the Poseidon, which is their underwater kind of nuclear torpedo. That's the one they keep threatening to destroy whales with. like, really weird, hysterical crap coming out of the Kremlin on that one. I don't know if that one actually functions. I don't know if it's been tested successfully. Uncle Sam had a similar project in the 1950s called SLAM. So the thing about that is it's going to be extremely. Oh yeah, so the Americans abandoned this as a weapon, right? They decided that for whatever reason, this was, for whatever reason they stopped developing this nuclear-powered ramjet concept. Now, what you have to ask yourself is whether this technology actually adds anything to nuclear capabilities, because we already have Russia operating a nuclear triad. They have submarines that fire ICBMs. So what does a nuclear-powered unlimited range cruise missile that's nuclear capable actually add to their nuclear? It's sort of a megalomaniacal thing. Like, it's something that dictatorships start doing when they run out of ideas. They think, well, we could develop super weapons, not just weapons, super weapons, where, okay, so there is a place in military research and development for absolutely cutting edge speculative weapons development through which you actually learn something. But one wonders, given the state of Russian conventional forces, if that time, energy, and money might not be better spent, modernizing what they've already got. Maybe developing, I don't know, a main battle tank that dates from after the 1980s. Something that might actually be useful to them. So yeah, I'm aware of the Burevestnik. I don't know if it works or not. I don't know if it's been successful in the 50s, and they thought it was basically not particularly useful. Same with hypersonics to an extent. So both the US and the UK had hypersonic missile programs in the 1950s, thought they weren't particularly militarily useful, and decided to work on cheaper cruise type technology instead. So yeah, nobody else seems to be obsessed with this kind of weaponry. It does seem to be a megalomaniacal. Lovely to have you.
Thanks for having me up. I'm kind of reaching back here a little bit about when you guys were discussing nuclear submarines that had not returned to the surface. Do we want to go back to that for a minute, or have we moved on?
No, I would love to, actually, because I've got a massive knowledge gap here.
I don't know a lot other than from the observation side. I just hunted them. I was never a submariner per se. So the Soviets and then the Russians have lost a lot of submarines, a total of 6 or 7, depending on how you look at it. These have mostly have lost 2 that I'm aware of, and those are the only ones I know of. So there's a total out there in the oceans of 9 submarines with nuclear reactors that are resting on the bottom. That being said, first off, yeah, these these reactors are not open to the ocean. They're in their sealed compartments. Most of them were scrammed, taken offline, either on purpose or in a reduced mode when they sank. Anyway, long story short, not a threat. Some of them are as deep as 20,000 feet, but they're pretty sealed. Uh, it speaks a lot to Russian technology that while they're still making some pretty decent ballistic and attack. And as far as the super weapon Wunderwaffe thing that dying regimes like to do, or highly inefficient militaries, that's a wonderful characterization you put together, describing what the Russians were. They're almost more danger to the people launching them than they are to the people who might theoretically be on the receiving end. The Americans canceled their projects because they were literally so dirty that anything that they would just spew radioactivity in their trail wherever they went. They tested these small reactors for the potentially a nuke powered bomber and things like that out in sort of the area 51 part of the Nevada desert, and some of those areas they had it's a fascinating locomotives, bringing them out and testing them, letting them go hot. Those areas to this day are still contaminated 60, 70 years later. So this is not a practical. Were of some use, but they really were answering a problem that didn't exist. These more pet projects that Western and Russian and the Chinese, we all have crazy research projects that normally don't see the light of day. But sometimes, if it's fantastic enough, they might decide, well, this isn't going to work anyway, so we'll take it public and make those of us who don't read much past the headlines afraid. And that's sort of the characterization. Persistence, and of course, with any weapon of this nature, there's always a counter to it, and if you deploy them, then the counter will get deployed. Some counters are more effective than others, but we don't still have widespread, hugely effective counters to ballistic missiles, effectively countered. Just sort of I'll step down off the soapbox now.
No, I couldn't agree more. There's also the cost, right? As I've said, your stealth capable cruise missile medium range, like a Storm Shadow or a Taurus, or an ATACMS, will cost you about $1 million. Your longer range non-stealth version will cost probably about the same amount. Your Kinzhal missile costs 10 million, right? And as in the countermeasure space, right, the only good thing about Kinzhal and as soon as this thing made an appearance on the battlefield, the first thing the Ukrainians did was shot it down with an older iteration of Patriot, right? So you have to look at the cost benefit analysis here to the Russians. You know, why would you rather have, I don't know, 20 Scuds, or would you rather have one Kinzhal? It seems to me that the military industrial calculus is actually in favor of the stuff that isn't particularly scary. What do you reckon, Hop?
Well, I'd agree with that. You're not getting. This is a strange use of this term. The return on investment from your Kinzhals that you're getting on your KH-101s, or even which are older technology, but because the hypersonic, please insert massive air quotes with a healthy dose of irony. The Kinzhal it's not maneuverable to the degree to challenge the interceptors upon reentry. Becomes apparent where it's going to land, and which also helps you with your your defensive countermeasures. Cruise missiles far more unpredictable in that sense, at least. So it's just not worth it. And the Russians are fools, but they're not stupid. They know that these boutique projects, these Testarossa missiles, aren't really the juice isn't worth the squeeze. They have them, they launch them. They'll get, they'll tweak them, they'll improve them, but even despotic regimes have to eventually worry about the coffers. So,
Absolutely.
so there's that. Yeah.
I had a question about submarines because I lost audio while you were talking, so I had to recycle. Now I understand.
When the Russians lost a Yankee off the Atlantic coast, sort of between, not too far from Bermuda, but a spy trawler over it for years to make sure that we didn't try and go and recover anything from it. But with the Thresher and the Scorpion, which I think are the two that nukes that the U.S. lost, they so deep that everything would have to be done by ROV anyway. And while you wouldn't be necessarily risking a man, or a manned vehicle to do any of this work, it's probably just honestly nuke. But no, I don't believe it sank. I think it operated throughout its career without that kind of a mishap. Who knows otherwise?
Oh yeah, that was one where they got the crew out, wasn't it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the story. It's kind of a survival story, not a sinking disaster story. Okie dokie.
plural. And the article also says that Romania signed a deal in 2017 to purchase 7 Patriot systems. And then it goes on and says only 1 Patriot system is operational in Romania. So my question is, what happened to the other 6?
Ambiguity you mentioned kicks in, right? What is a Patriot system? It could mean a battery, so 6 to 8 launchers. And again, there's a question of exactly what a battery is, right? I understand in artillery speak, a battery is 6 to 8 launchers and the gubbins, so the radar and the targeting system and all of that stuff. Romanian air defense. Ioana, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know about the distinction between system and systems, but I can tell you about the 7 Patriots that we are supposed to have. From the 7, we received 4. 1 is operational. 3 others are operationalized, if we can say so. So just 1 fully operational, the other 3 in the process. And we should receive another 3. So the last 3 are still to be delivered. So the talk is about one of the systems that are to be operationalized to be donated to Ukraine. I don't know about more of them. All the it's kind of a disappointment for me because I was sure we have 7 Patriot systems, but actually we just have 1. To be noted that it's not the only system that Romania has. Will actually help in the defense of Romania. So basically, that's what I can say for now. If you want more information about this, I can search in Romanian newspaper and try to, bring some more.
Does that answer your question, Butter?
So we've got another speaker coming up in the form of Ruslan. Bull Terrier's hot micing a bit there. I'll just mute Bull Terrier. Okie dokie. Did you have any burning topics for us, Tracy, while we're waiting for Ruslan?
About conscription, which I thought it may be an interesting conversation. There's lots of Russian propaganda, a couple of different videos. There's been an incident at one of the TCC offices in Odessa. So there's a couple of bits of interesting things to talk about there, I think, if you fancy that conversation.
forcibly mobilised them. Then, as far as I'm aware, they've been charged with that, whoever it was. In one incident, it was the police, and the SBU built a case against them. In another incident, it was the military commissar. So in this incident, what's happened here is actually this guy was basically arrested, and that's why there's a video out there, which, of course, I bet you're not surprised at that, Tim, are you?
Yeah, the thing about forcible conscription story had a first-hand account of this ever having occurred, right? I talked to an awful lot of people in Ukraine, and at no point have I ever heard anybody say, "Oh, my brother was forcibly conscripted off the street." When I have heard people say that, it's always been, "Oh, I heard they did this in Odessa." Anybody on the space ever say that it has affected them personally? The other thing we note, of course, these videos that keep coming out, inconveniently, they keep turning out to be either in Russian occupied Ukraine or just in Russia, right? So there's plenty of videos like this, or Russian occupied Kherson Oblast or Mariupol or Donetsk. But we never seem to get confirmed videos of it actually happening in Ukraine. And seem kind of military aged and vulnerable, right? It's something that just doesn't seem to happen because I've never heard of it occurring, Tracy, like ever. Tracy, I think you're muted. If you're trying to speak. I think we may have lost Tracy. Am I still audible?
Yeah, we can still hear you, Tim.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nate Zizo. I think we have temporarily lost Tracy. Yeah, so be very wary of those videos. It is a propaganda vector for the Russians. So on the one hand, it is something the Russians do. For example, they have a habit of doing this in schools and universities. So people who are, students theoretically exempt from conscription because they're studying something, and then they get forcibly doofied by the and there's the other indications as well, right? There is every indication that Ukraine is not particularly desperate for manpower, simply because they are conscripting people only of a certain age. So the minimum age was 27. They've just reduced it to 25. So they're not saying everybody from the age of 17 has to register for military training. The way the European countries did this the last time we had mass conscription, which was, I guess, World War II, was there was a bias towards younger men, particularly unmarried men, and that was because, I guess, married men a bit further It's that if you can script older rather than younger men, and those men die in large numbers, then men who have families, they have already reproduced. You're not going to have the same demographic dent that set back the population of European countries for a generation after World War One. So, for example, France men dying in Flanders, that the French actually changed their marriage law to ensure that there was a greater supply of and therefore a greater birth rate. Now, the way the Ukrainians seem to be doing it is that kind of the other way around. So the average age in Europe. So kind of Europe outside Ukraine, I should say. Now, the Ukrainians haven't started making a fuss about this. That's what's limiting them far more, because that's a whole process, right? So you have to do your basic training, so that's like 6 months. You have to do your trade training, which is probably another 6 months. Okay, you can fast track this. Okay, there are Western efforts to help. So there's the British led effort. Seem to be a particular point of desperation for the it's still going to be a significant pain point for the Ukrainians getting these people through training. Rifles coming out of their whoopsies, but they don't have enough of things like helmets, like body armor, like uniform soldiers. Now, as I've said, this is an important disinformation vector for the Russians. But political patience in Europe, right? This is something, whenever I plug the Kharkiv fundraiser, I mention refugees as a weapon. The Russians use refugees as a weapon. Crises wherever they can, so they will destabilize African countries. They will commit atrocities through, directly through their Wagner mercenaries, and indirectly through the various militias that the Tanki coalition controls, such as the what are they called, the Rapid Deployment Forces in South Sudan, or is that Sudan? I can never remember. So they like using refugees as weapons simply because they know that they have a destabilizing effect on European politics, right? And the people who leave, they're not going to Indonesia, right? They don't want to go to Brazil. They certainly don't want to go to Russia. They want to go to Europe because it's a bit nicer. So they know exactly where these people are going to go. They know exactly how resource hungry this sort of migration is. With a strange religion and a strange language and strange clothes. This is Europe. It's very, very European. Everything looks European. Everybody looks European. It's got all the same stuff as we've got. It's a really, cynically, that led to a lot more goodwill, I think, than with other refugee crises. But nevertheless, resources are finite. Political patiences are finite. Every refugee in Europe is using resources. The more scared they are, if they are led to believe that the Ukrainian government is desperate and the Ukrainian government is operating this kind of, this kind of 18th century style military recruitment, with roving press gangs. And they had fallen for a propaganda line. And I had to, we had this conversation. And I said, look, it's not my place to tell you whether you return to Ukraine or not, but the okie dokie. So there's that topic thoroughly rinsed, I think. So let us go on to other topics. Okie dokie. So top of National Institute for Strategic Studies, which is a British think tank, or at least it's based in London. The chap who runs it was called Bastian Gingrich, who sounds kind of French. But anyway, I don't know where he's from. UK, Germany, France, and of course the big beasts of that region. So you have India, Pakistan, Malaya, Indonesia. So it's kind of a bit of a broad church. Now the one a 10 confirmed their attendance. I'm not sure if Blinken has, or maybe somebody in the audience knows. But yeah, I think they wanted to get Secretary of State Blinken to. I'm not sure that they have confirmed yet. Okie dokie. So I see we've got a hand in the form of Jerome Weir. Jerome, welcome.
Good morning, Tim. And maybe a reckoning on the far right, the conservatives realizing that the far right is off the charts and whatnot. Where on the left, there hasn't been that. And I'm going to extend that to the media. And that's the reason why, with your thought today about how the proxies are allowed to act with impunity, seemingly, in my head at least, I tie those two things together, why the acts are allowed to continue, and because that left has not had a reckoning. So I'm just going to leave that as a statement.
This is a very interesting thought, but I'm not sure you've developed it far enough. Could you connect those two things a little more thoroughly for me?
Simply, if they were to take action, there would be blowback. I'm just going to refer to the Palestinian
I see the connection between that point and the idea that we tolerate like the militant proxies of the tanky sphere. I'm not like I'm trying to make the connection, but I'm kind of drawing a blank here, Jerome.
Right. It's not a fully developed thought. So that's why I just wanted to kind of make that statement. I don't want to, it's really, maybe it doesn't connect, but I just think there's something there. So I'll think about it. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, if I can, I don't want to speak for you, but I think what you might be getting at the Palestine activists, a number of the Palestine activist organizations in the United States receive funding from the Chinese Communist Party. We also see, I mean, we also see that kind of proxy relationship. And you trace that back to its intellectual roots, right? It's like a lot of these concepts, particularly used on the far left, is they have two distinct everybody normal. What every normal person understands these things to mean, and then they have their actual praxis, right? So, you know, it's like, well, no, but I don't think you should get to vandalize our city centers in the name of whatever this idea is. Like, you know, it's going, and you know, decolonization is another one of those. You know, to every normal person, it means like, oh, you shouldn't have a relationship of forced domination of other countries, particularly if those, well, I suppose it can only be if those countries are significant. To normal people, that will be its praxis to normal people, is you don't have an empire unless it's by consent, right? Like that's, you know, pretty much the way we think these days, and that's the way we came to think when the empires were dismantled. Now, of course, when people, particularly on the activist far left, talk about decolonization, that needs to happen, right? It's not just the severing of the formal links of power between the metropolitan country and its colonies. There needs to be a sort of decolonization of the mind, right? And in the African context, that meant to him all European ideas shall the big, I think the opening line of this book is that decolonization is always violent, right? So there is this process of this decolonization. It is necessarily violent, right? You can't do this without killing. Who seem to get killed. Opinions vary on whether that's a real phenomenon or not, but nevertheless, it does occur. And you see it with you see one of the most viral tweets after the 7th of October attack was from a fairly little known account. It certainly wasn't a thought leading account. And this person tweeted in the aftermath of the attack, what did you all think decolonization? And illuminated everybody exactly where they were standing. It became absolutely abundantly clear who had that is the praxis, right? That is what happens when you apply it. So it's kind of that strategic equivocation. You can defend one of those, right? You can defend the concept of decolonizing international.
They're giving strategic value to what someone's going to say tomorrow. I think. I have obviously no proof. Okay, with that, off to work, and always appreciate
I don't know, applied to intellectual theory, I suppose, as well, right? Decolonizing the mind. Again, it's very difficult to criticize because it's so very slippery. But nevertheless, it is. Loud and clear. Fantastic to have you back. Oh, let us go to news you can use, please. News you can use.
Yes, I think the left in America is kind of at a lot of college campuses. The Palestinian movement amounts to one unoccupied tent with some flags surrounding it. In Congress, we're talking about a squad of more seats and get more of a majority, they would have even less voice. So right now we do have to get along with the Republicans to
Power is more insidious than that, right? There's not a Frantz Fanon party that picks up seats, right? There's not a decolonize the universities party that picks up seats. I think it's a little thought in that particular world. And to an extent, it's job creation, right? And one of the things that that the conservatively minded laughed about 20 years ago was, all of this stuff may be very well in the social sciences. Kind of indigenous mathematics, and you think, well, it's not really, is it? It's you can mathematically explain a helix smoke signal. You can it's probably, individually, it's probably not particularly harmful, but it does occupy an awful lot of space in the Western intellect. And this is really what worries me, is that a lot of very, very intelligent people are doing this rubbish. Occupied in the West by stuff that is complete and utter rubbish. And it means that those young people who go into this sort of thing, they're not applying their energies, they're not applying their intellects to something that actually advances us as a species and as a society. So I think that's where the real power of it lies. Like, I'm not. The real power is that it forces hundreds of thousands, and I do mean hundreds of thousands of people, to basically waste their lives. You know, it occupies our energy. And she was a like very senior in the party. She went to university, I think, in St. Petersburg. Studied Marxism, Leninism. You know, wrote theses about it, and chauffeur-driven car out went to the nice flat in the middle of Tallinn. All of her education, all of her intellectual energy was rendered totally pointless in the space of about 2 weeks. And this is a high.
Well, I think waste of time is often conducted on the internet, um, and a whole, exponentially more damaging way, converting minds to and the way they did it was by developing an upper and lower mean, and they had actually two divisions of we would call them priests, or they might call them scientists. Little by little, over centuries, they got the length of the year quite accurately calculated. And then in Western America, um, when the troops were coming, and then their housing was on top of the mesas, so they could, and they would build them out of natural rock, so they blended in, and the troops
greatest trick the devil ever pulled, right? They've managed to convince quite a large swathe of the people who do all the actual thinking about this, that this particular Western construct, and that other countries didn't do it. It's, well, I mean, it's absolute nonsense, right? They just didn't do it as successfully at the same time as we did. So the Russians, the Imperial Russians, tried to establish colonies in Ethiopia, right? They tried to conquer Ethiopia, which in the in this case, the Soviet Union, occurred during the 1950s. And I think it was the I think it was the 1960 general election in Italy, which to do with Eritrea. Now, Eritrea was one of those places that had never been a country, so it had never been an independent state. It had never been an independent empire of its own. It was dominated variously by the Empire of Ethiopia, variously by Arab interests. So I think the Sultan of Zanzibar held it for a while, and it was conquered kind of wondering what to do with it. And the idea was, supported by the United Nations, the UK, and the United States, was that it should be incorporated into Ethiopia, because as I understand it, Ethiopians and Eritreans are basically it was popularly supported by the Eritreans, as I understand it. But the Italians, having held it for a while, had an interest, right? And the Soviet Union which they controlled was going to win the election. So straight up imperialism by the Soviet Union, straight up, no hiding it. They thought that their vassal there's kind of a gosh, what's the word? There's a kind of intellectually acquisitive nature to the way we do knowledge in the West. and it tends to incorporate the good stuff from the cultures we encounter. And I would see that as a very good thing. But it's not my point that we're kind of inherently better at doing these things than other cultures. My point is that you cannot manufacture goodness you cannot manufacture complexity. You can't manufacture intellectual complexity where it doesn't actually exist. And I use the example of the Australian smoke signals, right? They're not doing mathematics. It's not mathematics what they're doing. It's a skill. You could even call it technology. But the fact that they were able to create a helix, a complicated helix using a smoking fire and a blanket, doesn't make them mathematicians until somebody comes along and makes up some nonsense about it. Like, does that make sense, music videos? I'm not being dismissive of their achievements here. I'm just saying the analog to the way we do things is not always there, and you can't really manufacture it.
As someone that has had to put out a grass fire, I think they may have been needing to do it in a certain fashion because of the wind pattern. I have no idea on that, but I do take your point.
Thank you very much. Okie dokie. So now we've got Tracy back. I'll go back to Tracy, who presumably has something interesting to say on the previous topic of military conscription in Ukraine.
Well, I think you pretty much covered it, Tim, really. I think you said everything that I would have said. I just thought, we should have a conversation about it. Most people probably are aware that the videos are fake and have heard all the ways that Russia does that previously. But as this is a new psychological operation that they are pushing out there, so I thought we would talk about that because according to the commander of the forces, I think it is, just let me double check his title now. So basically, he's been reporting that Russians are putting on an assembly line of the creation of these videos. So there's going to be a lot more than just that one coming out. So if you hear people talking about them, asking you questions about them, then you can tell them that this is what it is. So it's important to understand that a significant part of the content in social networks, which depicts servicemen of the armed forces, in particular regarding the TCC and the police. Apparently, this psychological operation is designed to discredit the police as well as the TCC, so the Territorial Conscription Centres. Ground forces note that they've received data on the organisation of filming of such scenes in the temporarily occupied. The element, as you can imagine.
Tracy is cutting in and out for me.
Sorry, go on, Tim.
You're cutting in and out for me. I don't know if you're good for everybody else.
No, I can't hear also.
Any better now?
That's better. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. So I don't know where you lost me. Basically, the elements are typically what we've seen before: people in Ukrainian uniforms pretending to be, soldiers, and the national police as well, pretending to enter into conflicts with local residents. And of course, it's all simulated and all fake videos. So I don't think I need to go on to describe the videos any more than that, Tim, do you? Because everybody gets the idea, don't they? And I don't want somebody to just pop in whilst I'm speaking now and get misunderstood as well. So just safe to say, a warning that you will see more of these videos coming out, and they are all fake. And this is being reported by the ground forces psychological operation that they've got intelligence on. So good to know, Tim.
Absolutely. I think we should. I see part of our role here on MriyaReport is information warriors, essentially. I don't want to say keyboard warriors. We're more like microphone warriors. But yeah, nevertheless, we are here to counter Russian nonsense, and this is a very important vector for the reasons that I have described. The longer, the more Putin can put off Ukrainians from returning to their own country, then the worse it will ultimately be for Ukraine, having lost about 20% of their population to the refugee exodus. That is certainly going to take its toll. So thank you very much for that, Tracy. So in other news, there does seem to have been a bit of a pause in the Russian successes in Kharkiv. So the military, a military spokesman, gosh, it doesn't actually say if it's a Russian military spokesman or a Ukrainian military spokesman. Google that.
Is there a name?
It is Nazar Voloshin.
Oh, he's the Ukrainian volunteer army spokesman for them.
Ah, right. Okay. Well, there is a report that the Ukrainian forces control 70% of Vovchansk. Now, you remember Vovchansk, we have talked about it before. It is a city right on the border, and it does seem to be an axis of advance for Russian forces in that region. So there was, you think about Vovchansk, it is a kind of medium-sized city. Vovchansk, it's a city of 17,000 people. It is bisected by a river. So it's kind of a river going through the middle of it. And the bulk of the residential areas seem to be to the north, and the bulk of the industry seems to be to the south of that river. We did have a couple of weeks ago Russian mill bloggers claiming control of the city up to the river. But now we've got this this Nazar Voloshin fellow, Lieutenant Colonel Nazar Voloshin, saying that the defense forces of Ukraine control 70%, 70% of the city. He has also said that there are fierce battles with the occupiers in the city and its surroundings as the Russians keep advancing or trying to keep trying to advance or gain foothold with small assault groups. However, the defense forces are doing everything possible to prevent the enemy from gaining a foothold and keeping the invaders under fire. He said that we will make every effort to prevent the enemy from crossing to the other side of the river. Ah, right. So he does seem to be confirming what the story was last time I checked, which is the Russians seem to control the city up to the river. But there's quite a lot of city to the south of it. So I guess they're holding them at the river. Tracy?
Thank you, Tim. Just a quick correction before I forget. I got them mixed up. It's Bratchuk, who's a spokesman for the Ukrainian Volunteer Army. And as you just said then, I've actually got this colonel, he's a colonel of the armed forces. I've actually got his channel. So I've got his personal channel and the one that he's colonel of, which is very interesting. I didn't know that, Tim.
So he is in the Territorial Defense Forces, I understand, right?
Yeah, well, see, the colonel, it just says in the armed forces on this channel here. Colonel of the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
Oh, fair enough. Well, they seem to be doing their jobs fairly effectively in Vovchansk. I've given up trying to understand exactly what the battle is, exactly what the purpose of the Russian battle is around there, because it does seem to be extremely complicated, and it's very difficult to get accurate information. Excuse me, as of exactly what is happening. So other news. So in Balaklia, in Kharkiv region, there have been 13 people injured, including 8 children. This is due to Russian missile strikes on residential areas. Now there were three different strike areas, and this follows a number of deadly strikes on Friday in the city of Kharkiv, with a death toll of 9, and mostly affected by a single damaged apartment building. Now the attack against the energy infrastructure continues. So over 100 missiles and drones were fired at Ukrainian infrastructure last night. Now the Ukrainian Air Force have said they shot down 35 of the missiles and all but one of the drones. Nevertheless, the attack did succeed in damaging 2 thermal power plants. This is according to DTEC, which is the operator of the thermal power plants. So you can, of course, help by contributing to our fundraiser. Now, are we still running the Powering Kharkiv fundraiser, Tracy, or did we close that one off?
Well, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Prince was going to find out, but she's probably sleeping now, isn't she? So I thought, and so did Mockers, that we were going to continue if people wanted to continue donating. And of course, then we could get more generators, in particular for maybe the hospital, from the doctor that visited us as a guest on Saturday morning, Dr. Kirillo. But then Prince said that she wasn't 100% sure, because officially the fundraiser was supposed to finish on June the 1st. So I guess the short answer is we are still waiting for a reply.
Fair enough. But we do have some interesting news on that. So as you'll see in the nest, a couple of tweets over, we have the three of the generators have been successfully put to use. Now they are being used they're being used at a healthcare facility, and another one is being used in a mobile brigade throughout the Kharkiv region. So fantastic news. Your amazing generosity over the last few weeks is already having an effect on the ground. So thank you to everybody who's supporting and continues to support that latest fundraiser. Okay, I will go to Brian because he has his hand up. Brian, welcome.
NAFO was ahead of me.
Oh, that's very gracious of you. NAFO is easier.
Yeah, I wanted to talk something about a different subject. You 1 hour ago you mentioned the rapid response forces in Sudan, and I think this is a very, very, very interesting subject. And Russia is also involved in this conflict. I've read some things, and there is a genocide probably going to happen in Sudan. 2 million people are in risk of starving to death because I think they are surrounded by the rapid response forces. If I'm right, excuse me if I'm wrong here. Also, I think it's a very interesting place that the war in Sudan broke out, because in 2018, I think it was, there were Sudanese soldiers fighting for Saudi Arabia and Yemen, fighting against the Houthi rebels. So Iran and Russia, I think, effectively neutralized Sudanese fighters for Saudi Arabia by creating a war there. I think this is a very interesting topic, and I want to know if you guys know more about it, especially Tim, since he mentioned it, and I want to know more about the extent of Russia's involvement in this war, because Russia is involved. I know that for sure.
I have no idea, Tim. Do you?
So Yeah, this is not an issue I have an enormous amount of knowledge on. As I understand it, the Rapid Support Forces of the it was basically the co-option of the Janjaweed militias. Now, the Janjaweed militias were essentially a government-sponsored genocide force whose job seemed to be to kill non-Muslim Africans in Sudan. Now, the Rapid Support Forces were basically their successor. The RSF do seem to have a very close relationship with Wagner Group, and so they do. Wagner Group, as we know, is an arm of the Russian state. They are kind of jobbing genocidaires who will, they partly exist to prop up whichever regimes Russia thinks she can control with extreme violence. They are also handy if you want to protect commercial interests you have. So if you have issues with, say, I don't know, local trade unionists or something like that, you can call your friends in Wagner Group, and they will get rid of the troublemakers for you. But they're also an instrument of simply Russian state policy, so they're kind of a deniable deployable force that it serves Russian interests. Now, they have a relationship with the RSF. I don't pretend to know exactly how that works. It's all a little bit too complicated for me. So you would really need to ask a kind of specialist in the history of the region, because I'm not particularly familiar with exactly what's going on down there. I'm sorry, Nick Fotiza, I can't be more helpful than that. Okie dokie. We seem to have lost Brian. That's unfortunate. So, Brian, if you're still there, excuse me, please do come back up. Okie dokie. So, one of our favorite European politicians, who is, of course, the Prime Minister of my country, the Prime Minister of Estonia, Mrs. Kaja Kallas, has been speaking to the BBC, and she has said that we don't have a plan B for Russian victory, because then we would have to stop focusing on plan A. So she's been kind of giving a little bit of a pep talk on the British telly box, and has been saying that we should not give in to pessimism. Victory in Ukraine is not just about territory. If Ukraine joins NATO, even without some territory, then that's a victory because it will be placed under the NATO umbrella. Now, this comes as Estonia has given more than 1% of its GDP for Ukraine's defense, concerned that Vladimir Putin might also turn his attention to the Baltics to bring countries like Estonia back under Moscow's control. And yeah, that's something that is a little bit concerning, given the extent to which we are underarmed and underprepared. Now, for those of you who don't know where Estonia is, it's kind of in the northeastern bit of Europe, so we're just south of Finland, and we have a border with Russia. Estonia is extremely small, so the Russian border is a 2-hour drive away from the capital city of Tallinn, and the St. Petersburg is about a 4-hour drive away, or about 6-7 hours if you're in a tank. So it's really not particularly big, and alarmingly, to our west there is the Baltic Sea. So there's no strategic depth either. So there's nowhere to retreat to. So if Russia got serious about invading Estonia, then we would probably fall fairly quickly and have to wait for Uncle Sam. Now, we do have a military here, but it's basically 2 brigades and a heck of a lot of militia. We don't have an air force, so there's no fast air. We don't. Our naval forces are, I think, 2 old British minesweepers, so not an enormous amount in the way of defensive forces. But we do have a NATO enhanced forward presence. We've got, I think, a battle group of Brits here. We've got, I think it's the Spanish Air Force doing fast air stuff out of Amari Air Base. So they're doing the Baltic airspace policing. But nevertheless, if Russia made a concerted effort to take Estonia, then I don't think she would have an enormous amount of trouble. And I happen to live here, so I'd really rather that didn't happen. And this is why it's very important that Ukraine wins, right? So what do we get if Ukraine doesn't win? Well, we get a battle-hardened Russian army, fresh from victory in Ukraine, looking for something else to do. And what does that look like? I think that'll look a lot like the Baltics. I think that'll look a lot like Moldova. I wouldn't fancy being Georgia either. Yeah, and that's kind of what Kaya Kallas is getting at. What I think is interesting, and I would be interested to see the context of this because I might check out the full interview with the BBC. She said, "Victory in Ukraine is not just about territory. If Ukraine joins NATO, even without some territory, then that's a victory because it will be placed under the NATO umbrella." Now, I'm not sure Mrs. Kaya Kallas has fully thought this through. Now, even without some territory suggests that she thinks that it might be politically realistic or politically desirable for Ukraine to give up some territory in return for peace. Now, of course, peace is illusory in this context because peace with Russia never lasts. So a peace like this will look like maybe Russia going away for a couple of years and then trying again. In the meantime, what does Ukraine do? Well, Kaya Kallas seems to be saying that the rump of Ukraine, so to speak, will then join NATO. And what does Article 5 look like in that context? So if there's a truce or a freezing of the conflict, what do we have to do? Well, for Ukraine to join NATO, Ukraine would have to have internationally recognized borders that Ukraine is happy about. So if Ukraine gave up territory, those borders would move. Not everybody would recognize them. So I guess there would have to be a treaty where they cede territory to Russia formally. I can't imagine the Ukrainians doing that, but let's suppose they do. Okay, so then Article 5 looks fairly clear. But if there's merely a freezing of the conflict, then the border becomes essentially the front line. And can Ukraine join NATO with that particular hangover? I'm not sure that she can. That sounds very, very iffy to me. Jenny, what do you think?
I think it's a good thing that Sweden and Finland joined NATO now help us a lot closer to the Baltics because I do believe that they were kind of vulnerable. But now you don't have to worry. We're just like on the other side of the lake, the lake that we have renamed to Lake NATO, and we welcome. I'm sure of it, and we'll make sure that Finland joins in as well, and Denmark and Norway. Iceland doesn't have anything really. This is why I keep calling it the baby that we forgot. I don't know how much of a military they have, and I don't.
They don't. Quite famously, they don't have one. They're one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have a military at all.
I know, and I know that the Norwegian Air Force are tasked with, do a flyover if it's like once a week or something to make sure, like, yep, the island's still there, and then they go back home. It's part of their patrol area. It's kind of funny, but the rest of us we're here, and we will come. So, we will be there. Don't worry. we'll make sure that you are saved. You know, just pack your bags. No, I'm joking. We have to save Estonia for Tim's sake. Just saying. Thank you.
The problem with that, though, is that the Baltic Sea doesn't cease to exist just because it's surrounded by NATO. Well, there's the question of where do all the refugees go, right? Where do civilians go to escape? Now, the only way you can escape by land is to drive south through Latvia, Lithuania, then on to Poland. It seems extremely likely that the Russians will at least attempt to close the Suwałki gap. I think the Polish military will probably have a thing or two to say about that. Needless to say, driving south, you'll probably end up in a war somewhere. So you can't really do that. So you would have to go across the Baltic Sea. Now, the extent to which the Russians would be able to at least make the Baltic Sea extremely unsafe, especially for the kind of ships that would be evacuating refugees from the Baltic states. So probably cruise ferries, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's a bit of a pickle. And let's say the Russians have done genocide in the Baltic states before, and I have a very sneaky suspicion they'll do exactly the same thing again. Yeah, it's a little bit hairy, and I think it would be over before anybody else got their boots on, assuming anybody else did actually get their boots on, which of course remains to be seen. There's really no way to tell. Yeah, from our perspective here, it's really alarming. We don't doubt the friendship of our Nordic friends, but we do have questions about the ability to relieve Estonia across the Baltic Sea when the $1 trillion army of Russia is occupying us. Jenny?
I get that. But you know what? Norway and Sweden faces the same problem. Where are we gonna go? Where we have no. And so like, where would we go? We really can't leave. We have no way of escaping because we're also surrounded by water and Russia and Finland. You know what I mean? And so we have nowhere to go except for push Russia back. And then we have to do that. And I am not saying that we would send the cavalry to the Baltics, but we would send the Air Force. And then we would strike them that way. But yes, it's we have nowhere to go. We can't really leave. There's like a tiny bridge to Denmark. That is it. That's the only way to escape to main or Central Europe to get to Europe. Otherwise, we're SOL, as the gaming kids say. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Okay, we got through the hands, Tim, and it's time for you to leave it, I think.
I'm afraid it is, yes. So I'm going to leave at this point and leave you in the capable hands of Scott. And I will see you all tomorrow afternoon for the North Sea Empire with indeed our friend Jenny. So thank you very much, Tracy, for being with me for the last couple of hours. I'm sorry about your technical problems, but I feel like they weren't entirely my fault. So I'm sure I'll sleep easy. Thank you very much, everybody. And as always, Slava.
Hello, Slava, and thank you very much, Tim. It's been very enjoyable. You've given me an easy couple of hours and some interesting conversation. And I've also learned some things as well. So a good couple of hours all round, I think. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Scott will be coming up to join me, and then we will be catching you up to date with everything that's been happening just lately. And we will see what's been going on around the regions. And of course, if you would like to come and talk to Scott and I, please come and do so. Now's the best time to get a space on the speaker panel whilst we're doing the switcheroos, as they say. It gets a little bit quieter for a moment. and sometimes there becomes a space. So if you're new around here and you don't know how to do that, you can press the microphone icon on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will send us a speaker request. We can raise you up to speaker. Then you get an extra emoji unlocked when you press on the heart in the middle of the screen at the bottom as well. Go like this and put your hand up, and everybody goes in turn. If you come up now, though, you will probably get to go without even putting your hand up, because we have no hands up at the moment. But we do have Scott. Hello, Scott. Welcome.
Hi, Tracy. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me today, Scott.
My pleasure. It's good to be with you.
I'm looking forward to it. We also have Peter with us. I'm not sure if Peter is ready to speak at the moment or has anything to contribute, but good afternoon, good evening to you, Peter.
Good afternoon. I am here. I was going to come up earlier when there was some train stuff being discussed, but I didn't actually say anything. Just came on the speaker. I'm up for 5 hours later this evening, so catching up with all the other stuff that I need to do first before that.
Yeah. Is that to do with the derailed train with somewhere where coal is as well? Is that right, Peter?
No, don't know anything about that. It was to do with some video that's been posted of a train, including a passenger train, going through ridiculous sort of fire right close on the track in Buryatia, which is in Siberia, strangely where the Buryats come from. It's difficult to tell. I couldn't tell whether it was the Trans-Siberian or whether it was the BAM lines, probably the BAM line in the north of Buryatia, where it goes through the Muir region, where the Severo-Muisky tunnel and bypass is located, where that was in the news about 6 months ago when that got attacked. These forest fires are quite common. They have them in summer when it gets hot, and of course when the global warming and it getting hotter, they've probably been getting worse in recent years. And there's no real fire breaks because it's completely wild terrain. It's not sort of cultivated or sort of controlled in any way, really, where the trains go through. So if the fire does catch fire with the trees, it just spreads for uncontrollably, in effect. And bizarrely, they had a train sort of appearing to go right through the middle of it. Certainly, I wouldn't be comfortable on a train travelling that close to a fire where there was a great big fire raging on both sides of the line. And they can spread very fast just by the wind, and that's the driver of this particular train or the control systems may not have known what the situation was, but you wouldn't want to send any train into that kind of environment, let alone a passenger train. So yeah, quite interesting. And of course, a lot of the people who put these fires out are probably no longer there anymore. They've been sent elsewhere. So there we go. All right.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. And Mockers was talking about two different things, and that was one of them. The other one she was talking about and telling us about this thread and this Pern. Is it Pern, I think? She may have said it to you, somebody that she follows, an engineer, and she was talking about some derailed carriages where they were not able to deliver coal, and there were also piles and piles of coal that could be seen in this video that they were now not able to deliver. I don't know which area it was in, I can't remember, but thank you for clarifying that, Peter.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, Perm is just west of the Urals, before Yekaterinburg, about 1,500 kilometers east of Moscow on the Trans-Siberian Railway. It's quite a big industrial city where, among other things, they used to make all the ketchup in the entire Soviet Union. And I know because we once went past the ketchup factory and the guide was so proud of it. She told us about this, and the whole bus more or less burst out laughing, and she was left her a bit bemused. Anyway, Yeah, so I wasn't aware of this train derailment or whatever. Right? Certainly, they seem to be struggling to deliver coal and stuff like that. And there's reports of a particular coal facility has been told to increase its capacity by 30% or whatever, and they can't. Russian railways can't take all the coal off site, so it's back piling up and causing a mess. And I think that's the same with all other traffic as well. Yeah, I wasn't aware of any derailment. I haven't been brought for any derailment. But if you want to look at these train fires, they're fairly dramatic video. You can find it on LX Summers video is on one, and the other one is on Jay in Kiev's timeline. If you have a look at those, there's two pictures of basically a train going through what I'll probably describe as a sort of raging firestorm. Not something you'd really want to do. Anyway, yeah, that's all I know. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's very interesting, and that's quite funny, that story. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Scott, do you have something you would like to talk about? Otherwise, if not, I can go ahead and run through the headlines and see what else we can find to talk about.
Well, I did see a couple of interesting things that we might want to talk about. One of them is that MI5 has announced that it's going to shift its focus away from terrorism and toward counter espionage because of the rising threat from Russia and their active measures, their cyber war and their info war. So that seems pretty significant. And since we have a lot of UK citizens on our space, I thought I would lead with that. Did you read anything more about that?
Not a great deal. I don't think they've released too much more other than that at the moment. But yeah, you're absolutely right. But I think I was quite shocked, really. Chris Windley and I was talking about this in the cyber segment the other week, and we were talking about that the terrorist threat level in the UK is very low compared to what it is in, many of the other European countries, for example. And I think Jenny was in that conversation too, as well, actually. We were quite surprised. It's like halfway, Scott, which is like, what? Given where we are with Russia. So it's interesting that this announcement comes just a couple of weeks after we had that conversation. And I would say, well, not before time, really, wouldn't you? And then also it makes me think, if they're announcing it now, actually, when did this get put into action? Surely much sooner than when they're telling us, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's a very good point. They don't, I mean, you hope that they only announce that kind of stuff, anything to do with intelligence operations, only after the fact. And once you presume that the adversary already knows, right? You don't usually announce. I mean, it doesn't seem smart to me to announce the focus of your intelligence service if the adversary isn't aware of it yet. Catch them unawares, right?
Absolutely, but how long is that gap? And it's really difficult to work out, because anybody from the UK will tell you the UK government are very good at telling you about things after the fact. Well after the fact, never before. With anything.
Well, yeah, with healthcare, that's probably not the right path to take, but with intelligence operations, it is. So here's a story that has some more stuff. Let me see if I can pick out some good bits so we can discuss. So the increasing presence of the ongoing war in Ukraine, first and foremost, the increasing presence of Chinese agents in the UK. Not surprising in a way, but I hadn't heard of Chinese penetration of the UK. And then thirdly, they mentioned Iran's use of organized crime and organized criminals has also increased. And so those three things have altered the MI5's target list. And it says, although domestic and international terrorism remains a priority, MI5 is now allocating more resources to counter espionage against Russia, China, and Iran. And let's see, counterterrorism, this is a quote, counterterrorism has not been deprioritized, but this has been prioritized alongside it. Their workload has definitely shifted in that direction. That sounds to me that like double speak, right? You can't, if you are fully booked with terrorism, you're either working harder and working a lot of overtime, or you weren't working that hard, or that's kind of bullshit, right? But
Yeah.
whatever. That's just, I know it's media speak. It's fine. I'm not being too critical. This source highlighted that following the 2018 Novichok attack in Salisbury, Russia lost a significant number of their intelligence officers overnight, and they've been attempting to recruit new assets to fill since then. And then in response to the poisoning of the former double agent Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia, Britain expelled 23 Russian spies as part of its response to that, I guess. And then it was revealed in May, according to this article, that Russia's recruiting violent right-wing extremists to carry out sabotage attacks in Europe and the UK. And we have heard, Tracy, about that. You've probably covered some of that in your GRU segments. These sabotage attacks across Europe, pretty concerning, it seems to me. I hope that all the European governments' intelligence services are on that, because you don't want your factories destroyed or your rail switches, or, you know, I mean, that's not only money, but it alarms the population, and it could be a threat to public safety.
Well, it definitely is a threat to public safety, if you ask me. You know, I think many of us were calling for, you know, I don't know, some kind of way to, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because how do you screen Russians that are in EU countries when, you know, really they've done nothing wrong? People have the rights and the same rights, etc. So that's where the difficulty lies. But they use these things against us. You know, they use the rules-based international order against us. You know, they use things like the United Nations and infiltrate these organizations and use them against us. And it is worrying about this spying. And actually, I'm really glad to see this from the UK. And I was wondering if it's because of the increase and because, well, it's not really being talked about, is it? You know, there's so much news anyway with everything else that's happening. So, you know, it's understandable. But I think in many people, just the everyday man and woman in the street, I still think it's a very abstract and something that they think, you know, is in some kind of a movie, that this is not really happening. It's just, you know, one or two people here and there, when we know that it's not. It's, you know, a huge, huge network. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. All these, I mean, you know, all sorts of things are going on all at the same time. You know, somebody, a border guard was stabbed on the Polish border because Russia is now trying to weaponize, you know, pushing people there, pushing what they say are, you know, people migrants, but they're not. They're Africans, And it turns out now that these are actually, many of them even trained to fight, Scott. So these things are going to increase all of these things, and that espionage, it's really, really serious, because how do we protect ourselves if people are on the inside, knowing all the things that we're going to be putting in place to protect ourselves? You know, everybody needs to clean house very quickly, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I hadn't heard specifically that the migrants were weaponizable, if you will, because they're trained soldiers, but it makes sense that Russia would do that, right? I mean, they're taking people um, from India, from Nepal, from various African countries where Wagner was working, and now the Russian army has taken over some of those assignments. Um, that they would get young African soldiers and send them to the Finnish border or the Estonian border, or the U.S. southern border, or I don't know how they get into Britain, um, but could be on a boat, right? Could be a tourist visa if they're able to get that, and so it is very concerning. It's very concerning. There's one more aspect of this story that's worth mentioning, Tracy, and that is the Chinese agents and their method of getting in, and their numbers. The source that this is quoted from the Telegraph in London. So they noted that the number of Chinese agents involved in intelligence gathering in the UK is now considered unquantifiable, Tracy. They don't even have a good estimate, apparently. Intelligence sources indicated that the Chinese agents are active in various sectors, including academia, as both students and lecturers, as well as in business and the arts. And in some instances, individuals gathering information may even be unaware that they're being used for intelligence purposes by the Chinese government. That's a little freaky, right? That their phones are being tapped, or if these individuals are unaware and they're just thinking they're teaching history in the UK, that, or engineering or anything, and then their locations are being tracked, their contacts are being mined, unbeknownst to them, yikes. Where speaking of our rules-based international order, how would UK courts deal with such a thing, or any of the courts in the West?
Oh, well, I don't have much confidence in them. Sorry, can you hear the planes in the background? Is it really loud?
Yeah, we can. That's cool.
Hang on. Sorry, Scott. We have the air show going here. This is the second day. It's the final day. Right now, I've got red arrows above the house everywhere.
I love air shows, but yeah, they are loud if their flight path goes over your home. No doubt.
Yeah, they've gone now. I'm so sorry. Can you? Oh, goodness me.
No, it's okay, Tracy. We can still hear you over now that we know what it is. It's not horrible.
Yeah, well, I was complaining yesterday because the typhoons come at the end as well after the red arrows do their thing. And I was sitting there watching them being really annoyed, thinking, why can't you just jump across the channel there and, go over to Ukraine and just land there and be like, oh, so I left my plane, didn't mean to,
Yeah, don't you have more more important things you could be doing with that aircraft right now?
Well, possibly, maybe. I'm not sure. Well, you never know, do you? I didn't think we'd be using them at all, but here we are. But let me try and go in this side of the house. Sorry. It doesn't help that it's like 30 degrees here, so it's a bit difficult to have all the windows closed. But let me just close them whilst the planes go over. Apologies for that, everybody.
30 degrees on the south coast of England. That's rare.
It's not rare down here where I am. I mean, it says 25 on the temperature, but the AccuWeather also says feels like 27, but it's not. It's much higher than that, and I know because I'm really sensitive to temperature. But anyway, even if it's just that at this time of year, it's quite normal here. Actually, you know, we have fig trees and palm trees where I live.
Really? I did not know that on the south coast of Devon. That's crazy.
Brian, welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of clarified that. I was beginning to think that Putin had kind of gotten sick of getting tormented by Tracy here, so he sent in an airstrike to take her offline.
I'd like to see him try. I'll set the SBU on him. SBU Alpha.
Tracy has contacts now. Don't mess with her.
Yeah, I don't think I would want to have her as an enemy.
No, me either.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much.
So about those, comment on that. What do you think about these Chinese agents that may not even know they're agents?
I mean, I think it's been going on for a pretty long time. We knew about it. We've been talking about this thing with China for a long time here. Various different things going through government reports of this and that and the other. You know, but actually, recently I saw that there was a notification from the US to the UK. They had said that we were not taking the China threat seriously enough. But it doesn't surprise me at all. But again, these things are not talked about, are they? You know, it's like the illegal police stations that they have all over the world. And, you know, I mean, look at what TikTok does. So I don't even think you need to bug somebody's phone, do you? Because if somebody has TikTok nowadays, then, you know, they can spy on you through that. And I'm glad to say that my adult children don't have TikTok, thankfully.
Yeah, on the TikTok thing, at first I thought the US was overreacting and maybe scaremongering about China. But the more I learned, it's like, no, that's barely enough of a reaction. And I mean, people know that TikTok is completely monitored, and presumably they have some decent level AIs mining it for information for all around the world. But obviously, they can focus in on where they think is a soft target. And you probably know that that part of the Defense Procurement Act that passed had a provision that by a certain date, and I don't know what that date is, if the company wasn't willing to sell it to a U.S. firm or part of it, that it would be shut off in the U.S. It would be unavailable. So that seems smart to me, actually.
Yeah, well, it's definitely pretty worrying, I think, but at least I guess that they're paying attention, that they're doing something, they're now telling us about it, and I think in part making it public for I don't know, a deterrent to them as well, maybe, in terms of we know what you're doing kind of thing. You know, like the US did with the Russians when the buildup of troops in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and you know, let that intelligence out, didn't they? That no, they're absolutely not just, you know, there for training exercises. We can tell because of our intelligence, and I wonder if in part you know, it's that, Scott, letting them know that, well, we're on to you, basically.
Yeah, that's a good point. It probably is at some level like that. You know, we've got your number. Don't think you're pulling one over on us. But yeah, and we don't know how much intelligence sharing is going on between China and Russia, yeah, as regards the Ukraine war. But it's, yeah, I haven't seen any reports on that. I don't know if Brian or Jenny or Peter have, but you know, that's relatively more hideable, like dual use goods out of which Russia can craft missiles and weapon systems without China. I mean, and still maintain that they're not giving any direct military aid. So one of those fictions that they're trying to maintain, at least.
Yeah, we heard that before, Scott. From Russia.
That they are giving intelligence assistance, like satellite.
No, pretending, lying. In other words, pretending that they're not.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. And yeah, and I have heard that they are giving some weapons, like artillery shells at least, but I haven't seen pictures on any of my feeds of Chinese writing on the artillery casing, but
no, I think it was, I don't know if it was British Intelligence or Institute for the Study of War. I think one of those confirmed it. I think it was British Intelligence, but we can have a look for the reports and see if we can check that. Go ahead, Mary.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Scott, I was just going to say, I actually got into a little bit of a debate with some people on a thread about Temu, because Temu is like a shopping app that's owned in China. I don't know if everyone's familiar with it. And someone had asked about like them stealing information. And so I had said how, like, kind of like TikTok, about how any company that is owned in China is basically is owned by the CCP. And so all of the information that the company has, the government has. So all of the information that is harvested through the company is harvested by the government. And it was amazing to me how people do not understand the difference between the Chinese government having our information versus like a company like Facebook having our information. Because that was what everybody came back at me. Like I was literally like bombarded. Like I was the biggest enemy because I thought that it was a bad idea for the Chinese government to have our information. And they could not comprehend that there's a difference between Facebook gathering information or your phone listening to you for marketing information versus the Chinese government gathering our information. Like it didn't, they just didn't get it. And that they gather our information.
They thought that they were equivalent, they
Yes.
knew that Facebook was gathering our information, which they didn't mind apparently, but they thought that was the same thing if the Chinese government had it.
Yes, it's like they're like, well, that Facebook does it too, and I'm like, yes, like, yeah, for marketing, like for ads, like, but like if the United States government wants my information, they have to go through a warrant process. They have to do certain things. That's not how China works. So it's different, and like they couldn't comprehend that, like, and it just blew my mind.
Yeah, it is pretty shocking.
I just
But they
couldn't.
don't even see why that might be a problem.
Right, and like I was literally bombarded with like hundreds of messages of how like I was the idiot for not understanding, and I was like, no, I get it. I get that Facebook and Amazon and all these other apps, because, and I didn't even say don't buy from Temu. I was like, okay, if you're gonna buy from Temu, you should probably use a VPN and maybe use like a prepaid gift card if you want to buy like this Chinese crap that's gonna fall apart or whatever. Use a VPN and use a prepaid gift card that isn't attached to any sort of like your banking information or your actual identity. And I tried to explain to them, like I said, that it's all run by China and the government. And oh my God, they couldn't comprehend that there's a difference between a company using your information for marketing versus a government using it, a foreign government using it for whatever China might want our information for. So yeah. Anyways, I that was a personal experience I had probably like a week ago. So I just
That's a great anecdote to share with the group. I don't know
yeah.
what the fix is for that. Like, how do you make ignorant people wise? That if we could solve that problem, we could solve a lot of other problems too, right?
I don't know. I mean, because I tried to explain even like how in the United States, like if the government wants our information, they have to go through like the warrant process, unless it's unless it's like a homeland security issue or But then all of that just like went right over their heads because I guess they want their 5 cent whatever, sponges or whatever. I don't know. So, anyways, thank you guys.
Thank you, Mary. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry. Okay, whilst we wait for Scott, I will say hello to James. Welcome, James. Go ahead.
Hey, Tracy. Hi, Scott. Hi, Mary. Interesting. Very interesting.
Hi, James.
Hi. Hello. And yeah, it's interesting that they're collecting the data. It's true. I don't know if you guys already covered it, but have you guys kind of drawn out? We don't know, right? We don't know the inner workings of China. They do a lot to hide it, but have you guys drawn kind of a picture of what the probable use is for the data? Because I think that's what people really need to hear, and it's not readily evident. And for some reason, well, I guess there are valid reasons why China has a better reputation than at least Russia. But I don't think they have any idea how malign these uses can be. And also, I don't think people have a good idea of how the breadth of the data collection. It isn't just a few facts here and there. It's basically everything that they can get. So first, let me just ask: did you guys already talk about probable use?
No, we didn't, and we'd love to hear you share that with us.
Well, it's conjecture, right? It's just it's applying kind of reasoned arguments, but it isn't factual per se. So it's very useful 10, 20, 30 years down the road to know what perhaps people said in the TikTok app, a dozen or 30 years back. when they were much younger. And if it's compromising enough, it's the beginning of a compromat. If they have given information that shows that they're perhaps interested in certain lines of work or they have certain ideologies, then that kind of information could be used for recruitment later on. And the cost of establishing a database of everybody in the world and a personal account with information that gets stored just isn't that expensive for a country as big as China. So they could take all this in and then use it to build continuously growing profiles. And then with statistical analysis, they can do some determinations about what kind of accounts are most likely to, say, have a criminal record later, for example, or have proclivity toward something that isn't any good. Maybe they are into drugs or something like this. And there's another leverage point. And so any kind of leverage point is one fact that's very interesting. The relationships between people are something else that were I an actor like China, I might want to know who do they know and who did they communicate with in all this TikTok activity? What kind of information did they respond to? For example, it may be very interesting to China to see who are the strongest opponents of China in the TikTok actions. So, for example, Malcolm Nance gets on TikTok and he blows holes in some of the theories that are there, and that's his aim. And then you could say, well, he's sort of an anchor for this because he's at the extreme end of sort of effectively responding to China. And who follows him and what are they saying? And those people are probable targets for one thing or another, not necessarily anything kinetic, but maybe targeting the person's finances, maybe targeting their reputation, maybe doing something otherwise that's not very good for them. So these are just some of the off the top of my head kind of things that I think we could reasonably assume that China might do with this data that they're capturing. And, with a lot more analysis, we could probably come up with a very, very long list. So I think it's always good to, um, even if it's not factual, to have a sense of what it may be used for. And I think Mary did a good job of kind of explaining the difference, why people see it maybe the same and that they do see it the same. But um, having having a clue about how it could be used is probably beyond most people because it's a pain in the ass to, for example, on every website you visit, reset your cookie settings, right? I mean, that's just a pain in the ass to do that. And likewise, it's sort of a pain in the ass to look at all of the terms of service that TikTok and other apps might use. And so people kind of give up their stuff. And when you're young, what's the risk? What's the harm? Everybody else is doing it. So, I'm going to do it too. No worries. But then it will catch up to people, I think. This isn't all speculation either. Not that I have a clear insight into what we do, but I have a clearer insight into the way that law enforcement also gathers data about people and the kind of networks that are out there. They store this kind of information and they have got lots of data. Our use of data in the United States along these lines is a safe and sort of policed usage of the data. It gets really murky when you get into the Palantir and some of the other private kind of police organizations and what they're doing with data. But I do have read some interesting articles and a few lawsuits about how data is used that comes from these outside sources. So I think there's a lot of evidence, all circumstantial, mind you, that are out there that could lead us to a better view of how China is probably using this data. So there you go, Tracy. That's my I don't know, thumbnail sketch of how they probably use data.
Thank you, James. That was very insightful, and I actually, well, agree with everything that you said. Christopher James thinks pretty much that, or should I say, did think pretty much that. We had a conversation about this very thing, and actually that even Russia, in some cases, when they're stealing data, they're actually giving it to or selling it to China.
I think that's exactly right. I think that people are selling a lot of data. When China can't get it free by stealing it, then they're willing to pay for it because I think it's valuable. And that's one of the biggest markets in the world these days. I believe that the US data market is somewhere around $5 billion, or no, 500, a lot. I can't remember how much it was. It was more than 5 billion. It was a lot of money though, and that drives a lot of decision making. So yeah, we get used. Our data gets used constantly, and we see it in the way that we're presented with ads, and that's annoying, but it isn't dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big difference, isn't it? And I think you're right in what you're saying. They're stealing it to use it for, well, it's basically for all the reasons you said, to use it against people, if compromise, if that's possible, but basically for internal and external propaganda. And active measures. So they keep that information there and hoard it for when they may need it in the future to turn against countries, states, peoples, all those different things, just like Russia does. I think Russia is stealing a lot of it, and I wonder if they're trading in some way for military stuff from China, for example, because we know they've got this barter system going on with a few of their terrorist friends, of course. So I wonder if that's going on and if that can be stopped in terms of, well, cracking down, not just cleaning house and getting rid of all these spies within our governments and various other places, but more protection and more to be done to protect people from hacking and cyber attacks. Actually, Scott, I don't know if you saw the UK notification recently about that. They've just been giving out some new tools, some new AI tools to help people in terms of cyber security. Did you see that, Scott? And welcome back.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, sorry for the mishap. But I did not see that. But that is great that they made sort of hardened AI tools available to prevent those kind of, or help individuals and companies prevent those attacks.
Yeah, it's because of the rise in cyber attacks, like in the US, some quite serious ones. People's health data, private health data, being released all over the dark web. And then look at that, Texas water facility, that there where they actually released water. So these things are pretty scary if we don't crack down on them pretty quickly. News you can use. You came back. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, I did go down to listener, but in this conversation, I kind of wanted to bring it back to X, where I follow Malcolm Nance, and I don't know if the Chinese are seeking me out as a result, but I also never see his posts. I have to go there and find them myself, and with most of the people I follow, but I get all these ads for fake companies, I would say. I'm not going to go to their website to find out, but I do follow the hashtag block Twitter advertisers and block X advertisers, and I used to tweet that out. But by doing that, I think I'm getting the scum of the scum. And I just wonder if there's a way we could have a class action lawsuit against Twitter. I think Aria might be the best one that I know of on that subject, but I haven't seen him here today.
It would be nice if it was that simple, wouldn't it? Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'll have to get my big stick out and make it that simple. What do you think, James? Welcome to co-hosting. Thank you for joining me.
Happy to be here. Well, I think that Malcolm Nance, the only time I see him offered to me is in the For You side, which is stuffed up with all kinds of things, right? And it also shows you the spaces much quicker in the banner at the top, the active ones that you have contacts that are, you know, at the time. And so I think that the reason that they show me Malcolm Nance's profile in that is that I think that's supposed to lead me to choose that side to, and then I get to see all these other awful posts coming from people I really don't like and I don't want to see. But I think that's their strategy. I have to look for him as well. Usually, if I'm on the you know, the following side, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. So yeah, lawsuits. I'd love it. Deep pockets. I mean, because he's got partners in Saudi Arabia. Elon Musk does. It would be great. There's all kinds of reasons I'd like to sue him, and there's all kinds of reasons why I think his ownership of well, yeah, partial, I should say, ownership of Twitter is sort of in a compromised position, especially, you know, evidence as we've seen by his willingness to bring people who violated terms of service back to the platform and therefore directly reintroduce us to people who say hateful things, who incite violence, I think, to some extent, who have kind of poisonous narratives. And so that's what I want to show him about is the mental harm that he's done to users. But of course, the defense is well, if you don't like it, just quit. And like Zelensky says, you know, um, give me ammo, not a ride. This is where the battle is, right? So that's why I guess I'm still here. But I just don't know that there's any ground to be gained. There's a lot of money to be lost by suing them. But yeah, I don't think you'd find an attorney too willing to take on this. Certainly not on what do they call that? Yeah, the when you get paid when you win. I don't think anybody's going to do that, honestly. So I'd love to see him sued, and I do think he's caused a lot of damage. News you can use.
I agree. I do think if we signed in, I'm going to have to test it, I guess. But if we created an account that seemed to be pro Russia, Putin, and Trump and all that, I don't think they would receive the same treatment. So maybe we could get evidence of that. You know, I don't know if it exists, but I think that's an interesting hypothesis to follow.
I think so too. And if I were him doing what I think he's doing, then I would have slightly different algorithms running for people. And one of the first tasks that he might go through is using some AI profiling device, I don't know which kind of statistic he'd use, but something that he'd also get humans to look at some of these, and it would confirm after a couple hundred cases whether or not the human agrees with the AI decision that the person is for or against. What do we want to call it? Tyranny. Let's call it tyranny. For or against tyranny, and we're against, right? So for the for tyranny side, I think that what they wouldn't let them see are convincing arguments or some of the convincing facts, and so it's really problematic then if you look at it that way for somebody to get a really good briefing on, for example, the laws surrounding the Trump case. This is the best, brightest example in my mind. What is the facts of, because some of the common disinformation is like, well, it's past the statute of limitations. Well, New York has got this thing where if you leave the state, then the time out of the state can change the statute of limitations. And so that's why this goes so far back in time. And they say, oh, they just made this law just for him. And that's not true of the falsifying business records. It is almost kind of true about the crime that the rape, and they made a law that extended the statute of limitations in New York for rape, and that's thus the E. Jean Carroll thing. Now, that was not directly aimed at Trump. He wasn't named in the law. It could be named after him, but that wasn't the case. So it's legal and everything, but it was sort of made, I think, with Trump in mind. So, but what they're doing then is they're showing you this. So anything that shows clarity as to what the real situation is, they're not going to want to share that with people that they want to stay convinced. These are, I suspect, low information people who don't have a good picture. And the last thing they want anybody to see is information that explains things to them and gives them a kind of a clear outlook on this. So, yeah, I think it does go on. So thank you, News You Can Use.
Thank you very much. What have you been looking at today then, James? Anything interesting that's caught your eye? There's been some quite big numbers from the Air Force and the enemy losses. And the enemy losses for the week and the month are absolutely mind-boggling.
I saw that, and I really, you probably saw the defense of Ukraine account with the monthly totals over time for both artillery and armored personnel carriers, and I was really struck by that. But that's sort of more, I guess, a day old. But Zelensky's got some tweets in here, quite a few tweets in here about different aspects of the peace plan and what he's doing to, he's talking about who he's inviting, what some of the principles are that it caught my eye. And let me see if I can quickly find it in my bookmark. Yeah, so this, I'd never heard of this before. Had you heard of the Shangri-La dialogue?
I confess I hadn't, James, no.
I hadn't either, but I'll just read some of this stuff too. I addressed Shangri-La. This is Vladimir Zelensky speaking. I addressed the Shangri-La dialogue and stressed that the last few decades have seen diplomacy fail to achieve its tasks. Ukraine has found a way to restore the force of diplomacy. We propose peace through diplomacy, an inclusive and fair format, the Global Peace Summit. It was exactly 28 years ago these days, which I think he means like on this day or something, but when Ukraine handed over its last nuclear weapons to Russia in line with a multilateral international agreement. And it is Russia that has tried to erase Ukraine from the political map of the world. And let's see, it goes on. In the 2000s, Ukraine faced the first obvious violations by Russia on our territory and sovereignty, revealing that there was no element of the world security architecture capable of restraining Russia and forcing it to stick to the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This is why Putin believes he is allowed to do anything. By the mid 2010s, Russia brought a war to our land, a war that we in Ukraine never wanted and did not provoke, and which expanded into the most treacherous invasion Europe has experienced since World War II. All of this was a series of diplomatic failures and constant attempts to keep the world divided into spheres of influence, which disrupts nations' lives and corrupts global power. The result was war. When unity was needed, the world was divided. When bold decisions were required, many were content with the status quo. And when preventive actions was necessary to avoid the worst, the aggressor was somehow given time to prepare. Moscow tempted the world with talks, all of which resulted in hollow words or unacceptable ultimatums. Now we have war that affects everyone in the world and spreads a globally difficult cult of violence instead of trust of international law that diplomacy should strengthen. Not so long ago, it seemed that the world would always be fragmented. But we saw that most nations truly desire and are capable of cooperation, at least as far as collective security is concerned. A clear example are the coalitions from military to humanitarian, formal and informal, which help us withstand the war and prevent Russia from expanding it. These coalitions supporting Ukraine unite countries from all continents with different characters and worldviews. What brought them together? Naturally, diplomacy. Diplomacy does work when it truly aims to protect life. Together with partners, we are defending life and rules based world order. We are working to obtain air defense systems and co produce weapons and drones. Together, we also train our soldiers, counter cyber threats, restore energy infrastructure damaged by Russian terror. Just recently, Ukraine faced another round of Russian strikes. During one of the days, imagine nearly 100 missiles and drones targeted our country. This has happened hundreds of times throughout the war, and no country could handle this alone. I think everyone in the world who helps us with air defense systems that save the lives of our people, particularly the best Patriot systems, the United States, Germany, the Netherlands, and other partners who help us, thank you so much. Together, we are also bringing back Ukrainian children who were deported to Russia from the occupied territories of our country. We know for sure about 20,000 Ukrainian children who were kidnapped and taken to Russia. We know their names. Russia claimed it took several 100,000 of our children. One of the worst criminals, only the worst criminals do such things. We must bring our kids back. I thank Qatar and other partners for helping us in this effort. Together with partners, we are also bringing back our captured soldiers. There are already dozens of such joint initiatives, and they work not only for Ukraine. Countries from Libya and Sudan to Bangladesh consume food produced in Ukraine. All of them benefited directly when we lifted the Russian blockade of our ports and resumed our food exports. Initially, the transportation of Ukrainian grain was achieved through international mediation together with Turkey and the UN. Later, when Russia left the grain initiative, we resumed our contribution to global food security thanks to our soldiers who defeated Russian ties. Already, 50 million tons of cargo have been exported through our new maritime corridor. But this was also made possible by diplomacy that supported Ukraine's resilience in battles. Once again, diplomacy does work. Now, we are also creating a new security architecture for Ukraine based on comprehensive bilateral security agreements with our partners. There are already 15 of them, and more will come. Diplomacy restores the world's habit of keeping with the terms of agreements in real life. We've proven that diplomacy resolves issues that Europe has been unable to resolve for decades. Notably, we have secured real steps toward Ukraine's integration into the EU. Ukraine will definitely become an EU member, part of one of the biggest global markets in security space. Our experience of restoring effective diplomacy has led us to the format of the Global Peace Summit. We are convinced that the world wants to be united and to be capable of acting in complete harmony. We realize that nations equally reject the idea of someone secretly making decisions and imposing them. What is needed is an open and inclusive dialogue. We have confirmed that the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international conventions are entirely relevant. This has formed the peace formula and led to the Global Peace Summit. Every leader and country can show their commitment to peace and ensure that what is agreed upon is truly implemented.